in Toledo. What's up with my picture? Hold on. Come on. There we go. All right. Get ready to ride. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling. Damn, that song sucks. What's up, Joe Root? Thank you, Joe Root. Shouts to the anonymous person. Yeah. And thank you, Joe Root. Shouts to the real gangsters, man. What's up, Bella? Good to see you, Bella. Tony Buick, boy. What's up, Tony? Is she black? Is she black? Stepchild boy. Well, I'm saying hi to you, all right? That's what matters. I said hello, all right? I make sure to say hello. I'm not rude. You think I need this agita? Anyway, you're now tuned into the late night show. I am your host, Gunsmoke the Don. For the next couple of hours, you're going to be tuning into some bullshit. Hopefully, we'll get some guests on here. I don't know, man. I think people abandoned me, man. I might have got abandoned. I don't know what happened out there. I'm starting to think the worst. Becky Town. Becky Town. Somebody said Philly. I don't see Philly in here, man. Thank you, Joe Root. Oh, there's Philly. Philly boy. Somebody said Templar. There's Templar. What up, Templar boy? Thanks for coming on the show last night. Is that it? Oh, Biggie Smalls. What up, Biggie? My peoples. All right, we got all my peoples here. All right, good. Yeah. All right. Yo, it's Saturday night, y'all. We in the hood. Hold on to your butts. Abandoned boy. What up, Casperosa? I feel like an orphan. Abandoned boy. Georgie boy. Staten Island Nino boy. Yeah, we gotta hook up Tony Buick with Sexy Red, yeah. Get him some good old-fashioned American STDs. What up, Gypsy? Thank you so much, Staten Island Nino. Thank you, guys. Beautiful way to start the show. Yo, hold on. Shut up the friggin' music. Oh, fuck, shut up. It's giving me a headache now. My man. Thank you, Nino. Nino boy. Yeah. I finished my workout. Oh, nice. Yeah. McGilla. What up, boy? All right. Well, I'm going to drop a link because I don't really have, I don't know. We're going to have a good show, right? Just relax. Take it easy. It's Saturday night. It's going to be good. I'm an abandoned boy. I've been abandoned. I'm an abandoned boy. You look lost. You've been abandoned. What's the matter? Nobody's coming on your show anymore? What happened? Trying to contact somebody today and their phone was switched off? Didn't recognize the number, boy? Did they switch their number on you or just blocked you, boy? What happened? Why are you so abandoned? Did you try to call somebody else to confirm and they didn't answer the phone either? What's going on? What's going on? God damn it, Biggie. Oh yeah, well, I should have got ready for the summer 6 months ago. And now guess what? Summer's here. What do you know? Oh, let me check the messages. Maybe people don't want to be anonymous. Let me see. Sometimes they don't want to be anonymous. Oh yeah, shout out to Stepchild. Thank you, Stepchild. He said, "Feel free to shout me out. I want people to know I'm donating to the best show on YouTube." Wow, look at that, my man. That's beautiful. See, that's respect. That's appreciation. That's love. Pause. Thank you, Stepchild. Shouts to Bella, man. Smoke, you've been getting ready for summer for the past 3 years. God damn it, Joe Root. He knows me too well. He's been with me a long time now. He's up to my old tricks. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. We're a little prepared though. You know, we're slimmer than before. We're slimmer. We slim down. I'm gonna show you my titties this summer at the beach. I'm gonna watch my hairy tits glisten in the sun. It's gonna be beautiful. Anyway, pause. Shouts to stepchild boy. Don't want to remain anonymous, boy. Shouts to Nino. Root. What? What did I say? Did I say something wrong? Trying to make me think about what the hell I just said here. Now, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. All right, hold on. There's some things I wanted to get into the news yesterday anyway that I didn't get to talk about. So in the meantime, before we get somebody on here, I'll tap into this, boy. You want me tapped in? And of course, I didn't email it to myself. God damn it! All right, well, see some news. Oh, I knew it. All right, I knew it. The end of the fairy tale. All right, you guys have been living in a friggin' an illusion world. All right, the Knicks have been demolished in the second half as dream season ends with a dud. How'd you think it was going to end, boy? This wasn't even the championships. This was the championship to get to the championship. They had a championship, then they had a second championship. Now this championship's supposed to take them to the next championship, and they're not going. They're not going nowhere. Nowhere. You understand? What up, Joe Root? I mean, Joe Root. Root Irish. Sorry, I get my roots confused. My bad, Root. Root boy. You know, we got Root Irish, then we got Joe Root. Root. What up, Danny Green? Nightmare Boy. Pacers won me 2,500. Nice. I told you guys, don't bet on the Knicks. Don't bet on the Jets. Whatever you do, call it a gut feeling. Nightmare Boy. So yeah, that's that. And that's that. And like at the end of Goodfellas, when they take Joe Pesci into the basement, they walk him in there. That's the Knicks. And then they got the guy that puts the gun to his back of the head. That's everybody else. Anyway. Oh, look at this. Bill Maher is backing up Trump. Says Harvard University it's an asshole factory is what he called it. It's an asshole factory. All right. Looks like the Yankees lost to the Dodgers today. How nice. Hold on. Oh, Michelle Obama scolds women Trump voters. Stirs controversy with claim about women's health. I don't want to hear about it. Oh, look at this shit. Ain't love grand. A man claims he snagged a $3.6 million lottery ticket. only to have his girlfriend collect the cash and ghost him. Wow, you see? Now you find out when she really loves you. She robbed him and left him. Now she's with somebody else. Greta Thunberg. Remember Greta Thunberg? The woke environmentalist activist? Anyway, she's going to Gaza, and people are begging her to stay with Hamas. Let's hope it's a one-way voyage. Yeah, that'd be nice. Let her stay there. Uh, anyway, I'm not finding the article I wanted now, of course, but let me see what the chat's saying. Thank you, Danny. God damn it, Robert. F. Robert, damn it. God damn it. Thank you, Bella. Holy Toledo, Brian Bozek. Well, Brian's another one who's been around a long time. He's seen a lot of shit. Brian's hip to these assholes. That's true, Joey Franks. I agree. She looks like an evil. I don't know. She looks like one of those old London scary fairy tale shits that they got over there. I don't know. She looks like some type of little org or something. I don't know. The evil little people. Oh, good to see you, F. Robert. Fat bold Italian boy. FEMA officials recently denied two state requests for resilience funds after disasters. A departure. What the hell happened? Well, I don't know. Well, FEMA was messing around, rap. The last year when they had the storms in Florida, FEMA officials were telling people to pass up any Trump voters. If you see any houses with signs that have Trump signs in the lawn, don't save them. Don't help them. This is a life-threatening disaster here. They just got hit by two hurricanes in a row. So FEMA needs some regulating, you know what I'm saying? FEMA needs some regulating. Nice. From the north end. The north. 617, stand up. Trays up. So what? You busted boy. Oh, there he is. Am I abandoned? Canarsie is the Gunnar Lindblom of Virginia. I could see that. I could see why you would say that. That makes sense. That makes sense. FEMA boy. Greta always looking like a smelly fart boy. Yes, she does. There's a singer that looks like that too. What's her name? She looks like pig vomit. What's her name? Fuck. Billie Eilish. Yeah. She looks like vomit. Anyway, I don't want to think about it. Stevie boy. See if we get somebody on here right now, God damn it. I'm drowning. Robin Thicke marries. All right, yeah, she's hot. All right, good. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. Hold on, can I find it? Can I find it? You know the Rex Humerman, the Long Island serial killer, the Gilgo Beach killer. Well, they got video of him before his arrest. He was on a train chugging back friggin' tall boys. I think he was drinking Coors Light. He wasn't drinking no Bud Light. He's just throwing back tall boys. You see some hot little, I don't know what she was. He finds like some hot little Latina. So he, out of the whole train, he sits down right across from her and she has her legs up. He's like, you don't have to move your pretty little legs for me. And she said she got scared. She was sitting there. She's in the window seat. And he's like, a big guy. So when he sits down across from her, he's blocking her basically from leaving. And he's sitting there drinking his beers. And she said it was weird. So she pulled out her phone and started recording him just in case this asshole did something. Little did she know she was sitting right across from a serial killer, probably plotting on her. And the way he was chugging those tall boys, I know what he was doing. He's trying to get himself psyched up. He had to get himself hyped up to do it. He's got to get in the mood. He's got to give when you drink, it makes you not give a fuck. So he had to get into his I don't give a fuck mode. You lose all your restrictions and inhibitions, your parameters. And she was next. She got lucky. I don't know what it was, but he backed off, got off at his stop and left. She took a picture of his big ass too. She thought it was a joke. She said, why is this ugly, fat white man sitting across from me? That's how she described him. Fat, ugly white man. Why's it got to be all that? Why couldn't you just be fat and ugly? Why you got to put the white man in there? Anyway, little did they know. They take him for a joke. That motherfucker would have overpowered her with all his rage and drunken rage and brute strength. Strangled her to death in some friggin' Long Island shithole. Rex gets it in. Yeah, you saw how he was chugging those tall boys on the train? Shit. The guy was in his 50s or 60s, fucking chugging back tall boys on the train. I mean, what the hell's going on here? Coors Lights puts you in the mood, I guess. I don't know. Coors Light. It ain't fucking Bud Light, I'll tell you that much. If he was drinking Bud Light, I would, that would make sense. Well, Trump vanity parade comes with a hefty price tag. He will displace Vietnam veterans event. What? What are you talking about? I didn't hear about this. Where are you getting that news from? Oh, now you're ready for the show. Well, let's see if we get somebody on here, goddammit. Brian. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, some things never change, Brian. His nationality, Con. Did you hear? He's like, oh, well. Okay, thank you, Common. All right, he's going to come on. Good. What's up, Alana? Alana Therese. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. The nationality con. Yeah, the other night, he said, oh, I knew you were going to look up, my post. I knew you were going to reverse engineer it. That's why I put it there. It was a game. You don't have any right to know what my nationality is. Never mind. It's none of your business. If you're friends with Casparosa, that says a lot. God damn it, rap. Nobody's doing nothing, all right? He wants to have a nice parade for the American heroes. He wants to put the American military on parade in D.C. And they're crying, oh, it's going to cost $16 million. Yeah, God forbid we celebrate our American power, our American might. We put our power on display, have people appreciate the American military. God forbid. Oh, it costs too fucking much. Yeah. They got money for everything else around here, right? For all the other bullshit they were doing. Millions of dollars on transgender studies and transgender plays in Venezuela or some shit. They had money for that shit all around the world. They don't got money to celebrate their own military. Have Americans take pride and patriotism in their own country again, like they used to. Well, we never had fucking parades back in the day? Of course we did. They used to have assholes with the flutes walking down the friggin' block. All that shit, all right? Thousands of troops marching by with the tanks and all that shit. Now we got nothing. We got no guts. And that's why this country hates its own self. These kids hate America now because they weren't instilled with patriotism and affection for this country. They don't even know who George Washington was. They think he invented fucking peanut butter. No, Trump's going to bring that back. We're going to have assholes with the flutes out there. Good old American fucking tunes. Oh, hold on. Look who it is.
Son, how are you? Chris?
How dare you?
How you going?
What's going on, brother?
Oh, fuck all. I just had a shower. I'm going to probably head out, have a lunch
Nice.
somewhere. So I'll stay in the background and listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You be watching tennis, boy?
Any what?
You watch tennis?
Not really. Not really. Sometimes. If I'm back home when, the routine, the normal routine. But when you're traveling around a bit, it's you don't catch up on sport much. But I like watching sport, yeah. Yeah. So
Oh, God damn it.
yeah. So what about who won in the basketball?
Huh. Well, I guess the Pacers, not the friggin' Knicks, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Basketball's big where you are. I mean, I like a little bit of basketball. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. What about soccer? Do you watch soccer over there, or it's not big?
Well, I mean, yeah, people watch soccer over here, but
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What is it? It's more an immigrants. It's more an immigrant sport, isn't it? Soccer.
exactly, yeah. It's not big in America. They
Yeah.
want to make it big, but we already got our own sports over here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We already got football, you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you,
All
Danny.
right. What's
Who ate my blueberry pie?
There was the one. There was the one eating the pie. Yeah. What's it called? Mr. Gunsmoke, you got a voice that's good for radio. You know that. Well,
I really don't know. My nose, my nose is I don't know. I sound nasally all the time.
Yeah, but that could be one of your specialties there. But well, you sound all right to me from this side.
Well, I appreciate it.
You sound like a good American radio announcer. You'd get a job, from what I can hear from my ears. Yeah.
Yeah, people told me that a long time ago, but I don't like the sound of my voice.
Nah, it sounds good. It sounds good.
How dare you? Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
No, it does. It does. I like it. It really has a good tone on it.
Real smooth, yeah.
Where's your mate Common Sense? Is he going on?
He's eating right now, I think. He'll be on in a few minutes.
All right. What subject is he going to bring up?
Well, I think he has something he'd like to respond to, I guess. Some things were said the other night. I don't know if you want to be a part of that.
I might hop on back on again. I'll be listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
We had a good laugh yesterday, didn't we?
oh,
With
that was a great show yesterday. Yeah.
yeah, that was funny, especially in the end with the comment they were talking about if I was on death row, and if they asked me what my last words will be,
Yeah.
I'd, I'd be alive for another 4 years. By the,
And they still got you strapped to the fucking
yeah,
to the
they
gurney.
still got the noose around my
Yeah.
neck, and they asked me, "Okay, Tony Buick, these are give us your last words." Well, that I tell you what, I'll be alive for 4 years more.
4 years later. Yeah.
That was a good one. Oh dear, that was a good.
They might just
Where's
give
Big
you
Sal?
who?
Yeah, Big Sal.
Oh,
He'll probably come around sometime. Yeah.
yeah. I think for
Let's.
now, I think Common wants to come on and say something
Yeah.
in a little bit. He's got something he
Yeah.
wants to address.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, I'll
yeah.
hop off, and I'll wait
Thank you,
for
Brian. Yeah.
yeah, and then I'll pop on back on again.
All right. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Come back.
I'll
All right.
stay. I'll stay listening though. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, yeah. Come back though. Yeah, yeah. Stay
All right,
listening, boy.
Gunsmoke. No worries, son.
All right, brother. My man. All right. So yeah, Common Sense should be here shortly, guys. Don't go nowhere. All right. What up, Mo? All right, she gonna go back to the bushes. All right, fine. Shouts to Mo. Oh shit. Yeah, Phil. I gotta do that. I gotta go. Shit. Goddamn trolls out there. Thank you for reminding me, Philly. I'm gonna do that. When Buick is on panel, I have to close my windows to make sure I don't get any noise complaints. What's that racket next door? Thank you, Brian. You're now tuned in to the best mob content in the world. The first mob content, so that should mean it should be the last. Anyway, forget I said that. I'm stupid. Anyway, listen to this. What up, Howie?
What did you say that was stupid? I didn't hear it.
Just I was doing a stupid Canarsie impersonation.
Well, all you got to do is act like a retard.
Well, basically, that's what I was. Actually, yeah, I did pretty good then. I did pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy's wow. I can't believe that fucking guy. Hey, what's up, everybody in the chat? Good to see all you guys. I'm not gonna call all you out. There's too many.
Yeah. I wish we could have spoke about this last night, man, because when it was fresh, because I can't remember half the shit he said now, but he was talking some shit. And
Yeah, well, FBS did a show today. He brought up a couple of things.
Yeah.
You know, maybe people might have forgot about the couple of things he brought up. Then Common jumped on for a few minutes.
Thank you, DL. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this guy, he made it fucking. He called himself such a fucking big headache over nothing. You know?
Yeah.
You know, he started. I mean, when he was attacking FBS the first time, it was for for no reason. Like basically, I mean, he didn't really do anything so serious, and then he had to include him into the fucking, common sense, busting him on the DNA test.
shit. Oh, and he tried to deny it.
Yeah, and then he decided to send messages to fucking FBS who had nothing to do with the fucking exposing of the DNA.
Yeah.
And so he got beat up today from FBS and Common.
Nice.
For no reason. All he had to do was fucking keep his mouth shut and not fucking put a DNA test up there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody asked him to do that, you know. And then he tells us, "Well, it's none of your business. You don't need to know about my." Well, what'd you put it up there for? You know, what the fuck? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm trying to fool you guys.
He said he used that old fucking childish thing. I meant to do it.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I did it. No, you had a manic episode and you decided to put that out there.
Yeah.
and you didn't think about what the fuck you were doing, and then they caught you on your bullshit. Now
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I should have thought of that. Fuck.
Somebody falls down and splits their head open, and they get up and say, "I meant to do that."
Yeah, that's exactly basically what he did. So that was weird.
Yeah,
That
he's
didn't
a
make no
fucking
sense.
dummy. And you know what? He's a fucking Jesus. I don't know, man. I don't know how fucking people like that can look at themselves in the mirror. You
It's
know, I
insanity.
mean, everything. You know, it's just everything about them's a fucking a fraud, a lie. You know, to mislead people the way they do. And yeah, I don't know. It just takes a sick person to fucking live their life that way.
Every once in a while, he has these episodes. Like he throws these tantrums.
Listen, I don't know if that show is still up, but when I was watching the show, right, and Common Sense commented in the chat, dropped the link, he fucking froze. And then he forgot what to say, and he was like, "Oh, let me see. What were we talking about?" He got fucking like somebody fucking hit him, knocked him off balance. And then after comments started going into the backstage, the fucking guy was lighting up cigarette after cigarette, chain smoking.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, we spoke about that last night. Because you see him. Uh, he's like, "Oh, is that?" I was watching live, and
Yeah,
I was texting with Common while this was going down, and because the guy was saying that's not really Common, that's not really you.
yeah,
So he grabs the link, and then he's backstage, and then you see him say, "Oh well, I can't see your face. If I can't see your face, you're not coming on here. I know what you guys do." And then
yeah,
Common sends me a fucking screenshot in real time, and it's of him backstage with his face clear as day, fully lit up.
yeah. And he did,
So
and he did it twice.
he just didn't want to have that debate
Yeah,
because,
Common jumped on twice with his face showing
yeah,
because the first time he didn't have audio or something.
uh huh,
But I'm telling you, when I was watching it, okay, in real time, and Common Sense's comment popped up on the left, on the right of my screen. I watch it on the TV
yeah,
most of the time, and you can see him read the comment, and then the fucking guy just stayed fucking silent for a couple of seconds and didn't know what to fucking say or do. And then he started doing like, okay, where were we? And
how
then
can I get out of this?
yeah, and and then after Common jumped on the into the back room, the guy was fucking lighting up cigarette after cigarette. That was the funniest shit I ever saw.
I don't know why he does it. He puts
Yeah, I
himself
don't
in. Yeah.
I don't know who that fucking other guy was on the screen with him, but the fucking guy was agreeing to everything he fucking said.
Isn't that his what's his name? I forgot his name. He's always there with him, isn't he? Chris maybe? I don't know what his name is.
No, I forgot his name, but I mean he wasn't saying anything bad, but just agreeing with that nonsense makes me think a little bit.
Yeah,
The guy he says I told 3-4 people ahead of time before I put it up there. Yeah, okay.
sure. By the way, I'm just gonna put out a fake DNA test on my community post and say, "Hey, it's mine."
Yeah,
Like what the fuck? Why would
yeah.
you
I
do that?
I got mine. Where's yours?
Yeah,
Only kidding.
I think everybody should do it.
Yeah, listen.
Southie, yeah,
Anybody anybody that does a DNA test, they're gonna come up with big percentages of what they really are, and then a whole bunch of 1%, 2% of fucking 10 different other things. You know, the guy started saying, "Do I look Portuguese?" The thing only said 2% Portuguese, and if I was him, I would Google Portuguese men because I think he'd rather look like a Portuguese guy instead of him.
yeah. Who knows what his DNA test? Well, it's none of our business, according to him. Even though he brought it up, you know. I don't know. But
Yeah, I mean he's a sick puppy. The guy's a sick puppy.
what the hell is this? Oh, what? Who the hell's Jeff C? is banned from the Banana Social Club.
Jeff C.
I don't know. And then the Southie says Loman had William Wallace channel suspended today, maybe because of the DNA fiasco.
Who had whose channel?
I guess Canarsie had William Wallace channel. I don't even know who that is, but had him
And
suspended.
Josie got him suspended?
No, Loman, Canarsie.
Oh, Loman. Hey, Danny Santos, just for kicks when he kept saying, yeah, I look Portuguese. Do I look Portuguese? I Googled fucking what Portuguese men look like. And I think he would rather look like them.
What up, Comet?
What up?
What's up, Comet?
Nothing. I was having
Comet
trouble
fire.
connecting to the fucking my AirPods on here, so I'm just using the phone. So hopefully y'all can hear me.
Yeah, so far you're pretty good. No whoops or nothing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
You
that's good.
actually sound really good.
Oh, okay. All right,
Too
good.
good to be true.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll use it like this. What's going on, everybody?
Nothing
Chilling,
much.
man.
Not
Too funny yesterday, huh?
What a
Yeah,
nut.
yeah. That fucking guy is crazy, man.
I mean, could you imagine this dude having like a altercation with somebody face to face? He would fucking start shaking.
Yeah, forget it. He was smoking cigarette after cigarette. He was taking drags and the fucking whole thing was going down. All you saw was an ash left.
Probably smoked the fucking filter. He was smoking the filters.
Yeah. Jesus. One after the other.
Yeah, that dude was that nervous over a fucking YouTube and fucking person. Oh my god. They'd have to
What's
call
up?
an ambulance. You're going to
What's
fucking cardiac arrest.
What's up, Danny Green?
Thank you,
Hello,
Danny.
Bella Never Knows.
Thank you, Bella. What'd you think about his excuse for the DNA for putting it up there?
The fucking dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, what did he say? He was catfishing people or something?
Basically, he's like, "Oh, I fooled you," something like that. I knew you were gonna do that. You think I didn't know you were gonna do that?
Oh, he's like, I got you. You guys are the idiots that fell for it. He said something like that.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Nobody asked him to do that in the first place.
No, nobody. I didn't even know what it was about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is the funnier shit, I guess. I guess now maybe we should have fucking waited like a week or whatever, so people could have called him out on the DNA thing, so he could talk about how real it is and all that shit, so we can really fucking nail him.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
because if we come on and we don't ever say anything, he'll be right now on his show tomorrow. He'll be telling everybody, I already posted my DNA report. You can tell I'm Italian. You read the report.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right, but that was too good to resist.
I couldn't help myself.
Waiting a week would have been great, though.
It would have.
Really dig in.
Yeah.
But if you listen to the video that I got it from when he was talking about it, he says, yeah, I've already posted my DNA report, and people around here and they're accusing it of being fake and all that. Well, let's see yours. Basically, I already posted up mine, so he's already acknowledging that other people are saying it's fake. So he's saying it's real when he says that, right?
Of course, even his friends don't believe him.
No, there's no way. I'll be honest with you. Whether Angel and them like me or not, whatever and shit, they were probably laughing at him fucking when they were listening to that shit. They were probably texting each other like, "Look at this fucking idiot. How are we gonna help him? I feel bad. He's getting embarrassed."
Here we go again. I told him not to do that.
Yeah. And he went into fucking panic mode and shit and started fucking trying to figure out how he was gonna get out of this. What a sick fuck.
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to threaten doctors again.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh my god. You can't make this shit up, man. He's the Gunnar Lindblom of Virginia.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a fake gangster grandpa too or something, Gunnar?
The Tocos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. He just said he was related to the Tocos.
Oh, right. Yeah, the grandpa was real, but the story was fake. This guy made up a whole story and a fake grandpa.
I watched. Go ahead. Finish yours, Gunsmoke.
Well, somebody said earlier that Lindblom was on the Do show going
Uh-huh.
at Canarsie.
Mhm.
But I'm thinking about it. He wouldn't have Lindblom on the show. He knows that guy's a fraud. He wouldn't have him on there. I
What do
don't
you mean?
know.
What are you talking about?
Somebody said in the chat earlier that Lindblom was on the show going at Canarsie, cursing him out or
No, no,
something.
no. He said Jeff Nash's show.
Oh,
I don't know who that is, but
I don't know.
yeah, they said Gunner was on somebody's show calling him a fraud or something.
That's funny.
I didn't even know that guy was still
The
around.
irony.
He's still on the internet.
I guess for anybody who will listen to his bullshit, you know.
Wow, these people are fucking sick, huh?
Well, speaking of Nadu, I
What
was
happened?
watching Nadu's show today on Tommy McLaughlin,
Uh,
and he was talking about Tommy wearing a wire, and then he was talking about a couple of guys he ratted on, and he mentioned Russo, who's the acting boss or part of the administration back in the day. Russo,
Andrew
Mush
Mush.
Russo,
Yeah.
yeah, right. So then he made a comment like Mush made a comment like something like he can't get at like the feds he's always gonna they're always gonna be after him I forgot the exact words, but he meant like like he couldn't go anywhere because he it did not matter, he wasn't gonna walk away because for some reason I fucked it all up. I can't remember the fucking reason, but anyway, he was basically saying, so then he says, you see, like he's now he's talking to the people who always doubt him and said that Gene Gotti was going to be retired. Nobody said he was going to retire. But he says, you see, these guys, this is the way these guys are. They don't fuck, they can't leave. They don't leave the life. That's the way they fucking are. And yeah, Jeff, you fucking idiot. The guy was like the acting boss at the time. How the fuck is he going to leave?
Oh
You know?
my god.
I got when we have when I finish saying what I'm saying, I'm going to try to pull up the clip just so you can hear the exact wording. Yeah. So then he says, you know, n- nobody said that fucking Gene Gotti was going to fucking leave the life. Just everyone said that he was going to keep a low profile. And in the beginning, everybody thought he was on fucking parole because Angel was saying he was on life parole. So
Yeah.
basically, based off of that, yeah, you would think that the guy was going to keep his fucking head low, and try to stay out of trouble. And, you know, a lot of those older guys, they're not, some of them try to keep a low profile. They don't fucking leave the life, but they just try not to, get involved in anything that might draw too much attention to themselves. You know,
Right.
I mean,
Hmm.
look, fucking 9 years later, and fucking Gene Gotti finally showed up to a funeral. Um,
Yeah.
and
Where
then
was
he,
he at for the past 9 years?
yeah, and then he said that, and again, he said that Gene Gotti fucking, uh, because of Gene Gotti, fucking Caesar Garino and Danny Farmer got elevated to captain, because they were Gotti guys. Jeff, Caesar Garino was captain since like 2011 or 12 or something like that. Okay, and because he said they're both Gotti guys, and at, half of the time that I went to meet JoJo when I was out in the street, Caesar Garino was with him. Okay, so and Danny Farmer was a Brooklyn guy. He wasn't a fucking Gotti guy. When Gotti became boss, everybody became a Gotti guy. But
I was just gonna say the guy was a
yeah,
fucking boss. I would hope they were all Gotti guys at one point. No.
right. So as far as like what he's saying about fucking Caesar Garino getting elevated at the time that they went to the fucking funeral together, that's not fucking true. That's not fucking true. Caesar's been a captain for a while now, and he was with the fucking Jojo Carrazzo fucking uh, half the fucking days, like always with him. So
When you were on the street.
When I was on the street, yeah.
Yeah.
Half the time I went to meet Joe, I'd meet him in Gold's Gym. I'd meet him here, I'd meet him there. Half the time, all the times that I met him in Gold's Gym, Caesar was with him. They were working out together.
It sounded like he was
So,
more of a Carouser guy then.
yeah. A Gotti guy before, and then now a Corazzo guy. So, Gene coming out of jail had nothing to do with fucking Caesar's fucking career.
I don't know where he's getting this stuff. Maybe he's getting stuff from somebody that he just thinks is credible, and maybe they do know some shit, but they don't know other shit. I don't really know, but I don't know why he does that,
He
man.
keeps fucking doing shows and directing shit towards us. The only thing he's gonna wind up getting is a fucking smack. Do your
Yeah.
shows, be humble. Don't do your shows to try to prove other people wrong. Okay, but because you just stuck your foot in your mouth again.
That's what we were saying before, the whole thing with like the Lomas, just do your fucking show, do your fucking little, reporting, whatever the fuck it is, get your subscribers and your money and shit and keep it moving. Like, the innuendos and the jabs and stuff like that. And then this asshole's gonna make a post or something. So I don't know, somebody sent it to me, I gotta look or whatever. He said I think it was aimed at me, I'm assuming, or FBS or all of us. I'm not really too sure. But something about people on here just instigating and talking about other people or something. It's like, you're on fucking YouTube doing shows on a public fucking platform. If you're going to do stupid shit, somebody's going to say something about it. Then you're going to go, what, fucking crying about it and saying people are starting trouble? No, you started trouble for yourself by talking about shit you shouldn't be fucking talking about, first of all, in the case of one guy. And the other guy is posting fucking fake shit and lies that people know aren't fucking true. Like, so nobody's allowed to fucking say anything to you. He's gonna strike your channel if you come on here and talk about it. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we're not allowed to give our opinions of your public show.
It's ridiculous, man. I don't
And then
understand these
he
people.
does
I don't get it.
He does the show about fucking Tommy McLaughlin, and then he tells everybody, yeah, he's in New Jersey now.
Oh my god.
Like, and then he shows a current picture of fucking Joey Calco. I don't think those fucking guys would like that you're fucking telling people where they live now. I don't care if they're fucking posting shit. That doesn't mean everyone knows. You're just fucking letting more people know. Okay, and I'm sure those photos ain't for fucking people on YouTube to see of Joey Calco.
I can't imagine any of you guys being happy about it.
I wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah. I just don't know why you I don't know if he does it just to get a reaction out of it or see people I don't know. It's not smart.
I think that's part of it. Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
that's why the guy's paranoid and does shows about, not wanting to go out in public certain places or thinking people are fucking after him. Well, maybe you shouldn't say some of the shit that you do on your show. You won't have to worry about that, no?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not rocket science, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, stop throwing fucking jabs at us every time you think you fucking discovered something new.
Yeah, he could just do his show and leave that shit out of it, but it's like he's got to make a point of it or something.
What you said about fucking Mush Russo is fucking the stupidest thing I ever heard. How's the guy gonna walk away from being an active boss, street boss, or whatever the fuck he was?
Well, I didn't hear the exact
Yeah, you know what?
statement he claimed he made, but from the way that you're describing it, it sounds like all he was saying is basically like, it doesn't matter where I go, whatever. Like I'm who I am. Like the feds are gonna find me and come after me and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right, exactly.
It doesn't mean I don't think he's talking about the mob, meaning fucking I can't go anywhere, or fucking. You know what I'm saying? He meant the government.
No, yeah, he's meaning like it doesn't matter if he fucking leaves the position or not. Like he's still gonna be a target. So
exactly.
They're not going to let him walk away from that life. In other words, meaning the feds.
Yeah, they don't let any of them fucking guys walk away.
And then he's trying to say that, like that Russo situation is similar to Gene Gotti's situation. Basically, saying that proves him right. Listen, you can fucking bet me, okay, that when Gene Gotti got out, he kept a low profile. Okay, he met with people in secret to talk about whatever things he had going on before he went away, so he can get his money right. Okay, and he's been keeping a low profile, collecting his money on whatever he's owed from, and not fucking getting involved in high profile things, that are going to get him pinched right away, or constantly meeting with the fucking upper echelon and stuff like that. Like if like after 9 years he's deciding, what, he doesn't care, he's gonna fucking go full blown again. Yeah, then that's on him. Of course he's going to be a gangster till he dies. Like, and that's the way it is. When you first come out, you want to keep a low profile, and then little by little you get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, you start getting comfortable again.
Yeah, nobody said that he was going to leave the life. You can't leave the life.
Yeah, and I'm sure he had a nice little envelope for him when he came home. I'm sure he was taken care of, and he didn't have to fucking stress out about nothing. You know what I mean? But for him, wanting to even be back in that spot, though, I mean, he not only for himself, but everybody else probably thinking the same thing. Like that's probably not a good fucking idea. Do we really need that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, doing whatever he's got to do to survive. Maybe he's got some shy money out there, or whatever he had going on with fucking the Russos from Russo on the Bay, Frankie Russo. Of course he's going to move around and try to, make arrangements to get that money. But you can bet me, he's watching his back. And, like I said, after a while, that shit, almost every time I got out, I said, you know what, I'm going to take it easy and not do anything, get myself locked up right away again. And little by little, I was back into the full swing of things.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that this isn't the mob of the fucking '80s. You know what I mean? When this guy went away, this is a fucking new day. You know what I mean? The guy's also not 40 years old anymore. He's fucking 80.
Right.
That ambition and that drive you got to want to be out and be seen and be who the fuck you are. Like he doesn't need to do that.
Right. It's a big difference when you're already part of the administration than when you're not.
Yeah.
Like a Russo situation is totally different than Gene's situation.
Yeah, that's a bad example. If that's what he's trying to do.
A guy, walks away from a fucking administrative position, because he's afraid of the law. Guy's gonna look like a punk.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to talk about him. But if a guy comes out and keeps a low profile and doesn't push for any of those administration spots, nobody's going to look at him any different. Everyone's going to look at him the same way we do. He did a fucking bunch of time. He's 80 years old now. He's not going to leave the life because that's all he knows. But, he's probably going to keep a low profile and, not try to get too much exposure because he knows the feds are fucking gunning for him.
Well, and the other thing too is, and I think he even, he hinted at it. He talked about, how respected, Gene was throughout the family, just in that life in general. And I've heard Mikey Scars make this comment before. I think he said he was talking to Junior or somebody else when he was supposedly wanted to get upped, and he was telling him basically like, you can die off a lifetime of respect, basically. You don't need to be in that spot or act like that. Just the respect alone is good for these guys. He doesn't have anything to fucking prove to anybody. So for him to come out to want to think that he could take over the family, become boss, like, what would be the ambition or reason he would want to do that? I just don't see it.
Listen, that guy it doesn't matter what fucking position he's in. Anywhere he goes, he's going to get treated like a boss.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
He's good.
He doesn't need that title for that. You know what I mean?
Everyone's going to fucking stop what they're doing to say hello to him, pay him his respects. He's going to get treated like, the way he should be treated.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just why I don't agree with him. It doesn't make any sense.
He doesn't have to make statements.
No.
And as far as him being responsible for the reason why fucking Cesar Guarino is captain, you better do your research, Jeff. Because that's not true. Okay, I don't give a fuck who told you. As far as Danny Farmer, I don't know, about him. I just know for sure he was a Brooklyn guy, and I think he was a Sammy guy for a while. He was never a Gene Gotti guy.
Is that what he was saying though?
Yeah, he was saying that fucking Caesar and Danny, both Gotti guys, got the push from Gene Gotti, and now they got elevated to captain.
Oh, okay.
Which is not true because at the time when he first said it was only like months ago. The guy's been captain from like I don't know. I want to say between like maybe I don't know, 11, 12, 13, something like that.
Oh my God, I know where he got it from.
Where you get it from?
Reddit article. Gangland.
Go ahead.
Reddit boy.
A
I got
Reddit
it. I got it
article
right here. It was off of
from where?
Gangland website.
Gangland News,
Yeah, Gangland News and the GangsterReporter.com.
the gangster reporter.
Yeah, well, it's just a link. The Gangster Report put the link to Gangland News. That's Capiche shit, right?
Well, Gangland News is Capiche, yeah.
Yeah, so the Gangster Report is noting that this information came from Gangland News. It looks like off of
All
Reddit.
right, so what did it say?
It says Gambino's Danny Fama, Cesar Garino have allegedly been appointed as captains, and it talks about their relationship with Gotti and shit like that. Apparently under criminal investigation from a combination of Gangland news sources and the Gangster Report. It's a whole link to the fucking.
Oh, it's talking about that fucking those warrants being handed out, and
This was 2013.
okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
So they got elevated in 2013.
Yeah, but
Not,
Garino could have. I thought Garino was captain before that though. I think
I
somebody
think,
else.
I
Somebody
think,
else told me like 2010. I thought like 2011.
yeah, 2010 and 11. That's the way I believe that. I remembered it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then right here it says, 1 second. From the Gangster Report, Gambino mobster promotes Danny Fama, Cesar Garino to skipper, post pair criminal investigation, and then it's got a link to some article that they did on top of it. So I don't know, maybe that's
Say that again.
similar.
Say that again.
It says Gambino mob promotes Danny Fama, Cesar Garino to skipper, post pair under criminal investigation from January 2025.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't say Gene Gotti. It just says Gambino family.
No, the one on Reddit though has a thing in there, a quip about their relationship with him from like the 90s or 80s or whatever.
Yeah, they had a relationship, but he wasn't the one who made them captains.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's where I think he must be getting this information. He's reading Reddit forums and shit and putting things together.
Because when John went away, the Garinos were fucking hanging with fucking the Carrazos.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is in that life.
Yeah, the power shifts. You go to what the power has power.
Exactly. Listen, before I got locked up in 2001, I believe, when I was getting into the real estate shit and we were making plans on building something,
Oh,
shit. I sat down with Cesar Garino, and he was explaining to me a few things and told me how much he was going to charge us per yard for the job. What happened? Comment?
you want to know what the second link on the gangsterreport.com is?
What?
Are the Carrazzo brothers under siege? Is the Gambino mob social club robbery in Queens related to the Bronx Bonanno social club stick up?
Right.
Well, the dude did a video on saying he has a source and shit that told him about the Blaze Carrazzo social club being robbed in Queens. But that article about Garino and Fama from the Gangster Report, and so is this one.
And what they did that get that did that article come out? Was it before? That was when the dude reported it, right?
May 31st, 2025.
That was today. All right.
Oh, well, today's June 1st, technically. Yes. Well, yeah, it's fucking midnight now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Today, basically.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Either way, fucking.
Listen, we're not. If you're gonna keep fucking throwing jabs at us and trying to make people think that we don't know what we're talking about, we're gonna expose you and show them that you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we're not saying you don't know what you talk. We're not saying everything you say you don't know what you're talking about. We're just saying the things that we say you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
No.
And and I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm always going to be right, because I'm probably not going to be right. But if I'm not right, I'll admit to it, and that's it. Just say, all right, my bad, I was wrong.
Yeah, I had to do it the other day with the when I was talking to Tony. He had me. I had information wrong. He was right about
Yeah,
that. I had to say, oh yeah, you're right. I was wrong. I was,
yeah. I mean,
not that big of a
everything.
deal.
Everything I say, unless I say that I know for a fact, is my opinion. And the one thing I do know for a fact is that fucking Cesar Garino was hanging fucking heavy with JoJo in the early 2000s.
It says here on this link that he was allegedly on the ruling panel at one time too, supposedly with Carrazzo.
No, that was his brother Anthony.
Oh, Anthony. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I didn't read far enough. You're right. Anthony Garino. My apologies.
Right. So while he was on, yeah. So that's all around the same time where Caesar, supposedly is elevated to, around the same time Caesar was what I believe to be a captain already.
Yeah. So he would basically have probably just taken over for his fucking crew then or something.
Well, his brother was a captain before he became part of the ruling panel.
Okay. Well, he passed away a few years back, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure when, but I when I get to every third, sometimes I don't even look at Gangland for like 2 3 weeks, and when I do, I don't even fucking. The only time I read an article is if it's somebody that I'm interested in or I know.
Yeah,
Other
somebody you
than
know or
that,
something.
yeah, I don't read about that fucking the guy who fucking got the from the mob from the Jersey fucking housewives that beat up. I don't read those fucking articles.
Oh, the Perna guy or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, I see the title and then I fucking well I'll log in just to see like who, because a lot of times you're not going to see every article on the first page. You log in and then you can scroll down, and most of the time I don't even read the article because I'm not interested.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the videos that people post on different shit. Like I'm just not interested in a lot of it. I just something catches my eye. But JoJo
Yeah,
was a consigliere. He wasn't a fucking boss ever.
Howie, is there any chance JoJo was the boss and G took his foot? No. Right, listen. Uh, if that's the case, if he did take JoJo's spot, which is probably not true because Lou Valerio is supposed to be the consigliere. It's still after Nadeau said that he already had the spot.
Right.
What about
And
Johnny
and he
Carnick? Yeah,
and he's fucking starting to piss me off because he keeps fucking directing that shit towards us. You
Who'd
know?
you bring up? Johnny Connect Smoke? What are you saying?
yeah. Well, DL also had another question about: do you think Johnny Carnick is still involved, or he's retired?
Who knows?
Yeah,
No, he's not. Listen, they never retire. They just fucking. You're only involved as much as you want to be involved. If you fucking come out of prison, like Johnny Kinnig, right, and he just wants to fucking put out a little bit of loan shark money to people that he knows, and not get involved with the sports and the fucking poker games and shit that the feds are always looking to build cases on. I mean, it's a lot harder to build a case on the loan sharking if your customers don't fucking complain about you. You can keep out of trouble and still fucking maneuver around the life if you're
yeah,
not, if you're fucking ambitious and you want to fucking expose yourself to the fucking, to the administration and start politicking for a position, the fucking feds are gonna know about it. You want to start going around the cafes and the social clubs, show your face to, you know, to get some you know, just so people see you and the bosses see that you're coming around, that's on you. You know, nobody's going to force him to go to any place to hang out. They may want to see him and they'll fucking be really fucking careful about meeting each other.
Yeah, the last thing they want to get doing is spot in public together. That's for sure. Because then they're probably gonna think something is up, you know.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the stories you heard, like for instance, after Paul got killed or whatever, right? You had the old timers that were under the old wing with Castellano and shit like that, like Sammy's that Sammy came out, Tato Arello, that basically asked to, you know, be moved to the side, basically let Sammy take over his crew and shit like that because he was older or whatever, you know. There's like exceptions to rules and shit like that if something happens, but other than that, I mean,
Yeah, maybe you don't know. Maybe the guy's fucking not well. He's a little sick.
or they're
And
sick or something. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, you know, and he just can't do it anymore because he's unhealthy.
What the fuck is this?
You know,
And other
there's
guys
some,
don't give a fuck. They'll still try killing people at 90 something years old, like that Genovese guy that got caught on fucking tape talking about killing the guy. He was like 93 years old, asking to do work for them. You know?
yeah, and how many guys that you don't hear about for years and years at a time, decades, and then all of a sudden they'll get a bullshit pinch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all the time. There's random people that you hear that you never heard about before that are fucking made guys and families and shit that come up.
That like that guy fucking Rom from the Genovese family, Tony Romanello.
Uh-huh.
That fucking guy was fucking at the fucking track with Vinny Asara every fucking day. And in the end, he only got a fucking bullshit fucking gambling charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking Genovese guy. He's been active for years and years and years, and then not until fucking a few years ago, you know, he caught a bullshit charge.
Wow.
You know,
That's
but you wouldn't fuck half these people here wouldn't even know who the fuck Tony Romanello is if it wasn't because he got pinched.
I don't know who he is. I never heard of him.
Yeah, there you go.
And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of guys like that.
There's a whole bunch of people out there that you're not hearing about because they're being low key.
They're doing it right.
You know, and it's definitely fucking possible. Look at fucking what's his face? What the fuck's his name? The Genovese guy.
Barney?
No, not Barney. Muscarella.
Oh.
That fucking guy's one of the most low key guys out there. You
Oh,
fucking
yeah?
you rarely hear anything about him.
Yeah.
And that's the way he carried himself in jail. I was in Fort Dix when he was in Fort Dix. The guy walked around by himself.
Smart.
Yeah. The only guy he started really walking around with was the Chin's son, Mario, I think his name is, when he showed up.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, when I was there, those two showed up. Vito Grimaldi, Frankie's guy, showed up. A whole bunch of guys were there. Skinny Dom, Johnny Vino. Yeah.
Where's
Bunch
fucking Frankie at?
I guess he's working.
Oh, Saturday today. Yeah, you're probably right.
Shit.
But yeah, he's getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I gotta get a listen to that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah.
Well, evidently I'm getting on his nerves now because he ain't coming around no more, he says. That's what they're saying.
Who's that?
Chad said, I don't watch Nadu, but I did hear him say he doesn't come over here anymore. No mo. Damn.
Oh, no more late night drunk episodes eating bologna sandwiches.
I'm gonna miss those days.
Whatever, man. People are fucking weird, bro. Like, everybody's so fucking sensitive and shit. I can get in an argument with somebody, we could talk about it afterwards, probably keep it moving. You know, these people just they just can't do that for some reason. It's like they're not capable of it.
Yeah.
They take it fucking personal. They do some goofy shit, take something personal, and they got to turn it into something totally different, you know?
Well, this other guy wants to strike channels just for talking shit. I mean, not even talking shit, just for talking about him.
It's
I mean,
well, listen, this is what you said earlier when he made the comment about what did he say? I knew that you guys were gonna do the Google image search, whatever, and I planned this. You guys were gonna do this, whatever, and shit like that. So then, what the fuck are you crying about? If this is
so
the
he wants
reaction,
drama then. Yeah.
yeah. If this is the reaction you're claiming that you fucking wanted to give yourself something to fucking talk about, then what the fuck are you crying about, you fucking man, baby?
I found it.
Oh yeah, let me hear.
Now, all this would culminate
You hear it?
well
Yeah.
as other conversations, including one in which the prosecution discussed involving Mush Russo. At one point, Mush Russo would state, "I don't hesitate. I never hesitated to hurt anyone who stepped out of line." Russo would also state that he had no intention of disassociating himself from the Colombo crime family, stating, quote, "I can't walk away. I can't rest." This is the opinion of all gangsters. If you were a mobster and go to prison and come home, it is extremely unlikely you will ever disassociate yourself with the mafia. Anybody who thinks that, and even according to recent videos I put out, if you think these people come home and just retire and go get jobs somewhere else, you're insane. And you just don't know the truth of what this life is. Have I ever lived it? No. But I've been doing this long enough to understand none of these people can rest. People like Mush Russo are who they are. Now, all of the testimony, or not the testimony, the cooperation and
Yeah, that was it.
The thing is that that's not what that comment means. When he says, "I can't walk away, I can't rest," he's saying, I can't just walk away right off into the sunset, meaning that no matter what, the government's still going to come after him, and I can't just rest because I am who I am. I'm in this life. The government's, they're not going to stop fucking with me tomorrow if I start working at a jewelry store or something, so to speak. He's not talking about becoming the boss of a family and taking over and fucking doing armed robberies tomorrow. That's not what the guy's saying.
Yeah, he's basically saying like that's the way fucking all these guys are. They'll never fucking stop.
That's what he's telling another gangster. What's he supposed to tell the other gangster? He's thinking about walking away. They're gonna look at him like, "Oh, this guy's gonna fucking rat." He's gonna tell. Of course, he's gonna say that to somebody else on wiretap.
And even Gene Gotti, he's not gonna tell people that he doesn't want anything to do with the life anymore. He's just gonna keep a low profile.
Exactly.
And that's it.
Yeah, you're not gonna get caught on a wire talking to another guy and acting like you want fucking out, like you don't want the government to bother you.
You want closure. You can't ask for closure.
There's no such fucking thing.
There's no such thing as closure.
And that was the key right there when he says that, I've been doing this long enough to know or whatever the fuck. Obviously you haven't then if you're still making stupid comments like that.
Yeah. So you've been fucking reading Gangland, Reddit, and all those other articles for the last 4 years.
I have to start reading that shit.
You should. You should fucking pick a fucking article, pick a guy, and do a fucking show on him every week.
I'll read the fucking thing. Yeah, I'll read it. I could do that.
There's nothing wrong with that. But don't, he claims like he's done his research and that's the shit, that he got personally from his fucking, contacts.
There's another guy that talks like that too, that puts up fake DNA reports.
Who?
Fucking Canarsie. He talks like that. He's doing this long enough and he knows this guy and that guy and believe him. And this asshole said in that video that fucking he knows for a fact that all the information coming out about the Bonanno Social Club that got robbed in the Bronx isn't true because he's a member of a fucking Bonanno Club.
Yeah, what a
oh
fucking
my god.
He should have just said I hang out. There's no fucking membership.
That's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of in my life. I'm wondering, it'd be hilarious if like he went into one of these like, cafes or something, these little shops and shit like that, and fucking they know who he is and they felt like trolling him. They told him to give him like $500 and he could get a membership for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just took like $500 off him and he's paying to go there to fucking have coffee and shit like that. That would be fucking funny.
Somebody should walk up to him and say, "Hey, can I take a picture with you?"
Yeah. Because honestly, that'd be something like, that'd be something that we would do to somebody to fuck with them, just to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
just to catch wreck and shit. Like, hey, let's see if we get a few dollars off this guy and tell him he's invited and she's part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they sit down, they
Yeah.
have coffee,
Yeah, just to fuck with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you how you doing with money? You want to make some extra money? Give me 10,000. I'll put it on the street for you.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can see the dude doing that shit too. No bullshit.
Oh, if one of those guys he idolized said that, he'd borrow the money from Angel.
I was he'd fucking he'd max out credit cards, fucking everything, man, to get the guy to
I'm going to
fucking money and
charge you
shit.
2 points, okay, as a friend.
Then he go telling everybody about it. How he knows the guy. He's a loan
But
shark.
you see how he fucking gets all excited and tough when he's trying to fucking send a message to us?
Yeah, he gets that like voice and shit and starts talking with like punctuations in his fucking voice.
He's had
Yeah.
enough of the bullshit, all right?
That shit's
And
annoying. Huh?
and he's fucking dead wrong. Gene Gotti had nothing to do with fucking Farmer and Garino becoming captain.
No. And he got it off this. It looks like he got it off this. Another guy to get shit off a Reddit post or a fucking other website.
Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes Reddit is right when it comes to the hood shit, like O Block shit.
Well, listen, a broken
I'm not
clock
saying
is
that
right
it's
2
not.
times a day.
Yeah.
I don't know about the mob, but at least with the hood shit, people go on Reddit and start snitching, like, oh, I know who killed Jamal,
But here's the thing though, is that you're talking about people that are in the hood. That's not so like secret fucking business. Everybody in the hood knows what goes on in the hood.
Yeah.
Somebody gets murdered, people know who did it.
Yeah.
95% of the time, I would say, maybe even 98% of the time, everybody knows who killed the guy or did it or whatever.
And we're not saying that all those articles from Reddit are fucking wrong. We're just saying that that's where he gets his information. He tries to make like he's got fucking
inside sources.
Yeah, right.
I got inside sources.
And then when they are wrong, he wants to double down and stand by them. That article didn't say anything about fucking Gene Gotti fucking being responsible for making Garino and Farmer captain. Okay, it said the Gambino family, but fucking the dude just saw the fucking photo of fucking Gene and them going to the funeral, and mistook it for Gene Gotti.
Yeah, I don't know why these people do this.
What Danny Farmer's younger brother Lee Farmer was hanging out by our club, by Alphonse Trujillo's club, before I left every day. Not every day, but a lot. So, he's probably gotten straightened out since then. If Danny Farmer was a Gotti guy, how come his brother wasn't with any of the Gotti guys?
Yeah, what Alphonse and them, right? Yeah.
Right.
It was also 40 fucking, like, he's talking about something that happened 40 years or 30, whatever fuck years ago, 30 something years ago. That's a long fucking time. A lot of shit changed in 30 years.
What happened 30 years ago?
What's that?
What did you say? He's talking about what from 30 years ago?
No, I'm saying Gene went away 30 years ago. Like, how old were these guys?
Oh, 40 years ago.
Like, he's got pull like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't been on the streets in 30 fucking years. His brother's been dead for 20,
35 years. Yeah.
You know how many fucking guys fucking Gene Gotti is going to know in the street when he comes out? He's been fucking in prison with everyone who's been in and out over the last 30 years. And plus, he knew fucking hundreds of guys before he went in. You know how many guys fucking that are presently out in the street that are friends with Gene Gotti or acquaintances?
A lot.
He's a popular guy. He's a dinosaur. I guess you could say he's a legend, right?
But you got to understand, this guy's been away for 30 years. You know how many fucking guys have been in and out in prison in 30 years that he's bumped into? And maybe if he didn't know him in the street, now he does.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, too. Like, Gene's, Gene's a legend, so to speak. But he's no more of a legend than a guy like Nicky Carrazza.
Like who?
Like Nicky Carrazza. He's no more of a legend than him.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
And Nicky's been on the streets for the last fucking, you know what I mean?
That a lot of things have changed on the streets. There's been new legends created.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, yeah, Gene's a legend by name, but he's been off the street for 30-something fucking years at that point. You know, like a lot of shit changes. You know what I mean? I'm not taking nothing away from the guy, but let's just be a spade, call a spade a spade. You know, there's a lot of guys that are fucking legends that are alive and well, right there along with him that were in the family back then too. Lenny DiMaria, Lou Valario,
He's another dinosaur. Yeah.
Johnny Carniggs or something. Like there's a lot of guys. Like you can't say like, oh, he's a legend. He's done his time. He needs his respects. These other guys feel the same fucking way.
There's another fucking low key guy out there that nobody's heard about. Fucking Jimmy Boy, they used to call him. He used to fucking have the before I took over the club, he had the club. He was one of the guys who had the club before the guy that I took over from. Okay, Jimmy Boy, Jimmy Boy Della Rata, I believe is his last name. Della Rata.
Della Rata.
Yeah, last I saw an article. He had something to do with that fucking case with what's his face with the cigarettes. He wound up killing himself.
Damn.
Over
untaxed cigarettes?
No, it was a whole case where a guy was wearing a wire and he wound up committed suicide.
Wow.
The guy in New Jersey there.
Yeah, and this guy, fucking Jimmy Boy, who I'm talking about, was a captain back then. But nobody knows who the fuck he is.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about too.
I never heard of him.
I was talking about him on your show the other day.
Jimmy Boy Della Rata?
No, the guy that was wearing the wire.
Oh, Nicky Skins.
Yeah, Stefanelli.
Yep.
Yeah, Nicky Skins. Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, he committed suicide. Yeah. Well, he's the one that introduced. He's the one that introduced. What's his name's uncle? Frank Cali's uncle, as like the acting boss or street boss at the time, which was back in I think like 2013 or something.
I'm sorry, I'm Googling his name, so that's why I can't hear.
Google boy.
Who's that?
Jimmy Boy.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah. What up, Chad? My
What's
bad.
up, Karen?
Hi, what's up, Carmen? Hi, Howie.
Hey, what's up, Bartek?
How you doing? Howie, I didn't know. Nikki and JoJo have another brother, Anthony or something?
They have twin brothers.
Oh, I didn't know, too.
Blaze and Anthony.
Blaze.
What's the other one, Carmen?
Blaze. Anthony passed away. Blaze Caruso.
Yeah, I didn't know there was two. And yeah, I thought they just had another one, Anthony.
No, well, that's the social club that just got robbed. Supposedly it was Caruso's brother, Blaze's.
Damn.
Oh, really?
No, it was they had a card game in the back of a restaurant.
Yeah.
They robbed the card game?
Yeah.
That's what's being reported, yeah.
Yeah, those card games aren't safe, man. And there's a lot of them around, believe it or not. At least 20 years ago there was.
No, there's a lot still. There's a lot of games
now.
And a lot of them get robbed. I know at least 2 that got robbed around here.
Well, there's a lot of card games going around, but a lot of them aren't mob card games, so to speak, anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of them are fucking just, various people. It's not like it was before,
Yeah, Carmen, that's why it's so weird that Kanasi said he was a member. Because most of the people that go in clubs, right, are people, you know what I mean, wise guys, and people that play cards. Because in most clubs, they play cards. You know what I mean? There's card
almost
games.
all of them.
Yeah.
I just sent you and Carmen Gunsmoke the picture of Jimmy Boy.
Jesus, he doesn't have a strand of fucking hair, black hair at all.
No, he was all white from a very young age.
Wow. Jet white hair.
I remember when I was a young fucking, maybe still a fucking teenager, he was running the club. And you rarely hear about him at all.
This is Jimmy Boy?
Yeah.
When he walked in the club, did they say, "Hey, Jimmy Boy"?
No, he wasn't even. I don't even think know if he was made at the time yet.
What family was he in? Howie.
Gambino on with the Carrazos.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. You know how many guys that are around that are like that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's when he says that Gene comes home and he's owed the fucking spot of boss. You don't think all these other guys think the same fucking thing? Nobody's just moving to the side because somebody came home from doing a bid, man. I mean, it's ridiculous. It'd be different. It'd be different if John was still fucking alive in prison and he was still fucking the official boss and he delegated him to be his acting boss on the street because he came home. That'd be a different fucking story.
What if he throws his weight around and says, "You know who my brother was? You remember my brother?"
Yeah, kick him in his ass and send him on his way.
Just say you want to go visit him.
Shit.
That'd probably be the response that they got.
Yeah, that's not the way fucking people carry themselves on the street.
Nobody would act like that. It's a good way to piss a lot of people off.
At least not no more. Maybe Joe Gallo act like that.
They'll look at you like you're fucking nuts if he's fucking said that.
Yeah, Joe Gallo, he's a good example. Look how he
crazy Joe.
When he fucking left, they'll be saying, Jesus, Gene lost his fucking mind.
Yeah. 30 years did a number on him.
Yeah, he comes back. He wants what's his, he's had enough.
Do we know who his brother is? Of course we know who his brother is.
Yeah. My father?
The one that told him not to fight it. Take the 30, be a man.
Yeah.
He could have done what, 6 to 8 or some shit?
Maybe
I think he would have got 12 and he would have had to do like 8 of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
He could have been home by like 96, I think.
He lost like a quarter of his life.
That sucks. An extra 20 years at least.
Listen, I don't know the father, I don't know the family, whatever, but I can assure. I mean, I heard Kasdan speak about it, and I guess he said that he had conversations about that he regretted that decision that he made at that time, whatever, and I'm sure he did, honestly.
Another guy they won't know about. Guy named fucking Piccolo. Guy. Right when I sold him the cafe that me and JoJo built. We sold him the cafe. Got fucking locked up like a few weeks later. Anthony Popola. We used to call him Piccolo. He got a fucking 33-year sentence. He could have copped out to 9 because they had him as part of the head of this fucking armed robbery crew. Because he was telling the guys to give him money so he could kick it up to the higher ups. And but he got a fucking 33-year bid in the 80s. And fucking I haven't heard anything about him yet. He's out. He also got into a fight with Tommy Red from the Lucchese family in the joint. Supposedly Tommy Red broke his arm. Piccolo broke Tommy Red's arm in the fight they had.
What was it over? You know?
Was he related to there was a guy in Connecticut, Frank Piccolo, down in
No, I believe his last name was Pippola. Pippollo.
They just called him Piccolo for short, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But what was the fight over with the red guy?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what the reason was.
Broke his arm.
They got into an argument in the joint.
So what, he just fucking snapped his arm?
No. A broken fucking bone could just be a little crack or something.
Yeah.
It's like a fracture. It doesn't necessarily mean the whole bone is broke.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, there's guys where I live that been fucking around for so long that unless you're in the streets, you've never heard of these guys or known them like ever. I know Anthony knows a bunch of them, obviously, and shit like that. But like, if you guys heard them, I mean, how you might hear of them, but other people, if you heard their names, you wouldn't even know who the fuck they were. And they're notorious guys. Look,
DL said, "Yeah, keep talking. The dude's gonna do a show about these guys soon."
Right. Well, think about it, Howie. You mentioned that these guys you don't even know about. At one time in the 80s and 90s, didn't they have like 800 made members, the Gambino family?
What'd you say, 800?
I don't think it was ever that high.
400?
400 or 500 maybe.
500? 400 or 500?
Yeah, including associates, yeah.
Yeah, I think actual made guys, I think everybody's like 250 or something. 200 is like the max.
They like capped to like 250, I believe.
Yeah. I think only the Colombo family can only have 200 for whatever reason. One of them has less. I forget why.
Yeah, they had the smallest. They were the always used to say quality over quantity thing.
Well, they also were fucking constantly killing each other too, so it's probably hard getting
Yeah.
fucking 200 guys and they'd kill each other every fucking 6 years.
Yeah, it could have been like they only had like 170 and they only told them they can make 30 guys more.
Yeah.
You know, instead of just fucking winging it for another 80 guys.
Yeah, plus they probably fucking wanted less people to fucking kill each other. Fucking lunatics over there.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
I mean,
don't
that
be part of that
family's
family.
been out of control fucking for forever.
Yeah, or maybe that was their fucking punishment.
Punishment. Yeah, that's what I think it was. I think they only allowed them to make a certain amount because they kept having fucking wars and shit like that.
Because if you get limited on the amount of guys, that's less money that gets kicked up.
Well, one book's closed, Howie, for a while, like Sammy said. I forget what years it was.
Yeah, they opened up back in like 76 something.
Yeah, 76, 77.
Because in Boston they closed the books. They had the first time they had bugged the ceremony. It was right outside. It was in Medford, right outside of Boston. And then
Medford. Yeah, there was a murder up there too.
They had the ceremony. The guy Sonny Mercurio turned the volume down so they could hear better. Yeah, feds.
Yeah, I know one of their nephews and shit that was over there. Medford's a fucking shithole. Medford's a shithole.
I know whose house. It was. I don't want to say because he's still around, but
yeah,
it was his sisters. Yeah.
But,
Junior was running the family. Junior Patriarca was running the family at the time.
And the only reason why you're not hearing about these guys is because they keep a low profile. Not because they're retired.
Yeah, the two guys over here my way until they passed away, fucking nobody really even knows who the fuck they are. But when their funeral came and they had judges, politicians, everybody, they knew who the fuck these guys were. But outside of that, you wouldn't know. The regular public, they wouldn't fucking know. You would have never even looked twice at these guys.
Yeah, a lot of these guys you don't hear about them until they catch a case.
Yeah, like do you guys remember when they dug up the yard in Manchester in Connecticut and this guy Robert Gentile's house? They were looking for the Gardner Museum of paintings. They thought that Foreman had told them that he might have had something known about it. And they pulled up fucking elephant tusks and fucking guns, and he was running a pill ring and shit like that. He took over for the guy that was running the area before him. The guy that I'm talking about was real good friends with his grandson, and fucking, you would have never known this guy was fucking involved in anything. Wouldn't even look twice. If he didn't get arrested, I think he was like 80 something years old when he caught that pinch too.
Yeah.
You would have never known ever.
Yeah.
Joe Root said, didn't Mercurio tape the induction ceremony?
Yeah, he did. He's the one who had it bugged. Yeah, big Sonny Mercurio. Yeah.
Oh, he must be from out this way too. Who said that?
Joe Root.
Oh, okay. Well, you up in the Connecticut, Mass area, Joe? He must be.
I know.
I feel like people that aren't from this area, they wouldn't know that shit.
I think that was in '89, right, Carmen? Wasn't that in '89?
Yeah, it was a long time ago, at least 30 something years ago.
Listen, I don't know what the state of things are now, but I know back when I was out in the street, there was plenty of shit going on in Connecticut.
Oh yeah, ton.
I was away with fucking. I was away with a guy named Dean Profeta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was coming around. I met him in Fort Dix, but then he started coming around Blaze's Cafe with this old guy Mario. So and that was like after I believe something happened with Mangali, because that's who they were with, Anthony Mangali.
Yeah, Magali. Yeah, he was in Stanford.
Magali.
Yeah, Stanford. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was from down there too. Dean was from down there too, Stanford area.
Yeah, so you're never gonna hear you might be able to dig up some articles about Dean, but for the most part, nobody hears about him.
Yeah, I mean
the only
time he ran the biggest sports book in the fucking country for a long fucking time. That guy, he had a huge like $100 million sports book.
And he wound up getting himself pinched because he was going by Blaze's Cafe.
Oh yeah, I see. Put himself out there, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What were
Chad.
you
Go ahead.
saying, Chuck?
No. Raymond Senior. He had a seat in the commission. He was really big then. Remember, Gordy used to go for advice. I guess Junior and Raymond Jr. went to the same military school.
Talking about patriarchal boy,
Yeah, Raymond Pechiak. Yeah,
not the
he's
guy
a
with the
black.
peanut cans, right?
Huh?
Not the peanut.
It was Patriarch's grandson. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he went to
right.
New York Military Academy. That's where Trump went. Trump went there too.
Really? I didn't know
Uh-huh.
Trump went there. Wow.
Yeah, Trump went to New York Military Academy. Yeah, the same school. That's
Yeah,
why
he
he's
was.
big. That's why he's big on the support and ship of the military. 'Cause he went to the military academy
Wow.
growing up.
Yeah, you're right. It was his grand. It wasn't Raymond Jr. It was the grandson. So it was Raymond Jr.'s son, probably.
So who was pissing in the can of peanuts then? Remember that story that Canarsie told?
Well, that was his grandpa.
Oh, I thought that was patriarchal.
No, his grandfather was grandfather Planters.
God damn it.
The
So
Planters peanut.
Jeff
Planters
said
peanut can.
Jeff said he doesn't bother with you no more, Smoke.
That's what I've been hearing, and they said it again tonight. Somebody else said it tonight in the chat, so I guess it must be true. He don't want
Well,
to come around here no more, man.
well, we apologize for that.
No, it's not your fault.
No, it is. It is.
No. Look.
Why, you like him, Smoke?
Yeah, I like Jeff. You know, he's never really done nothing bad to me. I understand he's a prick, and people.
He is a prick.
That's what I keep hearing from people lately. You know,
This
and
is
I think he knows that. You know, but he
this
can't
is
help.
this
Yeah.
is the thing though, right? Smoke is that we've invited him up here to have a conversation that could easily be resolved if somebody just
We have.
takes accountability and acts like a fucking man and just it could keep it moving. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like this, but
Right.
if somebody's gonna repeatedly come on and make little sideways comments and talk out the side of their mouth and direct shots at somebody, like what do you expect, man?
Yeah, if you keep trying to piss us off, we're just gonna keep pissing on you.
Yeah.
It could easily be. I don't have a personal issue with the guy. Just disagreement over something he said, and he just keeps doing the same shit and just keeps making little comments and directing shit at people. So what do you think's gonna happen?
Neither did I. He made it fucking personal.
That's what I mean. This is the it goes back to. I guess it goes back to what I always say, like advice I gave other people when they were had an issue with somebody, whatever. It's like you gotta remember that the people, the way you carry yourself and the people that you deal with that in life that handle themselves accordingly, and you expect a certain level of respect from people, even though people on here pretend that they come from that or they're from that, they aren't. You got to remember that. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't have expectations for certain people, even though they're pretending to be something that they're fucking not. You got to remember who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? And that's why I think shit on here turns into what it does, is because you're having that level of expectability that somebody's gonna carry themselves a certain way, and when they don't, that's when the problems happen.
Yeah.
Like when he had the issue with Gene on the show that day when he was talking to him like that. Like we all could have told him fucking that was gonna happen if he spoke to the guy like that, but for some reason he didn't see it coming, or he didn't think that it was the right response he was gonna get from the guy. It's like we could have all told you that was gonna happen before you fucking did it. Well, I wasn't surprised by it. Were you?
I mean, there's ways to say things,
I think he did it because he knew that Gene couldn't get at him. You think he would do that if Gene was in the same room as him?
No, but that's what my point is that these people come on here and they act a certain way and they do certain shit, and they don't understand that the people that they're talking to, you don't act like that or do that. They wouldn't do that to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and why would you announce where fucking cooperating witness lives?
He did that? I didn't know he did
Stop
that.
by and say hello and have coffee.
He said fucking Tommy McLaughlin lives in New Jersey with another cooperating witness.
No,
I forgot
that's
his
not
name. He showed a picture of the guy. I didn't know where he lived. Now I do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like shit like that is like a good way to get your head cracked open, man.
Right.
How do you know this guy's not watching this shit and he's not going to take it upon himself to fucking? He might not say nothing on here, but who the fuck knows somebody's show? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like he lives in fucking Hawaii or something.
I mean, he gets a few thousand views, right, on his fucking shows. So now a few thousand people just heard he lives in New Jersey.
Yeah, and you don't know, and the thing too is that he's constantly making comments about, the mob's dead. Then he was insulting the boss of the Bonanno family the other day, talking shit about them. Like, I don't know, man.
And I don't give a fuck if he's got it on his Facebook page or something. You still don't announce it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like just because somebody else does it, I should do it too. That type of shit.
Yeah, or even the fucking if you caught the guy in a Facebook photo, him and his wife in New Jersey or something, and now you know he lives in New Jersey. Why announce it? I'm sure he didn't tell you to announce it.
No. Oh, Ray Bork. I used to play hockey with his kid actually in Cape Cod League.
Yeah,
Cape
he's
Cod
got a
boy.
restaurant in the North End. You know that, right, Carmen?
No, I didn't
Ray
know that.
Bork.
No.
Yeah, he's had it for about, I think, almost 10 years now. It does
What kind of
pretty good.
food?
Too. What do you think?
All right.
Italian.
That's funny.
You know what happened though? He was driving home once. And I think he's sober now. He got arrested for DWI. Yeah, coming home from the restaurant once. He's a
Oh,
very
This
yeah.
nice guy. Yeah, he's
in
a very nice guy.
this day and age, it is so easy to get a fucking arrested for DWI. I don't know why
Yeah.
anybody would attempt it.
It's
Right.
stupid.
But you know what they say, Howie? It's so easy to get an Uber or a Lyft instead of
There's no
driving.
Yeah,
excuse
So
anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no
there's no
Guy,
excuse
excuse,
for it.
right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
watch videos of guys that blow zeros. They still get locked up because they think they're impaired on
I
speed.
hate that shit, man. I hate that shit. If you're under the limit, you're under the limit. They should let you go, even if you blew a .6 or something.
Well, no, what they're saying is that they're under suspicion of DUI for a controlled substance.
Is
Then
that what it means?
they want to draw blood then.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
they make you go through the whole fucking the DUI fucking exercises that are designed for you to fucking fail, and then you blow zeros. They still take you in.
Cocksuckers.
But
They're gonna
that's
do
Yeah,
what they
why
want to do.
sometimes
that's
they deny it. Some people say you can deny it, right? You don't have to take
yeah.
the test.
You
Yeah, but
well
kiss
you
your insurance goodbye and whatever else the
well
fuck.
Yeah,
no,
suspend
you
your
can.
license.
Yeah, you can deny a sobriety test, but you're gonna get an automatic license suspension in fucking a year, 6 months, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah,
Jesus.
They basically fuck you.
right.
It's one of them things where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you are gonna blow over it, it don't matter. You know what I mean?
Pause. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between a DUI and a DWI. It's driving under the influence or driving with intoxication. It's two different charges.
Yep.
So
They always lie and say they smell alcohol. They smell weed. Your eyeballs are pinned.
yeah, those fucking say anything. Them DUIs, when I heard them shits cost you like 10,000 a clip these days.
Damn. Yeah, it's costly. It's a
Yeah, then
pain
you
in
got to
the
get
ass.
that fucking intoxilator shit put on your car and then pay every month and
I,
fucking.
Then
I
you got
forgot.
programmed.
I forgot what state, what county, but recently, or maybe not so recently, like some fucking police fucking station had a fucking. They overturned like fucking 200 DUIs because of the illegal shit they were pulling on people.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Wow. I'm sure that happens all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Well,
They
Howie, there was a judge, right, Howie, that they had reverse come. You must have heard this. The judge, they had to let all these people out of jail for getting busted for coke and drugs because she's
yeah.
fucked up. Yeah.
I saw. Well, I also saw a fucking video of a cop that was actually planting drugs in people's cars, and he got
Oh, I
fucking
saw that one.
locked up for it and got a lot of fucking jail time for it.
Yeah, rightfully so too. I think they had to
Yeah,
500 people or something crazy like that. 500
yeah.
cases on the guy.
They caught him on camera, fucking slipping the fucking bag in the fucking car.
The one that was in the back seat, the plastic bag, right?
Yeah, something. He did it to a few people.
Yeah,
Well,
I think I
Howie,
seen
that's one reason why they got to use probably the body cams now, right?
So now every person he locked up for drugs, they got their fucking cases overturned.
Yeah, overturned. Yeah. Well, the one that I saw wasn't even on the cop's body cam. The kid had his fucking camera and his phone going on his own, and he was like, "What the fuck did you just throw in the car?" And his camera caught it. He was throwing a plastic baggie in the back seat of his car while he was searching him.
Chad, these guys are getting locked up that we're talking about. They had body cameras on, and they still did this shit.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And they still try to pull the shit. Wow.
Yep.
So, Comet, it's a good thing that kid had his phone on, camera on.
Yeah, he's lucky.
You ever,
He's lucky the cop didn't take it from him.
you ever see the video of the fucking? I think it was like an Asian looking cop, or maybe like a, I don't know, something like that. He got caught stealing fucking money from a fucking
Oh yeah, the
guy.
900.
Yeah, the 900. Yep.
Yeah, the black dude. Yeah, he put it in the side door of his
Oh, I saw
police
that
cruiser
when they came back to the garage, right?
station.
Yeah.
No, it
Yeah.
was like a Spanish cop, I think.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought it was
yeah.
Asian,
Could be. Yeah, like an Asian looking Spanish guy, like
Yeah.
maybe
Filipino or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
remember that
the
was a few years ago. Yeah.
yeah, the guy in the handcuffs was like, he got my money in the fucking side door. The big faces, the blue ones, they're right there.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
took the cash,
And everybody's staring at each other.
and then
And the cops like,
then the cops took him into the interrogation room.
Yep.
Damn, man.
yeah, that
And
guy
he
got
got-
arrested, fired, and I think he got time in jail too, didn't he?
Yeah,
What an
he had a
embarrassment.
fucking. You see him taking off his fucking belt with his gun and turning in his badge.
Yeah. Over $900.
Wait,
What
what
an
about
idiot.
the other cop that got caught getting a blowjob and he locked himself in the car?
Oh, in the back seat.
No
I
way,
saw that
really?
one.
Wow.
I saw
I
it.
didn't see
Yeah,
that.
I forgot what happened. The guy was under suspicion because I guess some chicks or something like reported him or whatnot, and he had been pulled over on the side with the person in his car for like a extended period of time, and they sent the unit out to go see him, and the motherfucker was in the back seat with the bitch, and he was saying his excuse was that he was trying to like adjust her seatbelt in the back, and the door
And the
shut
door
behind him,
line. Yeah.
You
and
know
he
how many
forgot the
times
radio
that
for help.
happened, though? Where the cops it used to happen in the combat zone, getting blowjobs from the hookers and shit all the time.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, there's one
Blowjobs galore. Yeah.
Yeah, you ever saw the fucking case with the that cop, that Daniel Holtzclaw fucking case, the Asian
Oh
like
yeah.
American cop?
Yeah. I saw
Man,
it.
what's your opinion on that? Because I don't know, man. I don't know if that guy's actually guilty or not. I'm like 50-50 on it. I can't figure that one out.
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
familiar.
I when I saw it, I leaned towards guilty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like 50-50 on it. Some of the shit just don't add up. But he probably did do it. But he
I
swears
might
he's
have
fucking
now
innocent.
that you're raising a red flag. I might have to watch it again to see what it is that you saw.
Well, the cop did what? I'm not familiar with
He
the story.
murdered. Didn't he? Oh, he was sexually abusing.
Yeah, he was
Fucking.
sexually assaulting fucking women and
Yeah.
shit supposedly.
Yeah.
I
But
kind of
there
remember
was
this.
Yeah, there was two different instances. One of them was this older black lady and shit like that claimed that he had pulled her over or picked her up like off duty or something and sexually harassed her and shit like that. But then when they went to the what the fuck is it called? Like the data from the GPS from the cruise or whatever, because they're all on like GPS and shit like that. The time frame and everything like that didn't add up, and he wasn't in that area that they said. And that another one, I forget exactly what happened, but he had an explanation that I'd have to go back and watch. It was a little while ago. I don't want to say something that's not correct, man. I'd have to go
Yeah, it
back and
was like
watch it.
the black lady was really ugly, and he made her lift her shirt or something.
Yeah. She was like a fuck, and yeah, he was like married with a wife and shit like that. I mean, I'm not saying that means the guy's not gonna do it, but it just didn't seem like that was his like cup of tea, so to speak, you know.
Yeah.
Another guy
Well,
got caught with fucking child porn on his phone.
oh shit, I didn't see that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I saw that. The cop, Howie, that
Yeah.
had. Yeah.
yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. You know what? When you're supposed to be, you're a cop, it's twice as worse. I'm sorry. Than a regular
yeah.
person. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
That's
supposed to
what
protect and serve. You're
that
sworn in.
Eppolito's a piece of shit. Eppolito and Caracappa, those motherfuckers.
Oh, come on.
Real
There's nobody worse
scumbags.
than those two. They were murdering people for fucking.
Yeah.
They got a
fucking
fucking guy killed for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yeah, well, that was
I
half
wonder how
Castro's
many
fault too, but
people. I wonder how many people they killed that had killed. You know what I mean? Had something to do with
Yeah.
it.
Probably at
well,
least 10.
what
Yeah.
they get convicted of, like 6 or 7 or something, right?
That many? Yeah. I thought maybe just 1 or 2.
No,
Well,
I
no,
think
I
it was
mean
more than
that they
that.
were they were suspected. I know convicted. They got convicted of the Danny Guido one, and I think the one with
What was the
what's
kid
his
there that
Bobby
they
Borriello,
gave to what's his name, and then he tortured and killed him. Remember they grabbed the
Nicky
kid.
Guido.
No, it was so he's got blonde hair. What the freak was his
Oh,
name?
that was the
And
one that Ruggiero sent over there to shoot Casso.
Heidel.
Casso,
Heidel.
yeah, he tortured him.
Yeah,
There you
Jimmy
go, Howie.
Heidel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
Jimmy
mother,
Heidel.
know how he got caught? The
He
mother picked
saw
him
him on
out.
TV.
Yeah, exactly. On the Goodfellas, he was in or something. She saw him on TV. Right.
He was on Sally
Or
Jesse Raphael.
some
Yeah.
show about the book or something. Yeah, coming up.
Yeah,
Right.
Sally Jesse Raphael show he was on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was living
Hmm.
in Vegas at the time, the big one. Yeah,
No, they were both
Eppolito.
in Vegas. They were fucking neighbors.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
living next
But
door to each
Eppolito
other
was
in
the big
Vegas.
one, right?
they
I
wanted to
think
Yeah,
his
keep an eye
family
on
yeah,
was
each
in the
other.
I
house.
was about to say, yeah, they wanted to keep an eye on each other, make sure
yeah.
one doesn't think on the other.
Right.
I bet you that's why they did that.
Remember me? Remember what we did? Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
Caracappa and fucking Eppolito,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
They were working for Gasso, you right? Yep.
Well, the Nicky Guido kid that they killed that had just bought the car, they looked up, they had the wrong fucking guy. They just didn't like completely look at the guy's info. They fucking murdered him on the side of the road, showing his uncle his car or something, some shit like
Yeah.
that. It was the wrong guy, the wrong fucking
Yeah,
kid.
the
That
wrong Nicky
fucking
Guido, right? Yeah.
Danny Marino had to give the okay on both of his nephews.
That's so
Yeah,
fucked
Jimmy and
up.
Frank. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
That's the rules, huh?
yeah. His sister's kids.
That's crazy, right?
What do you think's going through his head? Is he cold hearted about it, or because he's
Hey,
got his, you know?
The
Yeah.
rules are the rules.
that's the life, man.
Yeah. Well, I forget the Frank Heidel, the one they murdered at the nightclub or whatever. I forgot what the fuck he did exactly. I don't remember now. You
Didn't he
remember what that
fucking
was?
disrespect somebody?
Heidel?
I'm trying to
Yeah,
think, man.
one
Yeah,
of
well, he was.
one of the other brothers.
Yeah, Frank. Frank got murdered in like the early 2000s at the nightclub. Jimmy was the one gas pipe killed, but Frank got killed for some other reason. I forget why. I just can't remember. It was at like a
Didn't the second
nightclub,
one also
Brooklyn.
have to do with gas pipe?
Yeah, I thought so.
No.
Didn't one of them have something to do with the Frank the Chico or
Something
something?
he
Gas
went
pipe
into a
wanted
bar
them.
with a dog.
Yeah, Frank Heidel went into a nightclub a nightclub or something in Staten
They
Island, I think, and they
they
killed
started
him.
dating a girl and they beat her up.
I don't remember honestly,
He
man.
started dating a girl and him and another guy fucking. She did something and him and another guy fucking threw her into a van and they fucking beat her up. I think they
Possibly.
killed her. I think they might have killed her.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Damn.
Maybe somebody in the chat knows. I
You
just
know
don't
what
remember
was
off the top of
weird?
my head.
Remember Picasso did that interview on TV, right? And
Yeah.
then he didn't remember one of their names. He said the two cops, and then he got Eppolito right, but he couldn't remember the other. Come on now. If you ever saw that interview they did from jail, remember? And then
Yeah, he didn't know Caracappa. He just described him as
yeah,
skinny. He said a skinny guy. He
yeah,
only knew
yeah,
Eppolito or whatever.
yeah.
Which is, he might have had limited contact with Caracappa.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said his contact was Eppolito. Basically, that was just his partner. He didn't
Oh,
have nothing to
that's
do with him
why.
directly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he claimed, anyways.
Well, then they dropped him too. Remember? He was going to make a deal, and then they didn't even want him no more.
The Heidel case might have been. They might have thought he was an informant or something. I don't. I'm trying to remember. Fucking. I remember the kid that killed him and shit. It was like an Irish kid or something
Yeah.
that wound up killing him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there might have been multiple reasons.
Yeah, it could have been. Could have been. But I think they suspected him of being an informant or something. That was like the main thing. But
Yeah, they might have put that label on him after he did that shit to the lady.
yeah, true. I think they got like 30 something years in that case, I think.
I mean, when you listen to Panisi's story, it sounds like
Which one?
the story when he the reason why they started thinking he was a rat because they put a label on him over that girl.
Oh, Panisi. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're capable of fucking doing that. Guy
Oh yeah, for
fucking.
sure.
He's, it seemed like fucking his captain's fucking brother had a thing going on with the girl, and there was some jealousy there, and they put a fucking bad wire on Panisi, and
Yeah.
I know
that's
people.
about it.
I know people they done it to in the drug business and shit to try to get people out of the way.
Yeah,
It's
I
a dirty
believe his
business.
story. I believe that story,
Hey, he's probably telling the truth. I don't have any reason to doubt it.
especially when it comes to fucking women. They'll
That
get
was
you
with
killed.
this. That was with the Big John guy or something, right?
Yeah, Big John and his brother were fucking hitting on this girl.
Yeah, so that's fucked up.
Boobs
And he
there,
was made at the
thinking,
time too, right? That's like the
yeah,
number one rule.
yeah.
She was the
Crazy.
ultimate guma, huh?
But they had the ear of the higher ups at the time, and
That's all it takes.
yeah.
And these guys are all married, right? But they're fighting over this chick.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what their status was, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I
But
know.
who the
I
fuck?
think
Who the
Big
fuck
John
knows?
was married. I believe. I don't know about his brother.
I think his son. I think I saw something. His son passed away recently or something. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drugs,
like an overdose, drugs or something.
probably fat.
Crazy. That shit's affecting everybody. No good, man.
That's why you see some of these people blaming mothers and fathers for their kids. Whatever happens to them because of the drugs. These people don't understand. Like once those drugs get a hold of somebody, nobody's gonna stop them.
It can happen to anybody, man. All walks of life. No matter how good you raise the kid,
Yeah,
it
unless you
happens, man.
fucking lock that kid in the closet.
Yeah,
You
even
know.
then, as soon as they get the door open, forget about it.
Yep.
You just gotta try to keep them out of a bad neighborhood and around bad people. That's all. But you
Yeah,
can't
just do
avoid
your
it
best. That's
sometimes.
it.
The kid's gonna do what the kids want to do.
Listen, you move out of the neighborhood, the kid's gonna fucking find his way back.
Yeah.
That drug is a fucking. It'll grab if it grabs a hold of you, like the people who have battled through it or whatever, only had an addiction for a short period of time or whatever. You should consider yourself extremely lucky.
Mm.
That shit takes your soul. A lot of people.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, and to put the blame on people's parents, it's not fair.
No, it's not.
Nah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are some people's parents that are to blame, but for the most part, yeah, you
Some
can't.
people are
Of
assholes.
course.
Yeah.
There's always,
Some people are assholes.
But to put everybody in the same bucket and do that, it's not right.
Yeah.
No.
Definitely not fair.
Thank you, Becky.
Speaking of, remember that chick that used to come on here, that crazy broad
Who's that?
with the dog? Wasn't her name Becky too?
The dog
No.
was named Gotti.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Remember her?
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't come around here. She came on Angel's show. I
Yeah.
forgot her name.
Chickies.
Becky. I think it was Becky.
Oh, hold
Becky
on.
O. Becky O.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
it was.
that's what
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, there you go, Becky. Oh, that was it. Yeah, with the Gotti, with the dog Gotti, dude. Yeah.
He flipped on Angel too.
Yo, this guy's been meaning. He's been meaning to meet you guys. This is Sal.
What's
Yes,
up,
What's
Sal?
up, Sal?
I got them both, my two favorite. What's up, Howie? What's up,
What's
Common
up, Sal?
Sense?
What's up, Sal? How you doing, buddy?
I always love your debates, Common Sense, for the last years. I've always agreed with everything you said. And Howie, you're like my favorite dude that comes on panels and shit. And my first wife's from Howard Beach, and she was part of like the like Bam's Towing World and that kind of crew and over there. And
I know, Bam.
I know a lot of people from Howard Beach and shit. We might know some of the same people. Her father owned the Lindenwood Diner. And
Well, I taught Common everything he knows.
oh yeah,
The Lindenwood
yeah,
Diner. That's an infamous place, huh?
Yeah, I know where it is.
yeah. He owns the Lindenwood Diner and the Sage Diner. The Sage Diner closed, but they were both
Bam
pretty
had a
famous.
body shop and a towing fucking place, I think.
Yeah. He was at my wedding. He gave me the biggest present out of anyone, and I barely met him, but you know, she was very close to him because she didn't have her father didn't. She wasn't Greek. Like basically her dad banged the waitress, and then his mother didn't let him see like the kid. So she would hang out at the Lindenwood Diner every night and not even be able to say hello to her father. It was part of their deal for money and shit. And so the guy from BAM like was like a second father to her, gave her first job. Her first boyfriend was like from there. I ended up becoming good friends with all the tow truck drivers there and selling weed to them, and they were selling weed to me.
Did you ever meet Jack? Jack
Jack
Bonaventure?
No, but one person who was at every event and every party and every wedding I've ever been to with that crew was the guy who's on all the latest Jerry Capecci articles. The guy John Regano with the bald head.
Yeah, didn't he drive a truck?
No, he was like a mate guy. He was like their guy. He was like protecting them. And then supposedly he gave the that guy Bazoo, exactly.
Yeah.
And he ended up moving out to Franklin Square, but he was always with them. He was always alone with all these younger kids, and I guess he looked out for them or whatever.
You still see Ben?
Who?
Ben. Do you still see him?
Not since he got robbed. I haven't seen him. You know, I'm divorced from that. I have a daughter with that woman, and I do go to that neighborhood. My daughter's godmother still lives on Sutter Avenue in Ozone Park, so I do go out there sometimes. But Bams I haven't seen since he got tied up in that home invasion thing.
Oh yeah.
Damn, when the hell that happened?
That happened when Vinny Asaro was in jail. They decided they weren't going to protect him no more, and I think Gene Borello claims he had something to do with it, and they tied him up, and they got a lot of cash and jewelry from him. He was very, very, very rich and very cash rich. You know, he was.
I know. When I was in the street, Jack Bonaventure was a captain in the Bonanno family. That I know for a fact.
I've heard that name. I know that. Yeah, I've known that name. Didn't he like turn down a position? They offered him like a high position, and he turned it down.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know he was captain when I left.
Yeah, there was something in the paper once that they even wanted him to have a higher position after people got arrested, and he like turned it down because he didn't want the heat and all that shit. But yeah, I've heard that name too, but I never met him.
Yeah, I know Jack and Bam for many years.
Nice.
What'd you say? You had a body shop or a tow truck company? Or both?
Both.
Oh, both? Oh, okay.
It was like a one-stop shop. They were like ambulance chasers and referring people to doctors and all the, you know, they were just doing everything. The tow truck drivers there were making like 5 G's a week. Like, it was crazy what was going on there.
Yeah, back then they were chasing accidents.
Yeah,
that's a real thing too.
Yeah,
they make good money off that.
They listen to the scanner, and when the accident comes over, they take off.
Hell yeah!
They got their trucks all done up and shit.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Don't they regulate all the areas that them trucks can go to now though? Is that part of the reason why?
They started doing that. Last time I heard, when I was still in the street, they started like giving people areas.
Yeah, because then it would avoid people from being able to do that ambulance chase and shit and fucking controlling fucking.
Well, yeah, they had kind of a monopoly.
The guys fighting. Guys getting in fist fights over fucking who's gonna tow a car and fucking get the car.
There was sit downs over fucking shit like that.
Yeah.
It's funny. My first wife's cousin was even before BAMS. They were the Mazzio family, and they had the Mike's Towing, and they were the original like monopoly of the tow truck company. And they've been indicted like every 10 years. They're in the paper for, doing some shady shit with like paying off councilmen for zones and shit. And I mean, BAM's is like small compared to their operation. It's insane. They got like every place from Westchester to basically where BAM starts in Queens. And yeah, tow truck is an interesting industry.
Yeah, I can imagine. They probably run into all
But
kinds of shit.
the guy's name is Mike Mazzio, and I think it was Mike's Towing. He was like literally the original tow truck company.
Mike, the tow truck driver?
No, not Mike the tow truck driver.
That's the guy that was in the chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was him, cuz.
Yeah, two friends of mine had body shops down the block from BAM's called Final Touch.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty good name, actually.
The Final Touch.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
That sounds like a massage parlor. Yeah. Final Touch. Yeah. That's a good name for
that was
was
the body shop where I was doing target practice in the basement, and the fucking bullets were ricocheting behind me.
Oh shit! Jesus Christ!
I was shooting into a fucking cement wall like an idiot.
Anybody
yeah,
else
we grew
down
up
there
with.
with
We had to nickname him One Eye Joe, man. That's what happened to him, man. He got his eye fucking shot out, like the fucking kid in the Red Ryder BB gun fucking thing.
Jesus.
22 in the fucking eyeball, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, idiot. These dudes are throwing bullets at the pavement.
You gotta be careful, man. Yeah. Some people don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Fucking stupid bastards, man.
Yeah, that's how I met on this show. I was on with Frank because he was talking about this guy that was like, he kind of mentored me. He taught me how to grow weed and shit. This guy Peter Zaccaro, and he was a fucking lunatic. I'm sure you heard that name maybe. I don't know if you knew him.
Yeah, they
Howie.
were the
Peter
ones. They were the
Zaccaro.
ones that fucking did that shit to fucking Sliwa.
No. Peter Zaccaro was the guy who killed. He killed one of Frank Fertolino's cousins or something because for this Bonanno guy. But Vinny Asaro
Oh,
and
he's
them.
not talking about Bud. I thought he was talking about Bud Zaccaro.
Yeah, I'm talking about
yeah.
Bud. Pete Bud Zaccaro. Yeah.
Yeah.
He basically taught, like, he came to Long Island and like told all the drug dealers, you either work with me or I'm gonna kill all your parents and shit. And like he was like smacking people's fathers around. He was a lunatic, and I started working with him, and he actually taught me how to grow weed. And I was telling him I was a recovering addict. I'm only 4 months clean right now, and my first shot of heroin was a Peter Zaccaro. He was a mentor to me, but he also gave me PTSD because he was a fucking psychopath. And I always say he was very underrated because he made a lot of money off that weed because he only did retail. He would grow like $5,000 pound weed, and he would break it all up into 20s at 0.7 of a gram and make
12,965. Motherfucker.
Yeah,
That's what they were doing back in the day when they were doing all like the New York City haze and shit like that, because you would get 10 bags off every quarter, so you get 40 off every ounce.
Yeah,
because it was fluffy enough to pass for a gram. And how many gram buyers are really back then were carrying those mini scales in their pocket? Now I'm sure they do.
Nobody.
I think it was only like 2 joints.
Yeah, they used to sell them.
You didn't even
coffins.
put this weed. When this weed first came out, everybody in Long Island. I mean, he changed the game. We had to go talk people into.
So you're talking about in the early 2000s then.
No, I'm talking about mid 90s, 96, 95.
Yeah, you ever hear of Sean Dunn?
I know the name very
Sean
well.
Dunn.
I don't know why I know him.
He was big in the weed business for like 30 years.
Yeah, the name is very familiar.
95, 96 with the haze. I don't know.
Yeah,
about that.
95, 96. Peter Zaccaro he came up to me, and he had regs, and it was like 500 pounds.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the haze. There's no way the haze was.
No, listen, I'm talking about.
I don't know about the Uptown.
No.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
Uptown.
so in 95, 96,
Church haze.
we had regs. Then all of a sudden, Peter Zaccaro came out of jail with $100 seeds. They were Sensi seeds, Big Bud seeds, New York
Oh yeah,
City
you're talking about the
seeds.
Canadian. Yeah, that was the BC Bud out of Canada.
No, not even. It was
Beasters.
BC Bud's very heavy, and an ounce looks like a quarter ounce. This was very fluffy and light. It was AK-47. It was very different, but it would smell your whole block up. They had to tape the 20 bags shut and staple them.
What years were that?
This
You must be
was
talking about
literally, I was a
mid-90s.
senior in high school. I got arrested for 5 pounds in 1996. I got a youthful offender.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes
and
sense.
literally, I had to go to drug dealers that year and say, I know you're used to paying $500 a pound, and I had to teach them how to weigh this new bud out and say, now you're paying $5,000 a pound, but you're going to make $13,000 off it instead of, because if you do the math, 0.7 times a pound, it equals $12,965. And, we all, instead of corners in Long Island, we work beepers. So,
what month in 1996? What month?
Yeah, the sky pages.
I was arrested in October actually of 95, I guess.
Tupac Shakur was still alive. Yeah.
Because I graduated in 96.
Fun fact.
Yeah,
But Peter Zaccaro had just came out of jail for an armored car heist. And in jail, people taught him how to do this, and they sold him $100.
He testified in the junior trial, didn't he? Wasn't Zaccaro one of the witnesses, right?
He actually was a witness for John Sr. back in the day when I knew him.
Okay.
Because he said, his famous line was, what am I, Santa Claus? Because Bruce Cutler called him to say he didn't give him any proceeds from the armored car heist.
That's not true.
They're
going to make Angel show.
No, yeah, I was talking to Angel about this already.
I'm just joking.
And but he did testify against Junior. He testified against Charles Carneglia. He was his best man at his wedding.
You don't have to kick up. You don't have to kick up money when you rob a bank or an armored car.
No.
Yeah, well, that's what he said at the trial. He said, "I didn't kick up any money."
Wow.
Doesn't matter.
So Vinny Asaro hated him because he shot Ronald. He had a body shop with Bobby Gialonzo, Ron's brother. And one night after he did a score, he showed up at the body shop covered in black, and he was unrecognizable, and the dog attacked him. They had like attack dogs guarding the body shop. So Peter Zaccaro shot the dog, and it was Vinny Asaro's dog. And that's how like a sit down happened, and Vinny Asaro hated his guts after that and wanted him killed, and he ended up being like traded to the Gambinos, and like he was put under a guy like named Iggy something, some old timer that hung out with John Gotti.
Another guy you don't hear about.
Yeah, he was put under that guy, and I mean that guy couldn't even control him.
That's who A-Light was in the car with Junior outside of Gotti's court date that time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the other interesting thing about...
You don't hear shit about Iggy. He was a long-time Gambino.
The only time you heard about Iggy was during the time where fucking John Gotti's grandson, something was going on with the fucking... During that fucking Peter Tuccio fucking era.
Oh, the car thing, yeah. The car, yeah. The fire.
Yeah, the fire, yeah.
Yeah.
And way back in the day, you heard about him as being one of the shooters in the Castellano hit, but it turned out not to be true or something.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, the guy was a low-key guy, you know? Like,
yeah.
You rarely heard anything about him.
But Vinny Asaro would... Peter Zaccaro had no fear. People don't know that. He's very underrated, but he did fear John Gotti Sr. And Vinny Asaro used to always go to John Gotti and say, he's doing heroin, kill the fuck. And that's the only time I would ever see Peter nervous, because I would be at his house, because he lived on Long Island for a while, because he married DB's daughter, Cindy DiBernardo's daughter, after his first wife, who was from Howard Beach. His second wife was in Hewlett Harbor out on Long Island. The guy Sammy Gravano killed, Robert DiBernardo. His daughter was who Peter Zaccaro married. A lot of people don't know that. Later in the 90s, in like 99.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, I'm sure you knew that. But like people like Jeff Nadeau was trying to tell me I was making that shit up and shit. Like I'm like, bro, I've been
Oh,
to.
that's definitely.
I literally lived at that house for like fucking 15 years,
Oh, what do you
bagging
know,
up weed.
Sal?
But
Yeah, right.
so what was my point of that? Oh, so like nobody had any real control over him, and even when he was with the Banana guy, like this guy Frank Bonomo was his name. He didn't kick up anything to him. He just did favors for him, like if someone owed him money, he collected and shit like that. And that's how he got into heroin, was that guy's son. But also another interesting fun fact about Peter Zaccaro is in my drug addiction, and like I said, I'm 4 months clean. In my addiction, where my life fell apart, Peter Zaccaro is the only human being I have ever seen not go through opiate withdrawal. It didn't matter. He could do heroin for a week straight and then go like 2 months without doing heroin. And to this day, have never seen anybody that could do that. And I don't know if I'm complimenting him or whatever with that, but it's
Yeah,
little
I don't know
strange.
whether or not to say he was lucky or not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird fact. And I just think he's got a crazy story, and not many people mention him.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I hated his guts at the end. He gave me PTSD so bad that I still feel my left leg shake because it feels like my beeper's going off.
Did you
Because he
ever
had this
meet?
thing.
Did you ever meet his brother Steven?
Yes, he was a sweetheart. Actually, I love Steven better than him. He was tougher than him too.
Yeah, well, I heard a story when I was younger that Steven pulled up with a dead body in the car and said, "Hey, say hello to my friend Vinny."
Oh, I heard about that story. Yeah.
Yeah, but to us Long Island kids, Stephen was much nicer than Peter. If we didn't, the reason I was saying my leg would shake to this day is because if he beeped you and you didn't call him back within 5 minutes, he would go nuts on you. Me and him, he's physically attacked me probably over 6 or 7 times. And I was literally like 15 years old when I met him, and this was going on. Because then he went to jail because he was so retail that even though he had like 10 grow houses and shit, all his employees he wouldn't sell weight to. It was already bagged up, and he would give them like a paycheck, an envelope on Friday. And they, like I said, they would work beepers. But if they were busy or something, he would actually work the beeper. And this guy would show up, and he was the boss of the whole thing. And he would show up and sell you 20 bags. Like, it was crazy. We used to call him Peg Leg because his first wife like ran his leg over or some shit, and he limped.
Peg Leg. I heard a motherfucker named Peg Leg.
And but so that's why he ended up ratting. It was because he got caught selling weed so many times. He got the Kingpin Act, and they were going to give him life in jail. And he had bodies too, but.
Oh, now I was about to say nowadays they give him a medal and probably give him a weed store and shit. Tell him, open up shop. But if you got bodies, it's a different story. But
one of my old,
I don't know. I mean, I hear the story that his ex-wife fucking ran him over, but then I also heard a story that Brendan Gebbett ran him over.
Johnny Gebbett's brother?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't know which one. Maybe they were both true.
None of that came from his mouth. That was before my time with him. He already was limping by the time I met him. So I don't know the true story of that either. I'm very honest about shit like that.
Yeah, I gotta ask
Yeah.
Gay, like, he should know that story.
Johnny
Yeah,
Gabbett.
he probably would.
No, what I'm saying is, I've also heard the story about the wife from other people as well, not just you.
So she ran him over, huh?
Yeah, that's. I mean, maybe she did too, But I always heard a story about. Also, remember a story that I don't know, something happened with Brendan Gebbett and he hit him with the car.
Yeah, I could believe either one of those, but that's just the first wife was the one we always heard out here. And, like I said,
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
come.
it could have been both situations were true.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It didn't
Just
come
bad
from his
luck.
mouth. So I
Yeah.
can't vouch for that either way.
He could have started telling people it was his ex-wife because he didn't want to say it was Brendan Gebbett. Who knows?
Yeah.
Where you from? Sal? Queens?
South Shore, Long Island, like Long Beach area.
Long Island.
He's from
Long
Baldwin.
Island.
You're a Baldwin guy.
Strong
My
Island.
wife, my current wife is from Baldwin. Yeah, but
Oh yeah.
I'm from a town called Oceanside.
Oh,
Oh,
Oceanside.
Oceanside.
Yeah, I used
I
to
know
be
what that
around
is.
there. Yeah, he's a good
Yeah,
pussy
I know
on
what that is.
Oceanside, boy.
Gotcha. What were you doing? You said you were doing the pills or something?
I used to do a lot of pills and all that, but I've been on Suboxone for 8 years. But most recently, I got into heavy duty benzos and crack, and
Oh
I
man.
started. I totaled like 1,000,000 cars, and I would take like 11 or 12 Xanax bars at a time, and I
Jesus.
would just do really messy shit, and
Oceanside's a nice neighborhood. What the fuck's going on out there?
No fentanyl at all, Sal?
fentanyl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when fentanyl first came around, I was selling heroin and I was using it to cut it, but now it's all fentanyl. But I haven't done it since it became all fentanyl. I've been off opiates since then.
Oh, that's
All
good
right.
though.
That's good.
Need a
Yeah, that's
baby.
good.
Yeah, but the Suboxone ruined my teeth. I'm getting new teeth on July 16th. I've been on Suboxone 8 years now, and my teeth fucking rotted out.
From
But that
Suboxone?
could have been the crack too. But
Well,
Suboxone
wasn't there a
doesn't
class
work.
action suit?
Yeah, I just got the letter today or yesterday, and the lawyer. I'm involved in that. Yeah, because I had a nice set of choppers before I took Suboxone.
Really?
Yeah,
Why does it mess your teeth up though? I don't get it. What's in it that messes your teeth up?
because you have to. It's not a
Those
pill you
chemicals.
take. It's
Huh?
a sublingual. It's a sublingual that you take. Most people take 3 times a day and let it dissolve under your tongue. So the juices are in your mouth, like the nasty shit
Just
sitting
rots.
in
All those chemicals just sitting there rotting your teeth.
sitting in your
Yeah.
teeth,
Really?
and your gums.
You would have to brush your teeth more often than to prevent that. Like
I-
after you
Even
pop the
that,
pill.
I
I
think
was a
it.
psycho with that. Yeah, even that didn't help.
Yeah.
I think it raises your pH levels.
Oh yeah, that's what causes it?
I believe so.
Really? I never heard that before. That's crazy. What is SBK asking?
Oh, he said he saw your name in the title last night of the douchebag show.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, SBK, you haven't heard what's going on?
I guess he's been out of the loop.
Oh man, you missed a doozy, my friend.
Shouts to SBK, man.
Yeah, Canarsie got caught pretending to be Italian again.
No, I didn't. I fooled you. I knew you were gonna do that.
Yeah, you gotta I guess watch the show from when we come on here, I guess, right? Or the other day, I forget which fucking show it was.
I watched Canarsie the
Or
last
FBS. I
few
watched those
days.
on FBS. I talked about on there too. He's fighting with him too, threatening to strike everybody's
Yeah.
channels and shit, being a scumbag. But we talked about it on here, and then the other day we talked about it too, Smoker. No, or just
Yeah.
tonight.
I just watched you on FBS on my TV like right before I jumped on. So I know I learned all about this guy. I only watched his show like since he started talking shit.
You
But
don't
he
remember
was
him
pretty.
from back in the day? You don't remember him like 10 years ago?
Canarsie?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't really into the YouTube scene. I'm still not really into the YouTube scene, but
Yeah.
I've been into it since I like met you guys, and all that. But like, and
When did you start watching
I
over
did
here?
an addiction and recovery show on FBS's channel once. That was it.
Oh, so is that when you started coming on? Was on that show or?
Pretty much, yeah. I
Okay.
saw one. I saw the one about Eli's daughter, and then somehow I got in a conversation with somebody in there, and he was like, "Yo, if you ever want to come on," and I went on one day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, damn, I'm sorry to hear that you went through all that. Hopefully everything you're doing better now, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, no,
There's 4 months clean now.
Good.
I'm doing much better than I thought. I got a crazy history, man, with drugs and stories and shit I've been through. But I got my family back. I got 2 kids. I got 2 wives, sort of, and
He said sorta. Great. Well, your new nickname over here is gonna be Crazy Sal then.
that's what my
I
pizza
call him
maker
Killer
calls me.
Sal, actually. Somebody call him Killer.
Oh, Killer Sal? All
Yeah,
right.
Killer Sal.
One of them. We'll take a vote on it. You're gonna get one of them later. We're gonna leave you with one of them.
When I owned a few pizza places, my nickname was Pazzo, and they say that means crazy.
Crazy,
in
yeah.
Sicilian.
Yeah.
But
Pazzo
I'm
Sal,
just,
huh?
Yeah,
Sally. We got the original Sally Ubats over here.
Sally
Yeah,
Ubats. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got Sally
that's a
Ubats
certain.
out
Yeah,
there.
that's a certain ring to it. I like that.
Yeah, we'll have to put that on your name when you come up here to
Sally Ubats.
Yeah.
I gotta unblock this guy. Somebody block this fucking guy, man. I gotta go look in the.
Damn, how the fuck were you? So you were doing the Suboxone shit with the Xanax and the crack, all 3 of them things at the same time?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! How the fuck you alive, man? Jesus, man.
The Suboxone doesn't really get me high anymore. It never got me high, actually. It just stopped the withdrawal.
Yeah.
But to this day, the problem is with Suboxone, I'm on it for life. Because to this day, I wake up with the flu every fucking day, and I haven't done that shit in 8 years.
Really?
And yeah, it's terrible to be stuck on the dose I'm on, and it's like methadone.
How much
What
do
happens?
you take, though?
What happens when you get your teeth fixed? What are you gonna do?
Smile.
I'm gonna have to wean off somehow, and not take as much. But I mean, I also recently got heart surgery and got a pacemaker put in and an ICD.
Damn.
So I can't just cold turkey this Suboxone shit. The cops took it from me once, and I had to cold turkey it, and it's the worst withdrawal I ever had in my life. And I won't go through it again. I refuse. I'm a pussy, whatever. I don't care. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'll end up doing heroin again.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, how many milligrams do you take of that, though?
I take 3 8-milligrams a day, so 24 milligrams.
Oh, okay. And it's hard to get off of that to lower it, though?
It's easy to lower it. The average person, hypothetically speaking, will get prescribed the 3 boxes and like sell the 2 and just take 1 a day.
Okay.
I'm not saying I do that for the record, but some people do that. Yeah.
Right. Wow.
So it's easy to get down to 8 milligrams, but to go lower than that is very hard.
Oh yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can get there, man.
Yeah, I hope so.
One day at a time, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're saying it's worse than. What is he saying? It's worse than opiate withdrawals. Paper that took.
Worse than opiate withdrawals.
Yeah, I don't have my glasses. I can't see anybody in the chat if they're breaking my balls or not. I guess last night.
A few of them are breaking your balls, but it's all right.
What are they saying?
Okay, Uncle, with his bullshit. He said there's a real lack of hair and teeth in this community. I took offense to that. I'm bald. We're part of the bald community. All right.
I'm on my way there.
Come on,
I
gay
just
uncle. That's
woke
not
up. I was,
nice.
Yeah,
yeah,
time and a place.
that's what,
Time and a place, gay uncle. What's going on over here? You know what I did hear that was funny earlier? I meant to come on when Tony Buick was on. I heard that comment that they made. Could you imagine if JC had his last words before he got killed?
Oh yeah.
He'd outlive everybody at the fucking place.
I
They
wonder
would
whatever
shut down the
happened to him.
prison.
Who the fuck knows?
He disappeared,
I
huh?
guess he did his big white underhorse interview and fucking rode off into the sunset. I don't know. That fucking guy.
Yeah.
What a character, bro. What is somebody has to do a study on here one day. Seriously. I like the fucking demented people that wind up showing up with their fake fucking stories and shit like that. I mean, this is like a fucking magnet for fucking lunatics. At least Sal's fucking on here telling some real shit, you know?
Yeah.
With
no,
good
that's the
guys'
one
names
thing.
and people you know he ain't making it up. These other guys are fucking just making up fucking fantasy fairy tales and shit.
Yeah, I'll always be honest. That's one thing I promised when I came on here the first time.
Yeah. Well,
I'll,
that's what I mean. At
I'll,
least nobody's gonna come on here and lie about smoking crack and fucking shit like that, you know? These guys are
yeah,
fucking making up their whole life stories. They're sick.
yeah, I know.
They're sick, man.
Yeah,
You know?
it's crazy.
It is.
And believe me, if I tell, and that's why I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I mean, if I start telling stories, people are gonna say I'm making shit up. That's why I don't tell too many stories. But you know, you can imagine where drugs bring you in life. I mean, I lived in a town called Hempstead for 12 years on Long Island. I
Oh
was the only white
Jesus.
person,
He was in
and
the hood, huh?
Why, you know
I
where
was
Hempstead is, Smoke?
Yeah, it's in
I
Long
was
Island. A few
I,
rappers come from there, like Prodigy and Busta Rhymes, and it's the hood.
well, Buster
Oh, it's the
Rhymes
hood.
comes from Baldwin, but yeah,
Oh, God damn it.
but same shit. But Hempstead, I was literally the only white human being there, and I was selling drugs in the middle of it, and I had to take a few
Standing on the
beatings
corner,
and pay people
slanging that
off,
crack. Yeah.
Oh yeah?
and it was crazy, but whatever. And they have an open air drug market, like the show The Wire on there, where two cop cars hang out there while you're allowed to pull up and buy crack and shit. It's crazy.
2 for 5 on the block.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Thank you, whoever just said congratulations on
That
the
was
4
Mo.
months.
That was Maureen, yeah.
Maureen
Yeah, I
and
just got my
Nightmare.
glasses so I could read. I've had a couple surgeries. It's a wrap from last
So
night. He's been breaking my balls.
so I got a question for you, Sal. So what do you think about the story that this one guy said that he took 2 Vicodins and wound up on methadone?
I would assume. What do you mean? He only took 2 Vicodins in his life and had to use methadone to get off?
He was trying
Yeah.
to say the reason why he took methadone was because he took 2 Vicodins.
Yeah.
No, that's crazy. I mean,
Exactly.
That's what we
I
thought.
used to have to take
that's what we're
I
saying
used
too.
to
I
have
just
to
wanted your
take like
opinion.
30 Vicodins to get from my bed to the shower before work and shit. Like, just to make it to the shower and get out of bed. 2 Vicodins, unless it was like laced with fentanyl or some shit. I don't know.
Hey Sal.
Yeah.
We appreciate your honesty, man.
No, I know. I know. I'm a little too honest sometimes, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
you know what? If that
It's better than
that
lying.
gets you through the next day, you know.
Yeah.
And it's almost like therapy for me when I come on these shows and talk about it, because
Yeah, I know it is.
I don't really have no friends left. All my friends are dead or in jail. I don't have no friends. You know, I'm dying. I'm 47 years old.
Well, it sounds like you've lived a pretty rough life, my friend.
Yeah. No rougher than a lot of, so does everybody. Everybody's got this shit, demons and shit they've been through. I'm just psyched because last night I was fucking, remember Gunsmoke? I was like, call fucking Common Sense and Howie. I want to meet them too.
Yeah.
They're my 2 favorites. And
Oh yeah, well, I'm
along with
glad you come
guys,
on. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, because you guys are like that too. You're always honest and, you could see that in people. There's a lot of fake shit on this.
Oh, I was with my muffin last night. last night.
You were what?
With my muffin.
Your muffin?
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
Eating muffins, boy. Eat that muffin, boy. Somebody was eating pie too.
Guess that's a New
Oh, your
York
girl.
thing.
You're talking about your girl. You're with your muffin.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, we used to call people muff divers.
Yeah. No, I know. I caught it
It's
afterwards. I was
minding
trying to
a
think what the hell
muff.
you were talking about. So,
Oh, that yeah, muff. Oh, okay. That's where
Muff
the muff comes
divers.
from.
Yeah.
It comes from muffins. Shit.
No, I just said muffin, so
No, that
it's
makes
like
sense. That makes
I
sense.
made up my own word for fucking muff diving. Muff diving.
oh, so you didn't want the pie. You wanted the blueberry muffins, not
Want
the
that
blueberry
muff.
pie.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
minding a muff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Redhead? How you doing, man? Night,
Thank
man.
you, SPK.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no shit, man. I'm surprised everything Sal's been through. The guy's alive, luckily, man. Fuck, dude, that's some shit, man.
He's a
Jesus.
survivor.
Yeah,
You ain't
I
kidding.
have like 20 ODs. I've been to the hospital. I've been to the psych ward like 30 times. I've been to fucking like 20 rehabs. For some
Jesus.
reason, this time it's
This guy's
different.
had
Like
it rough, man.
even my family this time has my back. Like for the first time, they see like a difference in me, and it's just weird. It's just one time you get it. It's not like anything you do or. It's
Yeah.
some people that are just like, yo, this guy's a failure because he already. What are you going to go to rehab again for fucking 15
No,
times?
you're getting too old, man.
That might be the
Yeah.
time you get it. And then I got this heart thing going on, and I'm sitting there the day after I had heart surgery, smoking 10 grams of crack with my boy that just got a settlement check from Uber, and he was buying 10 grams of crack at a fucking time and coming over and smoking with me.
Jesus.
And
Jesus.
it was like literally the day after I was still in bed recovering and shit, and it was just bad look.
After you had heart surgery?
Yeah.
Holy.
Wow. Come
Charlie
on, man.
Charlie Sheen ain't got shit on you, man.
Shit.
Yeah,
He
it
was
was
only
bad.
doing 7. He was only doing 7-gram rocks. You were doing 10, man. remember Charlie Sheen was smoking. What did he say? He was smoking 7-gram rocks, or whatever.
Yeah, that interview.
What's up,
was
Nightmare?
hilarious.
Oh,
I
yeah,
saw him.
Tiger
I saw
Blood.
him doing. Remember, he was doing his stand-up comedy tour.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
you saw him?
Yeah, I saw
What-
him. Fucking, he was a fucking lunatic.
What's
You
his
saw him?
what's his name? DL, I think it was, said, "No muff too tough. We dive at 5."
Jesus. But yeah, I saw him. He came to Connecticut and shit. My father-in-law used to love watching the fucking 2.5 Men and shit. And we got free tickets over there, and we went. It was funny. We made a day out of it. It was pretty funny.
That's fun.
Then the guy we were with got kicked out. He got kicked out, chased around the fucking building by security.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Thank you, Bella. Who's Duck? What's Duck saying? What's he talking to?
Thank you so much, Bella. Thank
He's
you,
talking
SPK.
about Suboxone.
Oh yeah. Well, it sounds like that shit's a fucking nightmare. That's what it sounds like.
Charlie
Yeah, I
Sheen's
mean,
on the bottom.
Sounds like it could be a
it's
good thing and a
basically
bad
like
thing at the same time.
methadone without the benefit of getting high a little bit. And not that you really get high off methadone, but you feel a little buzz.
Well, why is it that they give people that and not the methadone shit then?
Because it doesn't get you high. You won't be nodding out. Like if you in rehab, there's 2 sets of people, Suboxone and methadone, and in the groups, all the people on methadone are nodding out and drooling, and all the people on Suboxone are functioning and awake. So they're trying to get more people. Plus, methadone's a pain in the ass because you got to get up at 6 a.m. every day, take a bus or drive to the local clinic in wherever the fuck you live. And you don't get prescriptions like for a month like you do Suboxone.
Also, you gotta get your ass up every morning,
Well,
bright and early.
we know a guy who used to get prescriptions for methadone.
Well, for the pills you can, but for the liquid in New York State, you would have to have a serious connection to get the they do give take home.
Do you know if
What's that?
MREs common? MREs was liquid or pill?
I don't know. I fucking hate MRE. I don't know nothing about it. But
Good man.
Yeah, he used to do heroin too.
Did
I
he?
think he had bottles though, because I think he said something in the report that he had was a take home bottle or something that they got or something, or take home
Yeah,
kit or
see,
something he was saying.
it depends
Yeah.
what state you're in, and
Yeah, he was
after
in Rhode
you
Island.
after you pass a few urine tests, even here they give you some take homes, or if there's going to be a storm coming, they'll give you like some take homes because a lot of people take the bus
Hey,
and have no
how
car.
does it feel when you take that?
Methadone,
Yeah.
to me, it feels like taking heroin. To be honest, you know,
Really?
I used methadone to kick when my son was born. I have a 10-year-old son. When he was in the hospital, I decided I wasn't going to do nothing. And my friend was getting prescription of pills of methadone, 20 milligram pills, and he gave me his whole bottle. And I took it that whole week I was in the hospital as a father with the kid being born, and like a fucking jerk off. And fucking, I was fucking high the whole time. My wife wanted to kill me. I was nodding out the whole time, sleeping.
So
Yeah,
I don't understand like the whole thing with the methadone, right? Like if that should still get you high and whatever, then what's the benefit over the heroin? Because they don't know, there's not controlled basically, or what?
Pretty much, supposedly, you know, there's just a small dose that lasts you a whole 24 hours, so you're not shooting needles in your arm all day,
It's
and
just
it's,
cleaner,
you
right?
know,
Basically.
and yeah, and it's controlled. You know what you're getting. You know, and other than that, I don't know.
I
We
guess
call it.
after a while they'll find a dose that doesn't make you nod out.
Yeah, I mean, most people on methadone deny it because they take that personally, what I just said, and you know they'll be like, "Nah, that's bullshit. It's just like Suboxone." But it's that you know, if I got methadone, I would get high. I've never once gotten high off Suboxone.
Huh.
What's up? What's up, Beck Brooklyn?
What up, Beck?
Oh, Beck said that's methadone, so you don't get sick. And Duck said something I was trying to read, but that popped up. What did
Yeah,
Duck?
but if it's gonna make you fucking nod, just like the heroin, what's the sense?
Well, I think
guess it's
what I'm
cheaper.
assuming is that people that can't get clean, they still want to get high, and they can get that feeling where they don't have to. They can go to the clinic. I'm assuming and get
Right.
that like that high still without fucking having to
They
worry
don't
about
have to
getting
steal
shit.
and rob to get their
Yeah,
fix, you know?
or get sick. 'Cause
Ducks,
you have
Yeah.
to
ducks.
you got to wait to
Sorry.
take the Suboxone. Ducks is saying, and with the methadone, you can just take it right away. I'm assuming. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I've been through that precipitated withdrawal, Ducks, and that's the worst thing because when I went through it, the hospital guys the doctors didn't know what it was. I had to tell them. I would tell them like, "Yo, I need fucking 4 milligrams of Ativan in my vein stat." And they'd be like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I'm telling them what I have, and they're looking in books and shit, trying to. I'm sure by now they know what that precipitated withdrawal is, but
I heard Artie
that,
Lang talking about that on Stern one day.
What
that
do you
he
mean?
had that.
yeah,
It's anticipating the withdrawal?
No.
it's
If
called
you take
precipitated
the
because it's
Suboxone too soon before you're in withdrawals, it sends you
Oh,
into like
gotcha.
a full blown withdrawals or something.
Yeah.
because it's
It
antagonist.
speeds it up, makes it more intense.
Yeah, it's a sensory antagonist. Even if you get Narcan, you wake up in the worst withdrawal of all time too.
Really?
Yeah, that's why a lot of people wake up and run right out of the hospital the second they wake up.
Oh, because they're sick?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, shit.
Some of them
that's why
wake
the
up
people, when they
swinging.
wake up from that, they're all fucking miserable and get all pissed off and shit,
Oh,
right?
yeah. I mean, I've seen people wake up and be like, "Fuck you! You ruined my high," and I'm like, "You were gonna die, asshole!" Like, I've actually seen that.
For real?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Jesus, man. That's I don't even know what to say to that. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, Trent S. They do have the Sublocade shots. I tried it, and it didn't last long enough for me. I called my doctor within a week, and he needed the strips.
Huh. I feel like they need to come up with something better than if none of the shit's really working right.
Well, that's the thing. How do you detox from the detox now? Now you got me addicted to Suboxone. I mean, not that it's anyone's fault, but I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying, like, I'm thankful for my doctor. He got me off of heroin. He helped me with my mental health issues. I'm on tons of medication just to stop me from fucking grabbing a gun and going to rob the fucking local cartel stash house. I'm on so much medication. I'm on so much medication, it's like unbelievable. But it's the Suboxone was a big one that if I wasn't prescribed it, I don't know if I could have got off heroin. I didn't have that. I wasn't built like that. Like I was very sick. I just couldn't stop being sick for some reason.
When I was in Rikers Island, I didn't even know what methadone was. The nurses used to come in and the guards used to yell out, "Methadone line," and you'd see a whole bunch of people line up.
Shit.
And they give them their methadone and they go to their bunk and just start nodding out.
Yeah.
Wow. At least you got hair.
People even sell spitbacks. The fucking yeah, I've seen people.
What's that?
It's like when you take it and
they gum the fucking pill and they spit it out and sell it to somebody.
Yeah, it's like they let the methadone dissolve as much as they can and think, I don't know how much it works. I've never done it, but then they'll sell it. They'll spit it back in the bottle and they won't tell someone it's a spit bag. They'll close the bottle and they'll sell it for like $15 to somebody,
Man, a lot of those people got like hepatitis and shit from needles and shit.
Oh,
you get that from that?
Yeah, a ton of people have hepatitis. Even from sharing rolled up dollar bills, they say the hepatitis you're sniffing.
Jesus. That's fucking, that's crazy, man. That's it. Addiction is something different then, man. People do shit like that. It's fucking sad, man. Damn. Fucking Christ.
Yeah, you're right, Beck.
What do you say?
I was there in '93.
Latin Kings are on dope. Yeah, the first time I got fucking locked up, the dude they put me in a cell with was withdrawing from dope, and he was in the fucking bed and he was curled up in like the fetal position. It was like the middle of the morning when we wake up, and I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I'm like, you all right? He's like, nah, man. He's like, I don't feel good. I'm like, why? You need anything? Like, you good? And he's like, nah, I'm a junkie, man. I'm addicted to dope. And I was just like, what the fuck? I never seen, I never been around nobody like that. I never seen nothing like that. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was like, I didn't know anything about it.
I got arrested once withdrawing from heroin. I got arrested a million times, but one time I was at the Resorts Casino in Queens, and the machine just took $1,000 from me in like 2 minutes. So I punched the machine and it broke the fucking glass or plastic or whatever in fucking pieces. So all of a sudden they have a sick camera system and there's like 30 guards on me. And they take me downstairs and they tell me I got to call family or I'm going to the 106th precinct, or if I don't come up with $2,600 and whatever. So I ended up having to go to Queens County overnight, and it was just a big bullpen with one toilet with the door off of it, and it was packed. There was like maybe 150 people stuffed in this fucking place like sardines. And I just grabbed this big fucking Biggie Smalls looking motherfucker. And I'm like, yo, I'm about to have the nastiest diarrhea withdrawal shit in my fucking life in front of everyone in this place. Can you guard the door so I don't get killed? Because there was no door on the fucking, it was ripped off. And I couldn't hold it, man. I just did it. And everybody's like, yo, courtesy flush, motherfucker. You courtesy flush, nigga. And like, they're like threatening to kill me and shit. And I'm like, fuck you. None of you don't. And like, just, it wasn't about that night, I guess.
About respect, boy.
There weren't many dope heads there. It was embarrassing.
Brooklyn, I just missed you.
Hey, you see fucking SPK, so people are putting pieces of Suboxones in their eyeballs. What the fuck?
I never heard of that yet.
Yeah, but some people fucking stuff it in their asshole too.
You ever put in your eyeball?
No.
You ever heard of that?
But no, I never have. But I'll tell you this: my best friend just got out of jail for a body. He did 25 to life. He's on lifetime parole, and his main gig was selling Suboxone in jail. And he was getting $100 for one little strip of 8 milligram strip, that I get I get 90 of them for $1.94. Like, let's just put it that way. And if you cut it the strip in half, you get $50 for it in Nassau County Jail.
Yeah, listen, I know dudes out here that go to jail just to make money, bro.
Yeah.
They'll
That's
go in there and
crazy.
they'll make a killing and get all the
Listen.
money off the J paying on the street. They get cash and shit, and then they'll go home. I'm telling you, it's
fuck.
crazy.
A guy
Yeah.
told me the story. They fucking crushed
No
up
bullshit.
an oxy and fucking put it in a girl's butthole and blew it inside.
That's kinky.
Boofing it.
That's some Diddy
Yeah.
shit.
I asked him, I said, did she do it back to you? He said no, but I know he was lying. He was lying. He did it.
Yeah.
Into that kinky shit.
I know a kid at a party, man. They boofed fucking 2 E-pills up his ass with a drumstick.
Well, they say it's more intense than just fucking swallowing.
Yeah, it goes right into your bloodstream.
I guess the same thing is like an eyeball, you know.
Well, yeah, when you're sick and you got real bad like stomach problems and shit, you got to take like the suppositories and shit, you know, to fix your stomach when you can't eat anything.
Well, that's why I started smoking crack. I thought crackheads were the lowest form of life my whole life. I was a dealer. I was a street kid. I hated, you couldn't get high on your own supply. That's how I lost all my friends. We did bumps of coke here and there, but I did so much coke and heroin in my nose that I have holes. I have no septum, and it won't go anywhere. So that's how I started smoking. And,
Jesus.
So I can imagine people using eyeballs. People have collapsed veins. That I never shot. I don't shoot heroin. I never shot it.
Yeah, you ever see them? You ever see them heroin users that just skin pop? Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy.
I heard about that. That's nasty, man. Fucking shit.
Their arms are all blown up and with fucking holes in it.
They gotta shoot it in their neck and fucking. Peter Zaccaro used to shoot it in his toes to hide from John Gotti, his track mob.
Really?
Yeah, when Vinny Asaro would try to rat him out and get him killed for doing heroin.
Well, he was a heroin addict too, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about him, but
Vinny Asaro?
Yeah, I heard Vinny Asaro.
Yeah, when he was younger. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he kick it cold turkey one day or something? I actually did hear something.
I don't know if he did it cold turkey, but he kicked it when he was younger, and then he, I guess he stayed clean because he got straightened out and everything after that.
Yeah.
That shit was all over fucking Ozone Park, huh?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
I missed the heroin era. I was hanging around during the cocaine era, and then crack came out.
Yeah.
Sal, what neighborhood did you start doing heroin in, or crack, or both?
Well, what happened was we had a lot of. I was in Oceanside still, in Long Beach. Even when I got married, I bought a townhouse in Oceanside, and I opened a mortgage company. And what happened was one of my salesmen got me addicted. Not got me addicted, but he started selling me these Roxys, these little blue pills. And, back then I would get 100-pack for like $800 and I could sell them for $30-$40 a pop. And I started taking them one day because I dislocated my shoulder, and I was also managing a bar, and I was breaking up a fight. And, the feeling I got the first time I took it, I was like, holy shit. And so we all had a lot of doctors on lockdown, and then when they all got busted, we all switched to heroin. And so while we were still right here on the South Shore of Nassau County when we started doing it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a lot of people's stories, something like that. When you hear them.
If that was even your question, I kind of lost track of your question.
Yeah, that was good. No, I was just wondering what neighborhood. So I guess in Oceanside, huh?
But there's no crack in white neighborhoods. Not to be racist, in Long Island, you got to go to Hempstead to get crack, or Freeport.
Yeah. Everybody from 101st Avenue that were addicted on drugs, they used to drive up City Line into Brooklyn and no, in Ozone Park. Like the kids who wind up doing heavy drugs. You know, when they used to drive right up City Line, which was only a
Oh, to
quarter mile
Where
Brooklyn
does
away.
that lead? East New
Yeah,
York?
to Brooklyn.
from 101st Avenue,
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
where it changes to City Line. They
yeah.
go up there and get it from the Spanish and the black guys.
Oh, okay. Well, see,
Yeah,
they
when I was selling weed of heroin, real heroin, not fentanyl, the Dominicans had it on lock. And the coke I was just getting
Yeah,
from my friend.
they were on Fulton Street, the Dominicans.
Yeah,
yeah, the Spanish people still have all the dope and shit on lock, everything. Yeah. They won't even
yeah.
sell it to anybody
That's
that's
what
not.
Biggie was selling crack too on Fulton Street.
At least out
Big
here. At
deal.
least out here, anyway. I'm sure it's the same in fucking New York, though. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Well, in those areas, they can fucking stand on the corner and fucking sell it. You can't do that in fucking Oceanside.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
No.
They wear ninja masks and they just come running out and they serve you. And I got a lot of stories about Terrace Avenue. I got arrested like 6 times on that block doing crazy shit. But
You've been to Nautical Mile?
because you could get robbed. Nautical Mile, I bartended on there my whole life, the whole block. That's in Freeport.
Yeah.
What is that?
Used to
That's
go
What's
where
that
there.
place?
you
Nautical
want
Mile's like a
girls.
strip
That's where to go.
of bars on the bay or whatever.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it's
in
like bars
Freeport
and
on
shit.
the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know in Brooklyn the in Brooklyn they used to fucking sell crack with beepers, and they used to deliver the crack to some of these crackheads.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking like
Good
Uber,
crack.
like Uber Eats.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes they'd come up on these like mini bikes, and I used to have a Brooklyn Connect too, and he would come up on this little bike, like an electric bike, a moped, I think we called it or something, and he would serve us.
Yeah, I'm talking about some of the Italian guys.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, I remember when my friend Jerry Bruno came out, and I don't know, I want to say late '90s or something. He made a friend. He lived in Bensonhurst, and this guy, he used to deliver crack.
yeah.
He used to buy the coke off of my friend Jerry, and he used to cook it up. And then he had fucking people call him, beeping him, and he would deliver it to them.
Oh shit. I don't know. I don't see too much of that shit out this way. I'm sure it's out here, but I don't know anybody that fucks with that shit. Thank God.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people wherever I go by myself, even if I don't have a dollar in my pocket and no friends and no phone. I am very resourceful. I'll end up with something if I want to get high. It's very strange. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I'm
this
just
Well,
this
you
like,
was
can
in the
spot. People
'90s.
can spot each other in a second. Like
yeah, like I just became one of those like real grimy addicts later in life. I didn't do my
Yeah,
first drug till I was 30 years old. I was,
Really?
yeah, I was Mr. Entrepreneur.
Wow.
And fucking, I'm
Late
telling
bloomer.
you, if you saw me 20 years ago,
I
you'd be
think I
sick to your
think
stomach.
I think we're gonna start calling you Sally Careers.
Yeah.
Sally,
A lot of careers.
Yeah, Sally Jobs over here.
oh god.
So what the hell did you do? You did mortgages. You said you had a pizza joint. What else? What else were you doing?
Bartending,
Bartending.
tow
Yeah,
truck
yeah.
driving, boy. Fucking
I did the first business I ever did was I bought 30 vending machines with my marijuana money, and then my father-in-law, the from my first wife, not the Lindenwood Diner guy, but the stepfather that raised her, was the president of the National Association of Mortgage Brokers, and he got me. He talked me into opening an office because he knew about the foreclosures that were coming in 2008
Oh
and
yeah,
about
the
loan
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac
modifications.
shit.
Yeah, we actually
Yeah.
called our company Loan May and used that logo basically. And I
That's
got in
funny.
trouble for that too. I had to go in front of a grand jury.
it was a chop shop.
I almost got an indictment over that, but
I had a mortgage office for a short period of time.
yeah. And that's where the pills came in because it made you really good on the phone, much better than coke. And selling. And then I got into the pizza business while I was on. I was on this drug program on probation, the felony treatment court, they called it. And because I got a B felony sale of a controlled substance, and they raided my house and cuffed my 8-month pregnant wife. And my, you couldn't have a job. You weren't allowed to work during this thing. It was part of the agreement because you had to be on call for urines. So I went to culinary school, and I ended up opening a few pizza shops. And I just sold them recently when I had the heart surgery because I was getting, there was some problems that I couldn't trust some people while I was out of commission. And
So
so
you
I'm
were
kind
like
of
a
like,
fucking like a functioning addict. Like you still had money coming in and everything.
yeah, it like how like I was one of those guys that thought he performed better on drugs.
Or you thought you did.
Yeah, I thought I did. I mean,
Yeah, you thought you did.
there's one drug I'll still say to this day I did perform better on, and that was Adderall.
Oh yeah.
But if I take that, my heart will explode. So I can't take that.
Right.
Because it's a
Hey,
stimulant.
the only times that I used to fuck around was if I was out drinking. I would never fucking entertain doing anything during the day, you know, when I had to fucking deal with people, you know?
The funniest part is I hate alcohol. I haven't drank in 25 years. It makes me sick to my stomach. And
Alcohol sucks.
And I used to drink a lot. When I bartended, I drank fucking my balls off. But I was able to quit. I was a alcoholic that shook when he woke up and shit. But I was able to quit that with Vicodin, and I just switched addictions. And I was like, this shit feels better than that.
Jesus.
I remember a friend of mine used to fucking, when he was hanging out with a girl, they both take a fucking Vicodin or whatever they had, and a fucking ecstasy pill, and he used to call it love potion number 9.
Nice.
Jesus. The good old days, huh?
Yeah, you ever have sex with a girl on ecstasy? Anybody?
No.
I have. Of course.
Me too.
I never touched that shit.
That's a fucking.
I've also had panic attacks on ecstasy.
Really?
Sitting in a room by myself. Yeah. I've had good and bad.
It must have been some like lace pills.
Yeah, I could probably like count like maybe on 2 hands like the times that I tried it.
Really?
Just because I overdo everything, if I would take like 6 and I have a panic attack.
you know, like I was a once in a while guy, and if I was gonna hang out with a girl and she did the X, I would do it with her. That's the best sex you ever had.
No.
Yeah,
I'm saying I'm talking about having a panic attack on ecstasy. That's what I was saying.
I would just overdo it. I would take too many. I mean,
we go to the mall and shit. There's nothing worse than
there'd be
going to
no
the mall.
girls around. There'd be no clubs. I would just be sitting in my room, like, and it would just turn bad. You know, that happened to me a lot.
How did that affect you, Bella, the Viagra?
What, a girl took a Viagra?
Yeah. Bella said she.
What does that do? By accident?
She took a Viagra once.
By accident or on purpose, though?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just seeing that she said she took one once.
Oh, okay.
I've taken Viagra.
I took it a couple of times back in the day, man. That shit made you fucking hard as a rock.
Yeah.
I was actually selling it at one time.
I would say you gained like a 1/4 inch, you know, from being so extra hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's a miracle drug.
Yeah, and you know what?
You know how much money that motherfucker made that created that shit, man?
My girl at the time noticed my fucking dick was so fucking hard. She said, "Did you take a Viagra?" I mean, she wasn't
now people are taking now people are taking those gas station pills and shit.
Hey,
but
Peter Papa said that her boobs stayed hard.
Oh, what stayed hard?
Her nipples were fucking like rocks.
Well, yeah, you know what it does.
It sounds like you're an overdo it guy.
I've heard of the Viagra. Like if a woman takes it, it'll make their clitoris hard.
Oh yeah, so it works for women too.
Yeah, that's what they say.
All right.
Oh, we lost sound.
Gay Young said William Brooklyn takes Viagra so he can take a piss. Oh shit. Gay uncle's a trip, man. Oh, we lost Sally Jobs
Yeah,
is gone.
I dropped a link. His phone probably died. That fucking StreamYard eats up your phone.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, he's been on his phone for a while. I got mine on the fucking charger. Whatchamacallit? Fucking you ever seen the money that guy got that created that Viagra shit, man?
No, but I'm sure he got a lot of fucking money. What was it,
Oh my
Pfizer or
god.
something? Or he sold
Nah,
it to Pfizer?
I'm assuming, yeah, he probably sold the fucking he probably sold the patent for the formula to the drug company, but guy's got to be worth fucking billions. There was you ever seen the people on YouTube that do those so what do you do for a living? Those fucking videos, they walk up to people like cars or boats and shit like that.
Oh yeah, that guy. I know that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was down at some fucking port somewhere. I don't know if it was like Miami or it was someplace, California, somewhere, whatever. And it was these people with a yacht, and the name of the boat was
Wait,
the
comment,
blue pill or something, huh?
comment. Bella says I'm right, and she said it turns you into the Energizer Bunny.
I was
Oh
gonna say
shit!
Energizer Bunny earlier. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. No kidding, huh? Huh? That's crazy.
Energizer Boy.
Well, that's what happens naturally when you have sex with a woman. She gets an erection too.
No, I'm saying I didn't know that I didn't know the Viagra
Oh.
worked for the women. I never heard of chicks taking that shit before.
Yeah.
Is it like because I know obviously men get prescribed that, obviously women don't have that problem, bro.
I guess it's like it just raises your blood pressure.
It's got to be something like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was originally made for like some kind of blood pressure or heart pill back in the day, and they found out it didn't work for that, but it worked.
They prescribed it. They prescribed the Viagra to, not in the Viagra name, in the regular chemical name, to my dog, because he was having heart problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like blood flow problems or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was originally for the heart, the Viagra.
Yeah. I read. I definitely read something like that one.
That makes sense.
Just like the Ozempic is for diabetes, but they're using it for weight loss, or some other pill they found out regrows your hair and shit. So
yeah, finasteride.
Ozempic?
Not Ozempic, no. Ozempic, you lose weight.
What regrows your hair?
He's talking about finasteride.
I don't know the name of the other shit that grows your hair, but I need some of it.
What is finasteride?
It's the ingredient that's in like Rogaine and shit like that.
You already got your hair.
Oh,
I need hair, right?
Yeah, but it's thin, it's thinning a little bit, you know.
Yeah, well.
One of my best friends, rest in peace, he's dead, but he went to Dubai to get his hair transplants. He was so psychotic about his hair.
A lot of people go to Turkey. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that fucking shit. So many people go over there and wind up getting robbed and shit like that. You got to be real careful going around out there. They target Americans that are doing that shit.
Yeah, it's a big thing. They catch you at the airport. These motherfuckers.
Yeah, you get a spot put on you pretty quick out there.
He had a successful run, but he died a year later of overdose.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Hey, did you guys see the news? The fucking news that I don't know when it broke within the last day or two with El Chapo's family. They just picked like 17 of them up in Mexico and brought them to the United States.
I heard something.
Yeah, are they cooperating?
Yeah, they're all in fucking witness protection. They picked up 17 of El Chapo's immediate family and brought them to the United States. So obviously they're cooperating.
Yeah, I did see that.
Or being protected because somebody else is cooperating.
Well, no. Well, you remember like about a year ago when they picked up
his wife.
No. His wife just got released recently. They picked up the other Sinaloa boss there. His name's escaping me. The guy with
the other boss guy, right?
Yeah,
they got him. Yeah.
And Chapo's son was the one that lured him onto the plane and brought him to Texas to flew him over here, kidnapped his ass. So they were speculating the whole time that he was cooperating, and Jeffrey Lichtman's actually his attorney, and he was denying the allegations, this and that. But obviously, they just picked up Chapo's family and bring him into witness protection. So obviously, he's fucking cooperating, you know.
Yeah.
El Mayo, that's
so
his name.
funny.
El Mayo.
CNN is already spinning it that Trump's a hypocrite and he's bringing drug dealers into the country now and shit. And that's so funny that you say that.
I heard Will Smith came forward about some shit with Diddy.
Wait, what?
Oh, well.
Will Smith was at a couple of Diddy parties.
Oh shit!
I
What was
don't.
he
Where
doing?
did you hear this though?
I don't know. Somebody said it to me. I don't watch that.
Yeah, there's a lot of false reporting going on right now with the whole Diddy thing with certain celebrities that are supposedly testifying or putting out, information and evidence, and it's turning out to all be fucking bullshit.
Right.
They just did that with that actress, that Jennifer Lawrence chick that was from like Hunger Games and all that.
Look, I don't care what anyone says. J-Lo had to fucking had to attend a couple of those parties.
She was accused by a
I guess
couple of people.
he was dating her back then, so I wouldn't be surprised.
The one chick that really accused J-Lo, she backed out though. She was going after Jay-Z, and she said that J-Lo was in the corner while Diddy watched Jay-Z grape her, and it turned out to be bullshit. I guess she dropped the case, and Jay-Z sued her.
Oh yeah, he called her out quick too.
Yeah, he don't tolerate that shit, Jay-Z.
Yeah, he wasn't playing around with that shit.
Well,
him and his attorneys got real
Because
aggressive.
he doesn't want Beyonce to be affected by that shit with her image,
Yeah.
Well, if it's not true, it's fucking,
Yeah, but in the industry, that don't matter nowadays. You don't know what's not true or not. They throw shit in the wall and see what sticks. And,
no, what I'm saying is it's real easy to get on top of it if it's not true.
Oh, yeah.
The reason why I don't believe that is true with the Jay-Z situation is because you remember when he had the shit going with R. Kelly when they were doing the Best of Both Worlds collab? Remember back in like the early 2000s, R. Kelly was doing the shit with
they had a
Jay-Z?
big beef about it.
Yeah, they had a big beef about it because R. Kelly was bringing girls that he thought were underage into like the studio or like around him and shit, and Jay-Z fucking had it out with the dude basically. So I'll be hard pressed to believe that he was involved in fucking something like that, just knowing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, they weren't. I mean, Diddy wasn't dealing with fucking underage girls, was he?
Yeah, he was. Supposedly,
yeah, there's claims about it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But, listen, if somebody's a fucking sexual deviant and shit, they don't really discriminate over fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
So I think if somebody's going to make a stink about something like that he doesn't even, you know what I mean? It's like towing the line. I would say that most likely the guy's probably not with that shit. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt for right now is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I would say probably unlikely.
You never really heard no shit like that about him.
No.
Like all these other people, you heard rumors about Diddy for fucking years. That's been an ongoing rumor, and it finally caught up to him, right? You heard rumors about R. Kelly for fucking years, and it finally caught up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those things, like where there's smoke, there's fire. And in some cases,
I think shit got real with Diddy when they showed that beat down of that girl in the hotel. I think that's when shit got real for him.
That was it for him, yeah.
Yeah, the Cassie video leaked. That was it. Yeah, that's what started the whole thing.
It was a wrap after that.
Mm-hmm. And he thought he was good because he was paying all these people, hush money and signing NDAs until he realized that shit doesn't hold up in federal court.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
People don't realize that. They think that just because they got an NDA from somebody or they paid somebody off for some settlement that they're not gonna have to respond in federal court, and that's not how it works, man. Federal court that shit don't apply to federal court.
Yeah. Look what happened. Look what happened to Trump.
Oh yeah, exactly with the porn chick or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's all state. That's personal, like civil shit. This is federal fucking criminal. You know what I'm saying?
What's this fucking world coming to? You can't even get a blowjob these days.
Yeah. Or at least tell people to shut up about it,
Yeah.
No, Diddy did pay Cassie. He paid her $20 million.
No, but he did it too late. She was asking for the money, and he kept fucking her off and saying no. And then she took it to court, and then 24 hours later, then he paid her off. And by then it was too late because she went to the press, and she fucking, that tape came out and all that
Did
shit.
she give it back, or she kept it?
No, she kept it.
She got 30 million.
No shit. That's why her new husband's putting up with that shit.
Can you imagine he had to sit there and listen to that shit?
Well, he probably looking at it like this. You know what? I might as well just fucking go fucking head on with it instead of sitting, outside and fucking having everyone fucking running up and telling him shit,
Yeah, just get it over with.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be pretty.
I wouldn't want to know, man.
It's got to be pretty brutal though, sitting front row and watching your pregnant wife who has 3 other kids together, been married for a while, listen to the shit that's happened to her. You know what I mean?
Well, man, I mean, I guess it would be worse if he didn't have 15 million in his bank account.
Well, that eases the pain a little bit, but
until you find out that they had a fucking prenuptial agreement, and she fucking dumps his ass after the trial.
Shit.
She admitted to blowing 300 guys
and drinking urine too.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like, yeah.
And the threesomes and the sex workers and all that other shit, the baby oil and how much
pounded
she
out
loved Puffy.
by a guy named the Punisher.
How she was in love with Puffy.
Makembe Mutombo.
Yeah.
Shit.
Fucking Shaquille, fucking Dwight, all of them. The whole
one guy's name was the Islander. Too.
The what?
The Islander. I think he was like some Haitian guy. So.
Yeah, poor Justin Bieber getting poked in his butthole.
No, he's denying that. He's saying that's not why he's depressed.
I don't believe that.
And his girl just became a billionaire this week too. She had like some company, some makeup company. She became a billionaire. Yeah. What's her name? Haley Baldwin?
Yeah, Haley Baldwin, yeah.
So is that related to the Baldwins?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Stephen Baldwin's daughter.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure Baldwin.
I'm sure being a Baldwin and dating Justin, or is he married to her?
They're married, yeah.
Yeah,
just
had
a
baby.
Being married to Justin Bieber had something to do with that.
Well, I don't know. He's depressed for some fucking reason. I don't understand.
Justin Bieber?
He's married.
Yeah.
Because everybody's saying he got boinked in his asshole.
But he denied it. He said it's not true.
I think he did.
But I'm saying, just hearing that shit's got to make you depressed.
Yeah, but he's been dealing with fucking depression and Xanax addiction for years.
He's turning into another.
He's been addicted to benzos for fucking years.
JC Throwback Films, what's up, man?
Well, there's videos. There's old videos that surfaced. The fucking Bieber when he was with Selena Gomez when they were like really young in fucking Hollywood, copping fucking drugs at this local like swap meet fucking place.
Started young.
Copping what? Xanaxes?
I don't know. They didn't say what they were buying there, but it's like an open air drug market. It's like one of them like swap meet places in like North Hollywood and like outside of LA and shit like that. It's like a known drug fucking place.
Yeah.
And they got
Xanax is hard to get off of. Really hard.
That's one of the only things that'll kill you besides alcohol trying to quit. Yeah.
Xanax?
Yeah.
Yeah. You never heard that song that he did with that Benny Blanco kid? That Bieber did? It's called Lonely. Yeah, listen to that.
I heard that. I love that song. That song's a good song.
Is that the same Benny Blanco as with Selena Gomez?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he did a song with Justin Bieber?
So Benny Blanco is responsible for probably every hit song you fucking known for the last 20 years, man.
Yeah.
You would never know it. He's got some of the biggest hits fucking of all time. That
Especially with that redhead guy.
Is he from the Bronx?
No.
He looks like it.
He's an ugly bastard, bro. I can tell you that.
He looks like Shrek.
Well,
yeah, he's an ugly motherfucker, but that dude's talented though. No, you're thinking of the redheaded kid that he does all the songs. You're thinking of Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, he does. He did all of his hit songs too. He wrote all his shit.
Yeah, he's done so many fucking. He's produced so many songs, man. It'd fucking blow your mind if you looked at his
probably charges a lot of money too.
Oh, the guy's worth fucking hundreds
that's
of
part of the reason why
sure.
she's with him, Selena Gomez, because they make an odd couple,
They definitely make an odd couple for sure.
Well, yeah, I don't think they're together for the money, but.
No, but it doesn't hurt. Like if he didn't have the money, she wouldn't be looking at him at all,
Yeah, maybe it's just his like notoriety,
Yeah.
He's the man in the biz.
Exactly.
I'm
honestly,
nobody to talk.
I've seen him
13 years older than my wife, but
I've seen him
do age difference a lot. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was gonna say I've seen him do some interviews, and I think he's just like a really laid back, like humble, like one of them, like nice guy types or whatever. And it was probably everything opposite of what fucking Bieber was to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's probably one of them deals.
Yeah. Well, Bieber became rich so fucking young, he didn't know how to handle it.
Yeah, he got wrapped up in that shit. He was like a superstar to these young little teeny boppers, whatever.
I think he was like what, like 11 years old, 12 years old, and he got famous.
No, I think he was like 16, 15.
Nah,
He's
no
probably
way. He
got
was way younger
PT
than that.
He's probably got PTSD. Fucking Diddy chasing him with his cock out.
Fucking Howie.
That's what I think. No,
Come over here, you little cock
every
gobbler.
time Puffy would talk to him, he would act
Come here,
weird.
you
You know?
little bastard.
Yeah.
Take that, take that.
Take that,
Well,
take that.
I definitely seen some suspect interviews that they did between the two of them that were a little bit strange, but
I'll give
I
you
saw
was
some
acting weird.
suspect shit when they were getting on the helicopter that time. The video, you see that? That was sus.
I don't know. I don't believe that he did anything to the Bieber kid.
I don't either. I'm just.
I'll give you something, baby, baby, baby.
I mean, there's photos of them in the club together, and Bieber's shirtless. You know, Diddy's got his arm around him.
The only thing I saw was
yeah, but that's how. That's what
No,
people
I
do.
know. They're just
That's
balling
what,
out.
That's what people do when they get all fucking drunk and they start loving each other. You're my fucking best friend, man.
Yeah.
My brother, man. You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you're my
You're
buddy.
my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue. That's got to be one of the fucking most infamous lines in the movie of all time. That was classic right there.
Yo, B,
That's
check this
one
out.
of my
With the
favorite
old guy at
movies
the
of all
fucking
time.
frat party. That was great.
That isn't my remote control, B.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah,
What's
old
that movie,
school.
Dodgeball. Old school.
Old
Yeah,
school.
old school. That was a
Yeah,
great
with
movie.
Will Ferrell.
I got it on DVD.
You're
boy.
my boy, Blue.
Might go to Home Depot, but I don't know if I'll have the time. And Vince Vaughn, and that was great too.
Yeah, that was a classic.
What's the name? It's called Old School?
Yeah,
Old School, yeah. That's the one thing with the fucking Will Ferrell movies. Like, they're either great or they're the fucking worst movie you've ever seen in your life.
most of them suck. But he's got a few classics.
Yeah, a lot of them are fucking not even watchable. They're so fucking bad. And then a couple of the other ones are like classics.
I don't like Will Ferrell. I don't like fucking Jim Carrey. I don't like them type of fucking comedy guys.
Jim Carrey's Wolf.
Yeah, it's like hit or miss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hit or miss. It's like something about. I don't know if that was Jim Carrey. Something about Mary was funny as hell. I don't think that was Jim Carrey.
No, that's not Jim Carrey. No, that was fucking.
Seth Rogen movies,
that was what's his name? Ben Stiller.
Oh yeah. Even him, he's hit or miss. But he was Meet the Parent. That shit was fire when it first came out.
They said he really pinched his dick in his pants. They said, keep the cameras rolling.
What do you say? What does that say?
Everything that is not bolted down is for sale. Former the Department of Justice attorney responds to Trump pardons. If the price is right, Trump will pardon Diddy too. Well, he said he's thinking about it.
I don't believe he's selling pardons. I think that's ridiculous.
No, I don't think he's selling them.
No way.
You gotta he's got too much money to fucking jeopardize himself like that.
They never talk about all the scandals Biden had in his fucking pardons and all the other shit. He wasn't even issuing them. They were using his auto pen to fucking issue them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like if you're gonna say that you're buying pardons, quote unquote. Well, there had to be a whole bunch of people involved that knew about the fucking deal you're working out. So how many people were you paying off? Because it definitely couldn't have just been one person. And if it ain't just one person, how much money do these people have? They think they can get a pardon. Like I just find it hard to believe.
You just gotta kiss Trump's
not ruining his legacy over something that he don't even need. That money, he don't even need that money.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
You
sense.
just have to
me
talk
that
nice about Trump. If you talk nice about Trump, then you'll get a pardon.
The only way he's gonna pardon Diddy is if he fucking guarantees his next fucking election.
Yeah, which
the third term.
Yeah, which isn't happening.
To rewrite.
No, it could happen. They're fighting for it now. They're trying to get legislation in Congress.
Listen, in order to do that, you'd have to have a constitutional fucking convention, get 3/4 of the fucking Congress to ratify the fucking thing, and then have the Supreme Court withhold that shit. I don't buy it.
You can never say never with Trump. It's been done. It's been done before.
Well,
Yeah.
I believe you shouldn't get a third term if you already had two back to back.
Yeah, see, that's another technicality they're trying to say, because he didn't have two consecutive terms. So they say he might be eligible. They're
Yeah,
trying
but that's
to,
not that's not how the Constitution's written.
I
It's
know,
not written
I
consecutive.
know, I know. Yes, it's two no matter
It's
what.
two.
You
It's
had
two
two
times clear as day.
yeah,
It's not back to back at all. It doesn't say
after
that.
fucking
Right.
FDR. FDR had 4,
Yeah,
and
that's what
that's
I mean.
crazy.
Like the last time I think the Constitution was ratified was Prohibition, right?
No, FDR in the
Women's.
40s, I think.
When did women get the right to
1940s.
vote? When was that?
That was like 1920, 21, 1920. Could have
Yeah,
been
it's like 100.
22.
Yeah, like 100 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening.
Said
No,
FDR had 3.
no, he had
Yeah,
4,
3.
but he died. He died
He
early in the
died.
4th term,
Yeah, he
like a
died in
month or
office.
2
Yeah.
in the 4th. He just won re-election
And the crazy thing is that he was in a fucking wheelchair
the whole time. Yeah,
the whole
for most.
fucking time. He pulled it off, and nobody knew he was in a wheelchair. He was handicapped his whole life from polio.
Wow.
Yeah, all of his. Anytime you'd see him, he'd be sitting behind the Oval Office desk or sitting behind a
Another
desk somewhere or
scandal.
something. Yeah, because he was in a fucking wheelchair, and nobody fucking knew that. Talk about fucking a scandal, huh?
Joe Biden was worse though. Joe
Find
Biden
out
was
your
Yeah,
fucking
because
president's down with the rolling cripples.
everybody knew it.
yeah,
That's why
Yeah,
it's
what?
funny.
and they
That's the
lied,
thing,
and the
yeah.
media backed them up.
Well, see, you could get away with that shit fucking 100 years ago. You know what I mean?
Isn't that guy Tapper writing a book now or something?
Can you believe that shit? For 4
Yeah.
years, he said, "You guys, how dare you say it? Oh, the president is completely coherent, and
Yeah.
he's sharp as a nail." And then now 4
Well,
years later, oh, the tell-all book, how we were
well,
fooled.
well, the thing too is that's aggravating too is it's that the president has access to the best medical fucking doctors in the world, right?
Yeah.
These guys are routinely getting checked on and fucking followed up with whatever appointment. All of the stuff and signs that he was exhibiting during leading up to the election and during his presidency with the memory and all that shit is a direct side effect from chemo and cancer medications. And now, right after the fucking election, they come down and say that the guy's battling, I don't know what kind of cancer they said it was or whatever, but I guarantee you that this shit been going on for a fucking long time.
Oh, they knew
Well,
about it, of course.
I heard they told the doctors, just get him to breathe. That's all we need.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, keep a pulse. We need a pulse.
Yeah. All we need is a pulse.
Well, that's the thing too. When you find out, like you were just talking about with the auto pen with the signatures he was supposed to be doing, that auto pen going and shit. Who the fuck knows what shit that guy signed that he has no fucking idea
People should
about?
be going to jail, man, because they were
Yeah,
using
they
that.
should. They need to be looking into fucking all of that and figuring out which bills were signed or orders were fucking signed with his name on it that got used by that auto pen to find
He
out.
didn't even know all the fucking shit that was getting signed off on. He didn't know. The fucking Speaker of the House had to tell him, "Sir, we just talked about this 2 weeks ago. You signed off on this shit, and it's about to become law." He's like, "No, I didn't."
I mean, everybody's walking to the right and the guy's walking to the left.
Yeah,
it was bad.
He should have been impeached with that Afghanistan pullout. He should have been impeached right away with that fucking disaster.
Yeah,
the scraps. Yeah,
that was bad.
that was embarrassing.
I don't know. His presidency is going to go down in history as one of the worst ever. Oh, prostate cancer? Yeah.
Yeah, these last fucking 12 years are fucking going to go down as the fucking craziest 12 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
after Trump, it's going to be pretty boring, I think, unless you get AOC or somebody like that.
There's no way even that party would fucking nominate that fucking idiot.
No, she's number 1 in the polls to be the leader, the nominee for the Democrats, 2028.
Could you imagine if that fucking brain dead ditch want to become
It's over. It's over, bro.
And Biden was winning.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, man. I don't know if I hate any politician more than that lady. Oh, my God.
She might have Bernie Sanders as her vice president.
Oh, shit.
I'll pull a fucking what was that name? Who's the one that Trump hates, that pig over there?
Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell. I'll pull a Rosie O'Donnell and I'll move to fucking Canada or whatever.
No, it's over, bro. It's over. And if she wins the office, that's it.
I seen an interview, or not, I don't know if it was an interview or a thing in Senate or Congress, whatever she was speaking and shit, asked a question about, she gave an answer to, and I'm like, how the fuck is this bitch even fucking a public official?
If she became president, it would turn serious because she would change our whole position on the Middle East and everything.
Everything.
It would be a real problem.
Yeah.
I don't even think that bitch could show you where the Middle East was on the map.
Yeah, I know. That's
She's a
true, but
fucking airhead.
She's dangerous, bro. She's dangerous.
Yeah, she's a radical
Yeah.
too. She's radical.
that would be dangerous.
And if Trump
I-
fucks up, that's it.
I think if she becomes president, there'll be a civil war.
Probably.
Possibly. It wouldn't be
Shit.
good. I know fucking. I'll that'd be something I'd flip out about. There's no fucking way you can let that bitch become the fucking president. She's too stupid. You should have to take like some type of fucking aptitude test or IQ test or something before you can even apply to fucking
That's the
run a
problem.
country,
They
you know?
don't.
And
They'll
you
have
don't need
Ilhan Omar in there.
I believe my fucking handlers will give me permission to fucking carry a gun so I can go fight.
Join a militia.
Yeah. You can protect yourself. Yeah. They might.
The revolution is now.
Yeah, they might get another one of them kids to go on the roof at one of her fucking speeches or something. Take a couple shots at her. I mean, nobody still to this day can tell me that shit wasn't fucking set up and fucking.
Yeah.
That whole thing stinks so fucking bad. How that was even allowed to happen.
They need to get one of those kids to set her up.
To what?
To set her up.
Oh yeah. Somebody. I mean, I'm not going to talk about. I'm not promoting. Hold on now.
Honey pot
Get
in
the
reverse.
FBI
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Honey pot in reverse.
Yeah. But I mean, seriously though, how the fuck have you guys looked into any of that shit regarding that kid that got killed allegedly on that roof or whatever?
No,
I haven't really looked into it too much. There's not too much. The news never talks about it.
No. It's out there, man. You have to go for it. I saw what's the guy's name that used to do Fox there? Fucking that started his own news thing.
Bill O'Reilly?
No. He used to have the show at night.
Tucker?
Huh?
Bill O'Reilly?
Tucker Carlson?
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker
Carlson did an interview. He did an interview with a retired like sniper that was in he was like a ranger, like Army Ranger and shit like that. And then he had an interview with another guy in the government, high up in the government that's retired that used to work for the feds. He did an interview with him, and they were speaking about like the whole thing that occurred, and they were putting out information and shit that if you heard this stuff, you would just be like, dude, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense, like at all. It was almost worse than the JFK fucking cover up with the Javier Oswald in the fucking library tower.
Oh yeah, it's blatantly fucking obvious.
And the same thing. You got a guy that took 2 or 3 shots from some bolt action fucking rifle, basically in a fucking prone position up on a fucking building somewhere. It's like almost the same thing, identical.
You should have been fucking shot before you even fucking laid down.
Yeah, I mean, they had fucking police walking around. People were pointing at the kid carrying a gun up a fucking ladder onto a roof, and fucking they're in the building that the guy takes the shots from. I mean, what the fuck? The FBI was in that building. In the building.
Yeah.
Make that make sense. What is going on here? I don't know.
My boy It's a Rap disagrees with us about AOC.
I think it's rage bait. He's rage baiting.
She's graduated with honors.
Do you know how many fucking stupid people I know graduated college?
I know. I'm just breaking his balls because he fucking me last night.
I am too. That's what I'm saying. Do you know how many stupid people graduated fucking college?
Of course.
I mean,
I've seen how she's answered questions. She's not that bright.
No, she's a ditz. She's an airhead.
She's got bad politics.
Yeah, it's fucking hard to answer questions that you're gonna give an answer that's a lie.
Yeah, she's the worst, man. There's something wrong with that bitch. So the kid that's on the roof allegedly, you got to see this interview if anybody's interested. Look up the Tucker Carlson interview when they're talking about the shooter, right? They do this whole fucking thing. And this kid had multiple contacts with somebody who was, I don't know if he was in the CIA or the FBI, was reporting back to a building that was right outside of the White House on like multiple different occasions. I think that they said there was no silverware or anything that was in the house, like a whole bunch of just like weird shit that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. You got to hear the interview, man. It's strange. I wish I could remember exactly what the guy said. It was a while ago now, but I heard some of it and I'm just like, wow, what the fuck? Like how is this not all over the news getting covered every single day?
I mean, you could see clearly that fucking what's his face? Oh my god, I can't believe JFK, his fucking head exploded the wrong way.
Oh yeah, that was bad
Yeah.
too.
If they'll lie about fucking Joe Biden and his incompetency or FDR, they'll definitely lie about JFK and shit like that. I mean,
Yeah, that's a. I got in a discussion with somebody the other day about who I think it was on your show, right? We were talking about. Oh, I think Tony was saying that he doesn't believe that the government would ever kill its own civilians for its own fucking gain. And I'm like, what do you mean they killed our fucking president? Like, what the fuck does that mean? You know?
yeah. Well, and the way
Yeah,
the government's
people
treated
don't
Trump,
understand. There's even a country like ours, there's a whole shadow government running our government. I mean, it's crazy.
well, you
That's
see
the
that
way.
with the
That's the way they do. That's why they do that shit that way, because it's so fucking unbelievable.
It's
That
like,
you'll get.
yeah, you
You'll get
almost sound
people-
like a nut saying it. Like you
Right.
sound like a conspiracy theory person. And meanwhile, half the shit is true.
Yeah, now as time goes by, you start to see that a lot of shit is
I would.
could
Yeah.
be true.
I would have never thought that the fucking FBI would be fucking colluding to try to fucking hurt Trump.
Yeah. What they did was disgusting. It was definitely partisan and
Yeah.
political, and it was a witch hunt. The way they went after the guy. And this is the president. No respect at all for the office that he held.
They knew all of that shit was false.
They lied about the Russia shit. And they signed off on it. Like, that's corruption. And I don't understand. Like, how could you do that? You make up a story about the guy and you sign off on it, and the court's taking your word for it. Comes out it was bullshit. You made it all up. There was no collusion, so you lied about the guy. Nobody goes to jail.
Listen, the government has created fucking diseases and intentionally spread them out there to do experiments on fucking people. They came up with Operation Paperclip, where they were using acid for fucking mind control that they tested on prisoners to get them early releases. Like Whitey Bulger was one of the participants in that study.
He took like 50 doses of that shit.
Yeah, they had other ones where they were doing operations for false flag events and shit like that by intentionally starting wars within the fucking country to get what I mean. Like, don't tell me
China just did that. It was called COVID, and they spread it to the whole world.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Nah, I'm gonna go with.
No, we don't. I don't
God
like
damn
that
it,
show.
Take
Take it
his
down.
channel, man.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
This is monetized, boy. This is prime time television.
Maybe it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, YouTube owners are snowflakes.
Gotta be woke, man.
Well, but you remember during the whole like Cuban Missile Crisis with Kennedy and our ongoing tension with Cuba and shit like that, right? If you ever look this shit up, you got a minute, you're interested, look up Operation Northwoods and check out what the fucking CIA was trying to do. It's fucking sickening.
That's what my dad was in the army. He was in the Bay of Pigs, waiting on standby to stop the missiles or something from being transferred to Cuba.
I mean, I think that's how the fucking the Taliban and that fucking been taking the plane and using it as a bomb, because that was one of the plans in the fucking Operation Northwoods back during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh, was it really? Wow.
Yeah, they was trying to stage attacks on fucking civilians and using planes and fucking blowing up boats like cruise ships and shit with people on, all sorts of shit, man. It's fucked up. And everybody for years, no, there's no way that this was going on. This wasn't fucking true. Oh no, it fucking happened. It came out. It's true. The CIA is its own fucking basic, shadow government, its own branch of fucking government outside the control. They don't tell anybody what the fuck they're doing. Look what they did with Nicaragua and the fucking the Contras and shit with the whole cocaine stuff with
That guy had
fucking
it coming.
Pineapple Face.
Yeah, he had it coming though.
No, but I'm just saying, look at what the CIA,
motherfucker.
like, even though quote unquote the United States government wasn't involved, no, it was the CIA that was fucking doing the shit. While our government's fighting a war on drugs, the CIA's using drugs and funding a fucking war in another country against communists. I mean, fucking, it doesn't get crazier than that.
Every time you ask them a question, it's classified, man.
Yeah. And how do you think all that shit gets into the country, Fucking CIA's letting that shit get in.
They don't have to answer for anything.
No, there's no oversight with them people, no. They do it covertly. They're all over the fucking world and shit, doing, you know, like the spies and shit that are all over the fucking world and stuff like that. I seen a good documentary like a month or two ago on one of these guys that got outed and caught and shit. Fucking, if I can remember the name of it, I'll put in the I'll send you a text when we put in the title or in the information or whatever. I gotta try to find it. But they had one of the spy like assets that controlled, you know, I think they're retired CIA or whatever. They used to do all like the disguises and shit like that for people. You ever seen that lady that come on?
Oh yeah, she does the mask and shit with
Yeah, it's so good that she said she sat in a meeting with the fucking president, with Bush at the time, and sat right next to him, and she knows him for years, for decades. They were friends, and he was the head of the CIA at one point, and he didn't even know that it wasn't a real person, that it was her behind the get up.
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, sitting at the same desk as him, like, you know, 5 feet away, talking to him the whole time. Didn't know it was her.
That's deep, man.
Imagine so just think about what they're doing on a daily basis. So you know what I mean?
There's agents out there that do that, man. They get dressed up in a get-up, you know, suit or dress or whatever, with the makeup. They look like a completely different person. They got the fucking mustache, fucking really fucking put together, realistic, like.
Artificial arms.
They got an identity, and they fucking, you know, they're investigating your ass, you know. Poison your drink with something, put poison in you, boy. It's a real
sometimes they'll go as far as to start a relationship with you and fuck you and shit. Like,
yeah.
Honeypots.
Remember Fang Fang?
Yeah, that was the one that they had in New York or whatever, right?
Who, me? Fang Fang? No, Fang Fang.
Weren't they with the governor in like New York or something?
No, that was a congressman. I forgot his name. But
the congressman, yeah.
She was like a congressman. She was
recently, right? For the CCP or something, right?
Yeah, that was like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 years ago.
And that guy's a fucking scumbag.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, he's a scumbag.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, so just think about how many other operatives the CCP has fucking working for different people all across the country. I guarantee you there's a lot more than fucking they know about.
That guy's still around, too. I don't think he got punished for that shit.
Most likely not. He'll just play stupid. He didn't know, you know?
I think he's still talking shit on panels. That guy's a jerk off.
What was his name again?
Might be Matt Gaetz. I don't know. Maybe.
No,
it wasn't Gates. No, it wasn't Gates.
It was a Democrat.
It was a Democrat. Yeah, it was a Democrat.
If I heard his name, I'll remember. But yeah.
Well, maybe he looks like Matt Gaetz a little bit. He might look like Matt Gaetz a little bit.
You ever seen that movie that Bo Rat did? The guy that plays Bo Rat, that Sacha Baron Cohen guy.
Which movie though?
It was on Netflix. It was a docuseries called The Spy.
Oh, I didn't see that. No.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to watch something good, you got to check that out. That shit was really good.
Shit.
It was a true story about a guy that was going after one of them places by Iran out there. I can't remember the fucking name of it right now. Oh shit. What the fuck was it, man?
Hey, listen, fellas.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'll fucking. It's late.
I got a muffin waiting to be buttered.
Muffin boy.
Your muffin's waiting to pop. Yo, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Nice meeting you too, Sal. Stay clean, buddy.
I'll talk to you again. Thank you.
Anytime you fucking feel like you need to talk, you hop right on.
All right, thanks, brother.
All right, Carmen.
Thank you, Howie.
Everybody in the chat. What?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, man. Joe Root, Charlie Wilson's War was a great movie. I saw that.
Charlie Wilson, what?
Charlie Wilson's War.
I think that he was working for Israel, pretending that or trying to. Yeah, he was a Jewish spy. I think he was working for the Mossad or whatever, and he went to Syria to infiltrate the government up there during the time they had a war or whatever.
Yeah.
And they wound up discovering his identity, that he was a spy, and they wound up publicly executing the guy. And it was a true story.
Damn.
Yeah, it was really good though. If you watch him in the Spy, because you're used to seeing him play these the goofy ass characters on all of his movies and shit like that. And in that he plays a real serious role, and he's fucking really really good in it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody wants to check it out,
guy.
it's called The Spy. It's really good. It's actually really good.
Yeah, I'll see if I can check that out, boy. Sasha
Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
worth the
Baron
watch, if you want to
Cohen.
watch something on Netflix, you're into that shit. It's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
But shit like that, you know,
All
that
right.
shit happens all the fucking time. I'm sure, you know.
Guys, I'm gonna call it
Yeah.
a night too. I have an actual
right.
muffin in my microwave that I'm gonna
All right,
go eat.
Sal.
Blueberry muffin, boy.
Yeah.
Hey,
All
nice
right,
to
All
meet you,
right.
Sal.
Sal. Have a good
Yo,
one, man.
Gunsmoke, you're my boy Blue, and Common.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you. And
You too, Sal.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, Sal. Thanks
Later.
for coming on, man.
Bye,
Thank you,
everyone
Sal.
in the chat. Later.
Have a good night, Sal. Thank you, my man. Yeah.
Later, Sal.
Shit.
Damn, nobody in the chat. Nobody in the chat seen it either, huh? Or just nobody's commenting. Or...
I mean, it's hard to take Sasha Baron Cohen seriously, but
No. You gotta watch it. I'm telling you, man, he's good, bro. If you've never seen him do any of them other, you know, little stunts and movies and spoof things that he does, and you saw him in this, you'd be like, oh, this guy's a good actor. Fucking,
yeah.
you know.
No, I know he's good. Yeah, he's very talented.
Yeah, no, that was a good fucking a good documentary they did, or docu-series, whatever the fuck you call it.
Like a docu boy.
Operation Paper. Yeah, Red Hat. I heard of that. Operation Paperclip. Yeah, there's been a bunch of them, man. That was the one with the Nazis, right? The Operation Paperclip, I think, was the Nazi what the fuck is it called? Like officers and scientists and shit that the U.S. was using.
From Germany.
Yeah, during World War II, it was Operation
Yeah.
Paperclip with the Nazis, and then
Oh,
they
is
had
that
the
what they called
Operation
it? Yeah.
Mockingbird too, I think.
Mockingbird boy. Yeah.
Yeah, weren't those weren't those related to the Nazis or something? Or am I getting them confused?
Well, I know the scientists that helped us build the atomic bomb. They were from the Nazis, and then the Russians stole some of them too. And
Yeah, that was I think part of Operation Paperclip.
yeah, probably. I don't remember what they called it, but you're probably right.
Yeah, and then they had, you know, Operation Mockingbird, which was another thing to convince the American people and shit, you know, over the line. It might have been the JFK thing. I don't fucking remember.
Well, the JFK thing, they wanted him to do a false flag thing, and he didn't want to do it. They were gonna do a false flag thing as an excuse to get into Vietnam or some shit or somewhere
No,
else.
Cuba.
It was Cuba. Yeah,
That's what I was just talking about.
they should have done it.
They were trying to do it. That's why I always said that fucking the whole thing with the Twin Towers with 9/11 was probably a fucking CIA fucking conspiracy and shit, so they can go out there and do whatever it is that they wanted to fucking do with Iraq and the Middle East and all that other shit.
Well, that's fucked up. I don't want to believe that.
And to get the shit like the Patriot Act passed, where they can invade personal, you know, privacy and track people and get your data and all that other shit.
I think they just use that tragedy as an excuse to do all that, to take away your rights, and they just seized the opportunity. I don't think they intended for that to happen, but when it did go down, they just took advantage and took away our rights.
I'll tell you this. It's kind of like the thing with I mean, it's not on the same, you know, scope or as important as the thing with Canarsie with the fake DNA test, but if it wasn't for the fact that he cropped out the identifying information for whose report that was, I would have never even fucking looked at it. You know what I'm saying? If the Tower 7 never fucking collapsed and went down the way it went down, that wasn't even near any of the other buildings that fucking collapsed and shit like that,
that's suspect,
I probably wouldn't be saying this right now. But the fact of the matter is that you can't explain what happened to Tower 7. Okay.
I can't.
And then all the other shit that happened, you know, that we find out before and afterwards. No one's gonna convince me that there's not something fucking more nefarious that happened there. I'm sorry, I don't believe it.
Let's say hypothetically, I don't know, possibly this could have happened to Tower 7. I didn't see it, but let's say like one of the engines from the plane fell onto the roof of Building 7 and went into the building and fucked up the infrastructure.
No, because the engine would have went the other way. The towers both hit the same sides of the fucking building. I'm pretty sure they would have flown out the other fucking way. Not the Trade Center was the complete opposite direction.
God damn it, man. Well, I don't know what the fuck happened there.
And then how come none of the other fucking buildings went down over there? It just happened to be those fucking 3 and the one that wasn't even near. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, man.
They should have used U.S. Steel.
I think that they probably did. It was back fucking 100
Yeah,
years ago.
that was a bad joke. God damn it. I don't want to believe that the government had something to do with that.
I mean, it might not even be the government though. It could have been a branch that, like the CIA doing some shit with other operatives. You know what I mean? That's
When
the
I
problem.
I still remember Bush's face, man, when he was hearing kindergarten bullshit. The guy walked up to him and said, "Mr. President, the country's under attack." And he had this fucking face like he was just pissed. Like he's like, "Oh, you motherfuckers," you know. I don't know if
Well,
that
I,
was
that well, that's
scripted.
what. Well, that
Yeah.
no, I know what you're talking to. He was like reading kids' books, like a kindergarten class or something.
Yeah.
And he saw it, and you could tell that he was just like, "Holy shit, what the fuck is going on right now?"
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I don't believe it was directly like the top echelon in the government. I believe it was some of these more, shadow fucking governments that exist and put, things like the CIA and shit that was involved that probably has something to do with it, The president, the president didn't know about that shit with Oliver North and the Iran Contra fucking affair and the CIA, smuggling in cocaine and helping fund the war. They were fighting a war on drugs, the number one fucking target. You're gonna tell me that at the same time they were smuggling fucking the shit in here to fund a war in another country? Like, would you ever believe that?
The president doesn't know that. I guess
No,
they
I
wouldn't
don't,
tell him.
I don't believe that they knew that. They
Jesus.
they claim they claim that Tower 7 fell from an office fire.
But how did it get on fire? From the debris from the building, from the towers next door, right? So shit fell from the sky and landed on the fucking roof. Had to be. And the structure of I guess the roof collapsed or something. And but it just looks too controlled. That looks controlled. The Tower 7, like a controlled demolition.
I
You
mean,
know?
listen, those buildings were made to withstand fucking fires and shit. They're made out of fucking steel and fucking concrete. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A regular fire ain't fucking taking a building down like that. I'm sorry, but it's not. You'll see houses that are made out of wood that fucking fires don't burn fucking to the ground and collide. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the way that building came down is number 7. I don't know. It don't sit right.
yeah, I mean they basically said that multiple pieces of debris from the twin towers got into the Tower Seven's office fucking building and set numerous fires, and that led to like internal infrastructure fucking damage basically and collapsed the building like they said with the towers and shit. And I'm sorry, but a regular fire ain't taking them fucking buildings down. It's not happening.
The towers or number 7.
Neither one of them.
Well, the towers, I believe, from the sheer force of the impact from that big ass 747 hitting it at 700 miles an hour, it took it down a lot of beams and it went deep in the building. So it
Yeah,
took
but
away a lot of beams, and
those
then the fire
those
to boot.
those buildings were designed to get an impact from a fucking air from an airplane and shit. They're fucking skyscrapers. That's all part of the fucking process when they put the building plans together to withstand any possible
Um,
accidents and shit, like a plane hitting the fucking building by accident, right? And they're also made to withstand fucking most natural disasters like earthquakes and shit like that. Those buildings, if you look at them on a reeling video, like really up close and shit, would have a slight sway to them at all times and shit just because of the
it
sheer
has to.
magnitude of the size of the building. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that stuff is all factored in there during the fucking engineering of these places. So I don't know, man. It's the materials they use are all fire fucking resistance. It's steel. It's fucking concrete. You know what I mean? I don't know. It
I
doesn't
mean,
make
it
any
stood up
sense.
for a while. I mean, the building stood up for a while there, almost an hour. But I think just the sheer impact and the heat, and plus the position where they hit too. They hit to where it was like kind of like the upper half of the buildings. So when I think it severed that part a little bit, and when the fire cooked the rest of it, that the fucking ceiling just caved in, and that's why you had that straight drop down because of where the planes hit at that certain spot. If they would have hit lower, maybe the buildings would have never fell. I don't know, but or if they hit higher, the buildings would have never fell if they hit the top. But
I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Somebody can look it up or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that fucking that's got to go down in history as probably the only time that I've ever heard of a fire taking down a fucking building like that
Yeah.
into free fall, complete collapse and shit. I'm not talking about destroying the building. I'm talking about collapsing the whole fucking building. I don't know. If there was something in the fucking basement where the actual structural support and base for the entire fucking building was, that'd be a different fucking story.
Shit.
You know? Or even if the plane hit lower in the building, like it hit the bottom fucking floors and that direct impact was at the structural support of the building, then I could be like, oh, okay, I get on board with that. That makes sense. But the fact that it was so high up and the whole thing that happened and then the Tower 7 went down, I don't know, man. It's just very suspicious.
We'll probably never know, man. Just like this JFK shit. They were supposed to come out with all this shit. And it's a whole big nothing. And we still don't know nothing. You know? We'll never know.
Well, yeah, I mean they come out later and admitted that they were getting warnings that fucking the Taliban and this lunatic Bin Laden were up to fucking hijacking planes and doing this shit. They had tip offs on it.
Yeah, in August, they had the CIA fucking memo that they ignored. Fucking. They had it all. They had the intelligence on it. They didn't act on it. We were still living in the fucking 90s, you know. Anybody could just hop on a plane and nobody gave a shit, you know. They didn't foresee this type of shit. It was only in movies. Nobody gave a fuck about what was happening in the Middle East. You didn't even think about it. It was a different country back then. That fucking day changed everything. Nothing was right ever since after that. The whole fucking society went whack. Wackadoo.
It's a wrap sounds a lot like handstand.
I was thinking, yeah, this guy's very woke. I was thinking maybe it's fish, but it
I
could
don't
be
know.
handstand.
I had a decent little conversation a little bit earlier with him on my dude's channel.
Oh yeah,
He was behaving.
shouts to my dude.
He was getting a little excited and shit, but he was you know easier to deal with tonight. We had a decent little discussion. Agree to disagree, but the
Yeah,
It's a Rap guy's making a lot of comments that sound just like fucking him.
yeah, he's sticking up for AOC. He thinks AOC is very smart.
Yeah.
How do you
My
feel
whole thing
about?
is that,
Yeah,
like, they're gonna say debris from a building fell onto a fucking roof and burned it down. Well, how come none of the other buildings, the debris that fell everywhere, didn't burn them to the fucking ground? Should have burned by that logic. It should have burned the whole fucking block to the ground.
well, yeah, I don't know. I can't explain that building 7.
Look what Gay Uncle just said.
What the fuck did he say?
He said, look up Oriel Palmer, the fire chief that was first of the point of impact. He radioed down to say it wasn't that bad, and he thought that they would be able to put the fire out. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't that bad. It was a fucking fire, man.
And that building was holding what? Some sort of documents for the feds, right? So what the fuck was
Yeah,
it?
they were doing the budget to try to find out where this $2 or $3 trillion was fucking missing, and it was full of people that were military for the army. I think it was the army and the air force, or the army and the navy, something like that. It was all their personal, like, forensic data analysts and accountants and shit, and all the information and paperwork and all the budgets and everything else was all in that building.
Oh yeah, this is Santini. God damn it, Santini. It has
That's
woke
definitely
ways. Yeah.
handstand. Come on, bro. We were talking to you, decent earlier on my dude show. Now you're gonna be under here trolling as It's a Rap, man. Come on, bro.
He's been doing it for days now too. It's a wrap. How
They
do you
give
feel? Huh?
they give they give themselves away. Oh my God, Gayunk,
Yeah.
that's hilarious, bro. Gayunk said that Loman's DNA test is in there too, the real one.
You'll never know. It's none of your business.
That's fucking funny. I like that. That's a good one.
Found out I'm 46% Samoan.
Samoan
Yeah,
boy.
Honolulu
Samoan
boy.
boy. Yeah, Honolulu boy. Yeah. He does look a little Samoan, like a albino Samoan.
Yeah, there's some Hawaiian there.
Hey, do you think like if somebody was gonna give him a test, like the finger test, and like asked him how many fingers I'm holding up, that he sees everything in double vision because he's cross-eyed?
Well, prick his finger. He's gonna get made and do a DNA test instead.
Yeah, could you imagine that? He got his DNA test after they fixed his finger. He used the blood to send in for the sample. Yeah. Oh my god.
The new mafia DNA test.
I mean, this guy's just fucking. There's something wrong with that guy, man.
You're not stating nothing, man. You're picking disingenuous uh, protests here. All right, you're coming up with dumb shit. I say one thing about they don't like you talking about COVID on here. Now that's what I call censorship. All right, I abide by the rules, but I just wanted to make a comment that's pretty woke. All right, that's all. I mean, that makes me a hypocrite. What the fuck? What are you talking about? How do you feel about the bike lanes in New York City? It's a wrap. How do you
Oh,
feel
we
about
talked
bike?
about that earlier. We talked about it
Motherfucker,
earlier. He ain't
motherfucker.
happy. I can tell you that.
Why is he not happy? They took away the parking. They got miles and miles of unneeded bike lanes for this son of a bitch.
Dude, yeah, that's the truth, right? That's talent. All right, well, I'm not even gonna pay attention to that guy's comments. It's getting ridiculous. What are we talking about now?
9/11 bullshit.
I got
This guy
sidetracked by this. I was going to make a point too, and I can't fucking remember what it was. I'm trying to think about what we were saying.
about the buildings and oh, when they took the money, the building 7 was holding all the documents about the money that was missing.
Yeah, they were supposedly doing all the forensic fucking accounting in there. Yeah.
Did you see that shit about Rex Humerman, the Gilgo Beach killer, Long Island Beach killer, whatever?
Nah, what's up, man?
They got a new video of him before he was arrested. He was on a train and he was like knocking down fucking tall boys at Coors Light.
Mm,
And then the train's empty, but he sits down next to like this 20-year-old girl, 19-year-old girl, like some little Spanish chick,
mm,
and she's wearing like short shorts and shit, and she's got her leg up like on the seat in front of her. And then Rex Humerman sits right across from her, right next to her, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about your legs, honey, your pretty little legs or something." And she thought the guy was weird, like why the fuck are you sitting next to me? And he's just drinking his alcohol in front of her, and she recorded him, just in case something happened to her.
wow.
Little did she know she was sitting across from a fucking serial killer who killed over like 10, 15 people that they know of, and he's
How did
getting drunk.
how did she know to save that video? And so that's pretty
She
crazy.
says she got bad vibes from the guy. She says some ugly white guy, some fat ugly white guy comes sitting across from me, and she felt trapped in there because he was a big guy, and it was
Mm,
like a small like little booth on the train. And she had her legs up. She just felt vulnerable, whatever. So she figured, let me take video of this guy just in case something happens.
wow.
She had the feeling, and you could see him. He's like getting himself psyched up and shit. He's like knocking back the fucking beers.
And then so what happened? She just got off the train, or that
Yeah,
was it, or
yeah,
what?
that was it. Yeah, he gets off the train and she takes a picture of his ass walking away.
Really?
His big, humongous ass. Yeah, they're probably making fun of him. Little do they know, he was a fucking serial killer.
Wow.
Probably getting drunk, getting himself hyped up to fucking get his next victim.
Well, apparently the chick had some pretty good intuition if she got
Yeah,
that
yeah,
off.
oh
Just
yeah.
you know.
No, she just sat there with the Grim Reaper.
And how long ago was that before they caught the guy? Like when
I
was it?
guess. Let me see. Let's see.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and you gotta see this guy. He's sitting there like I could just picture him how he was killing these broads. He was getting drunk, and you just imagine his face. He's a fucking. He's an
How
animal.
many?
This guy.
Yeah, how many people do they got him suspected of killing now?
Well, they got him on trial for 6, I think,
Oh wow.
and one they're trying to prove, but they want her separate. They think she might have just killed herself by accident. I don't know.
Mm.
Hold on.
Well,
Oh,
if
he
he
made
did,
yeah. Well, he made a pass at a creeped out Long Island woman days before his arrest. She
oh,
was
right before his arrest. Oh
Yeah,
wow,
just days before his arrest. He's on the train getting drunk.
wow,
She took a secret video of the chilling encounter. On July 1st, 2023 at 7:45 p.m. at the Babylon-bound Long Island Railroad train, things took a chilling turn. He plopped down in the seat right next to her, despite the rest of the car being deserted.
wow.
She said, "I thought he was this big, fat, ugly white man. I obviously didn't know who he was at the time." She's 21 years old. It was just so weird that the rest of the seats were empty and he had to sit right next to me. I was on high alert at that point. Her legs were stretched out onto the seat across from her, and Humerman made a pass at her. He said, "Oh, you don't have to move your pretty legs. I won't bother you." He's got a big tall boy right there.
Wow.
She felt uncomfortable, so she decided to record videos and take pictures of this asshole, just in case for her own safety. Motherfucker.
That's pretty chilling, man. That girl obviously almost fucking got butchered.
Yeah, he was psyching himself up to do it. He had to, he had,
What was his main like what was his MO, this guy, you know?
the only MO I know is that he would dump these bodies along the weeds out there by the beach in Gilgo Beach and near Jones Beach, where I go to the beach.
Mm.
Like it's like a desolate parkway for a while, It's just weeds, and at night, there's really not too many streetlights at night. It's right by the shore and the beach and all that. It's like sleepy towns over there, rich towns, rich motherfuckers living the beach life, motherfucker.
So
Anyway,
there wasn't like a specific type of person he was, you know,
well, he was
targeting and
going
shit like
after
that?
hookers. They were all hookers. Yeah, they were all hookers from what's that shit? Craigslist,
Mm.
I think. And yeah, these hookers kept disappearing. And then this one girl, she was out there in Long Island trying to sell some pussy, and she was running around the neighborhood screaming that somebody was trying to kill her or whatever. And she was banging on somebody's door, and then I guess she said somebody was trying to kill her, and she ran. And they said she ran into the weeds out there and got lost and drowned or died out there. She got lost, and I don't know. They don't think he killed her for some reason, but she died out there. And then when they found her body. Then they found the other bodies. They found like 10 other bodies or 7 other bodies, some shit like that, in that spot. And that's how they discovered they had a serial killer on their hands.
Wow.
Yeah. They traced them all the way back to 93 with one woman, too, that they charged him
Really?
with. Yeah. So he's been doing this shit for at least 20 years.
You said 93?
Yeah. He killed a Spanish woman, I think, in Queens or maybe Brooklyn.
That's fucking 30 years ago.
Yeah. No, but he had a 20-year run because by 2010, when they found the bodies, he stopped, supposedly. I guess he was preying on this chick, though, but she looks like a victim, too. Like she would be on the missing poster with her face.
Yeah, there seems to be a pattern with a lot of these guys too. They go on like spree killings for a while, then they cool down, and then they do it again. And
You gotta take breaks. They gotta let the heat die off, I guess. But they
yeah,
can't
that's
resist
nuts.
the urge. They gotta do it again. Yeah. Sounds like
Was
pizza at Starbucks. Huh?
when is the trial? Do you know?
Supposed to be, shit. I thought it was this summer. Let me see. I think Kohlberger's going on trial in August. They don't say. He's pleaded not guilty to murdering 7 women. He's going to return to court on June 17th. A trial date for the murders has not yet been set. He's being held in Riverhead Correctional Facility. That's out there on the island.
Did does he have a wife or kids or anything? Is
Yeah, he had a wife. He had 2 kids. They were weirdos. I think the wife divorced him uh, recently, and then the daughter was like caught in some sick shit where she was like an artist, and she was making weird paintings about people being like strangled in weeds and shit, like the way like his victims were. So
What?
they were thinking maybe she was in on it or she knew about what the dad was doing. Because
Really?
I think a few of the bodies he took to his basement too, and doing weird shit with them down there too before he dumped them in the fucking weeds out there in Long Island.
Really?
Yeah, but the daughter was doing. They found weird pictures online of her, like people being strangled and crying, women crying and shit, and fucking dead body in the weeds. Weird shit. He had a weird kid.
Well, I didn't know about anything. I gotta look into that.
Yeah, it was a weird family. The house looked weird too. Creepy looking fucking house.
And he lived where in Long Island? You said?
Yeah, he was in Long Island somewhere. I forgot. Massapequa. I think he lived. That's where Carlo Gambino also had a summer house.
Carlo Gambino.
Carlo Gambino. I got to come up with a new YouTube short, man. I don't know what the fuck to do
Or what?
for a new YouTube short. It's a new month now. It's June 1st, so I got to come up with some YouTube shorts this month again. And I'm having creator's block. I don't know.
So do you think that the daughter's gonna get fucking brought into this or what?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. They brought it up though in like the news. Obviously, I guess she was investigated for it. But I don't think they think the daughter had anything to do with it. But it is suspicious. It might come up in court. Obviously, I don't know. It made
Oh,
the
they said she
news.
was doing sadistic artwork.
Yeah, it was weird. And some of it looked like matched up with some of his crimes because they found one victim with rope around the neck or around the wrists or some shit, and a belt, some shit with a belt.
Yeah, hold on. I just grabbed the iPad real quick. Hold on.
They found either his wife's or daughter's DNA on one of the victims. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wasn't it on a belt or something? I think it was the wife's DNA. Could be the daughter. I don't know. Fuck. Coors Light.
Saying that she has a fascination for mutilation, murder, and death, and that she had done pictures in a basement with blood all over the walls and handprints, and another with mutilated bodies and body parts.
She was sick. I think something's in the blood over there.
Yeah, there's something fucking.
It was a house of horrors. You seen the house? It was like weird. Like it didn't fit in on the block. Like the guy was an architect, but his house looked like shit.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Hold on, let me look it up.
guy was supposed to be an architect, interior decorator. House looked like shit.
He was a Chechen.
He looked like a Chechen. This fucking guy might as well have been a Chechen. This fucking
Fucking
nut job.
He was a fucking Czechoslovakian interior decorator. Oh yeah, look at that. He looks like he was living in a fucking trap house.
Yeah, and it's a nice neighborhood. But he's got to have the shithole house that looks weird. It all makes sense.
Wow. Yeah, this shit with the daughter, I didn't know about that shit. I gotta look into that. That's fucking wild.
What is this nut talking about? We got strictly cycling now. This is definitely Santini.
Oh yeah.
Don't be bragging about riding an e-bike, boy. Don't be riding no e-bike, boy.
What is he talking about? Unlike clowns on MobTube who claim they have text, I rarely ever show text. I offer the best proof. I don't know who that's aimed at, but
I don't know. Give us a DNA test, Santini. Give us a DNA test.
I mean, what a goofball, man! I still can't believe that guy fucking did that.
And then doubled down and said, "No, I did it to fool you. I knew what you were gonna do. That's why I did it."
And that shit just doesn't make any fucking sense because then he's
No,
on here crying about it. If you knew that someone was gonna do that or whoever you thought was gonna fucking do that, then why be mad about it if that's the reaction you were trying to get? Then why are you crying about it then? He's like, "Oh, I wanted to prove that people will look people up and look up their backgrounds. That's what I was trying to prove." It's like, motherfucker, people know that people look up people shit on here, man. How do you think people found out who multiple people on here were? Like, what does that even mean?
never mind what my nationality is.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. What did he say? He said that it's nobody's business what nationality I am. I don't have to prove anything to anybody. And then 2 seconds later, he's telling everybody I'm Irish, Italian, and fucking Scottish or something. It's like I thought you just told everybody nobody needs to know who you are or anything about you. Then you go and tell everybody. It's like
Yeah,
make up your fucking mind.
I'm the best on here.
Yeah, he's sick. He's a sick puppy.
No, every once in a while, he comes up with these tantrums, and then he
He must.
disappears.
Yeah, he must have like fucking like episodes or something where you know.
He throws tantrums. Yeah, his
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah, he has episodes and little flare ups and shit, and he's got to jump out the window and
Because why do that? I mean, what was the purpose of putting up that DNA shit? Was anybody talking about it, or like why did he
well,
just come up with that shit out of nowhere?
what I'm assuming is that MRE or some of them people that are always going after him, calling him out for being a fake fucking mob wannabe and having family that's Italian in their life, whatever, that he felt compelled to fucking shut people up about him lying about being half Italian or whatever he says. So that was, him posting that, telling people, well, I posted my shit, so now what are you gonna say about this? Basically, shut up. I proved that I'm not lying, you are.
And then
But
you
then he
proved
comes
it.
on and he says that, oh no, that wasn't even mine. I was lying anyways. But in the video when he
What the
brought it up,
fuck?
yeah. But in the video when he brought it up, he said verbatim, he said, people on here are always questioning, me and my family basically or whatever, and my background and stories, whether they're true or they're not, that I'm Italian. So, I posted my proof. I posted the fucking DNA report. Let's see what these people have to say now. And he says, people have been calling it fucking fake and saying that it's not mine. You're gonna get that. That's what these haters do basically. But I posted my proof. Where's yours? So
Wow.
yeah. So it's like, okay, so if you never got caught and you never got called out by me finding this shit and proving what a fucking clown you are, how much longer were you going to continue telling people that you put out your DNA proof that you're fucking Italian? Because I can guarantee you he'd still be using that proof 2 years from now if nobody fucking ever figured that out.
Yeah.
And there ain't a fucking person on here that doesn't believe that. Whether you're friends with them or not, you know the fucking truth. You know what I mean? Like
I
it
think
was
they
it was
understand.
ridiculous.
I think they understand he has like tantrums, so they just like try to like placate him and go along with his bullshit. They don't want to offend him.
Yeah, so
They
they're
don't,
fucking enabling. They're enabling them.
yeah. They don't want to hurt his sensitive sensibilities.
Well, then to all the people that are sensitive or think that people should get a pass for X, Y, and Z, then you shouldn't attack anybody. Then
Exactly.
you shouldn't call out anybody or speak about anybody if you're not going to call out shit that's blatantly fucking obvious. That's right in front of your face.
Even if you hear shit you don't like, some shit, just ignore it. Everything doesn't need to be responded to, but some people are so sensitive they got to respond, and they don't like the reaction they get. What would you expect? I mean, I don't know.
Well, apparently he expected to get fucking called out and exposed because he claims that's why
I
he
mean,
did
it
it.
don't make
So
sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So you did it on purpose to get a reaction, and now I don't know. Now you want to
now
strike
you're playing
channels.
victim. Yeah,
Yeah,
now you're playing victim and acting like fucking we're the fucking ones that got caught doing something stupid.
come on, man.
Exactly. The
fun
bottom
never
line
stopped.
is that he was getting abused. People were calling him out, calling him a liar, and he did what he does and tried LARPing and fucking pulling a fast one. He gets caught, and now he claims that he was doing that to expose people who look people up and do. I knew they were gonna fucking do this. That's why I did it. Shut the fuck up.
I wanted you to look it up.
What a fucking asshole.
He sent
The
you on a
fact
wild
that
goose chase.
yeah, the fact that people fucking the fact that people would even fucking take the guy seriously at this point is fucking laughable.
Yeah, I mean,
Ridiculous, man.
we're dealing with nut jobs on here. It's entertaining though. It is, gives you something to talk about. It's funny. It's sick too, but it's funny. Like
That's definitely sick.
these stupid shenanigans that happen year after year on here. You never know. Somebody's always pulling some stupid stunt or saying something stupid. Yeah, he sets you up. You got set up, Common. You fell for
I
the
know,
trap.
man. I fell for it. I fell for the honeypot, man.
You exposed me as a liar. I set you up.
I mean, honestly, for people that are listening, who in here actually believes that if I never caught him posting that DNA report on his community tab, that he would have eventually told people that he was just trolling people and it wasn't real, and that he wasn't ever going to make that, down the road claim that it was his. Who actually fucking believes that, honestly?
You didn't even give him 24 hours. You went right away. You exposed that shit.
And for him to come and say that, he doesn't care what other people have to say and I don't have to fucking prove anything to anybody, then why were you trying to prove if what you claim was a catfish or you did it on purpose? If you don't care and you don't need proof and you do this, why would you need to prove that somebody looked anything up or checked anything out that you made then? I mean, it literally doesn't make any sense.
I can't make sense of it. The guy's a nut. He's known to do this type of shit.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much fucking, mental tube. He's one of the fucking people on the ruling panel, so to speak. He's up there.
Remember when he was threatening Joey Merlino? That was funny. That
Oh,
was
I know,
dangerous.
yeah. Yeah, he's threatening people to pull up and you won't come see me. You won't do that. Motherfucker, you won't even talk to somebody on YouTube. And you want people to believe that you do something to somebody if somebody pulled up. I pulled up on you on your fucking own show and you wouldn't fucking talk to me.
Shit. And he ducked
I
it
mean,
to like, I can't see
yeah.
your face. I don't know who you are.
Well, yeah, and then he goes and he lies to everybody watching his show, first by saying that it's not me in the chat when it is, and then
Yeah.
when I grabbed the link going on there and him saying, "Well, I don't know who this is that's trying to jump on panel. I can't see their fucking face," which he's so stupid he didn't think or realize that I was gonna screenshot it for proof. So I knew he was gonna do that shit if he didn't let me on.
Yeah.
So I screenshotted it right away to prove him in another lie in real time. And then the motherfucker got the balls on his channel to tell people that on my channel, you're never going to hear me make up stories or tell lies about anything on here. We just tell the truth. That's what we do over here. No, the fuck you don't. You do everything but tell the motherfucking truth. It's actually the exact opposite of what you're fucking telling people. And he gets caught in live time doing the same goofy shit that he just got caught out trying to do, which is lie to people.
It's fucking ridiculous, man. I feel bad for the people who believe that bullshit, though. Believe his lies.
But do people actually believe them though?
Some of them do, man. Some of them do, I think. Some of them, they don't care. They look past it. They don't want to see what's right in front of them, Some people are blind. He's got his
I
followers.
mean, they must be fucking blind and deaf then, because they don't even need to just see the shit he does. That's a fucking lie. They can hear him lying when he speaks.
Well, if they don't know, they know now. I mean, he admitted to lying. He's like, yeah, I lied. I know. I knew you were going to do that. I got you.
Yeah, I think that's the sickest part of the whole thing is that he turned around and said, "You're actually the ones that got played, not me. I played
Yeah.
you guys. I knew you guys were gonna do that." What the fuck, dude? Bro, if that shit never happened, tomorrow or in a week from now, whatever, somebody would, claim you're lying and you weren't Italian, and you tell everybody to go on your community post and look at your fucking DNA report. And that's the fucking truth.
What else could he say though? I mean, after you exposed that he was lying about it, that it was a fake, what else could he say? I mean, he should have just ignored it, I guess.
Well, I mean, if he was smart, he would fucking get Photoshop, but he probably just doesn't know how to use it, which is why he didn't do it. And he would come up with his own fucking heading for, and I know the website that he got that fucking DNA report, like the actual one that they paid to get the fucking results.
Yeah.
So it would have had to at least match that particular company's format and layout on that fucking test. And maybe he just didn't have a way to do it, is the only thing I could think of, because why else would he do it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
it just wasn't believable. Like, there was no Polynesian in there, no nothing. I mean,
yeah,
just
there was no
48,
Filipino.
half and half Irish and Italian. Like, come on. That shit always surprises you. You find out like you're 20% Scottish or something when you got a great aunt who was like half friggin' Cherokee or something. This
Yeah.
guy had nothing except Irish and Italian. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think it was like 1% England and 2% Portugal or something. Who the I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Portuguese. Yeah.
Bottom line is
I'm
the
not
guy got caught trying to fucking tell more lies. Who's surprised?
I'm not Portuguese. I fooled you.
He's a sick puppy, man.
Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah, when Frank went to go expose him about Rhode Island and Virginia, went to the old
Oh
high
yeah,
school.
wasn't he throwing shots at that Jared guy too, calling him a liar?
He was, yeah. I didn't catch
The
that
guy,
part.
yeah, he was throwing shots at the Jared guy, basically saying that, all the people that come on here and want to lie about me and claim they know me and my family and they don't know fucking shit. And then he said the guy's name, the Jared Ham kid or whatever. And it's like, the guy has fucking pictures of you in his fucking yearbook in like fucking elementary and middle school and high school. What the fuck? He made that. He made a
Pretty
yearbook up just to
elaborate
fucking do
lie.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He went and got a fucking couple yearbooks made up, and you know what I mean.
I think Frank wants to go back there for part 2. Maybe this summer. I don't know.
Uh, he should. It'd be fucking funny.
Give you a deep dive. Do I look Portuguese to you? I wonder if he has a Joey Merlino tattoo. Maybe. Yeah, it says it's the logo for the steakhouse over there. Merlino's cheesesteaks. It's got Snuff's face on it. Do I look Portuguese? Gasparosa boy. Joey
What's
Merlino
up?
tattoo.
What's up, Chris? He must be getting a kick out of this because he knows
Oh
that
yeah.
guy's a fucking lying fucking weasel.
He's been
He
saying
must
that for
be.
a couple years now, yeah.
Yeah, he must be fucking dying laughing.
Yeah, he loves that shit.
No, he doesn't have a Joey Merlino portrait, but he has his fucking name tattooed around his taint.
Skinny Joey's.
Yeah, in big like 38 old English font.
That's gangster.
Yeah.
What do you know about it? You were never invited to the social clubs.
I just
I
I
know
can't believe
people.
I can't believe that guy was saying that shit on that show. I was just like, oh my god.
Do you know who I know?
He should have just went with it and been like, oh, I don't. Well, that person stole my my shit or something. Who the fuck knows? If he was gonna do anything, he should have just fucking
Somebody
kept
hacked
it
into my
going.
account and put that up.
Yeah,
That's what celebrities say. Like, oh, somebody hacked my account. Sorry, guys.
he should have went along something like that. He'd have been better off.
Thank you, Taton. He said, great hit. Who'd he get? Let me see.
What's up, Tato?
Good to see you
I
tonight,
mean,
Tato.
this shit was too fucking funny.
Oh, Chad D, nice.
Oh yeah, then he said that people are do nothing but instigate on here and try to start stuff and look people up and do that all the all that other shit. It's just like, oh my god, coming from him, that's fucking rich.
Yeah.
That's rich. Then he's gonna strike everybody's channels and get them taken down if you mention him or call him out on his bullshit. And that if you want to call me a rat and that's a rat move, I guess I'm a rat then. Well, yeah, we know that. We know you are. So yeah, we're not surprised.
I guess I'm a rat then. That's their
Yeah.
new. That's their note. I think a few other people say that too over there. I think Angel says that. I don't care if you call me a rat. That's their new MO now. They don't care if you
But
call them a rat now.
they hate rats, but then they turn around and say that you can call me one.
Yeah. I don't
The
care.
the irony. The irony.
Uh-oh.
He kind of looks like fucking Master Splinter too. Don't he?
I'm trying to think. Don't ruin that movie for me. That was a
With the
childhood classic.
he's got that sharp face with the fucking close ass eyes and shit like a little fucking mouse. He looks like Master Splinter.
If I really think about it, yeah. I
He looks like he
guess
crawled out of a fucking New York subway fucking manhole.
sewer. I'm a Ninja Turtle. Casperosa boy.
What
Yeah,
is he saying?
his grandfather or great uncle was Patriarcha's driver. Oh, that's what it was. All right. I thought it was Patriarcha. It was the driver that pissed in the can of peanuts. Oh.
No. He said his grandfather was pissing in the peanuts. I think he's talking about something else, saying that his uncle was his personal driver, but the peanut story was his grandfather for sure.
Oh. God damn it.
Yeah.
That was a classic story. If it wasn't for
It
him, we
was
wouldn't have that story.
yeah, it was incredible, to say the least.
Hopefully, he just stops this bullshit and just moves on, you know? Doesn't need to keep going
He
back
was
and forth.
smart. He
Yeah,
was
'cause
smart.
he thinks he's
But he
being
can't help
funny.
himself. Yeah, he can't help
He
himself.
puts your name in a title and shit, being cute. And then,
He won't let me on to defend
yeah,
myself.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Comes up with a lame excuse. That's not him. That's not him. Even if it was him, I wouldn't let you on. Because he
What a
knew,
clown.
what's he going to say? He's going to look like a fool if he comes up with that excuse. When you say, why'd you put up the fake DNA? Oh, I knew you were going to get me. I knew it. Like, what?
Oh my god. You can't fix stupid, man.
He's dying for attention. That's what it is.
But then he cries when he gets it, though.
The mob content ran out, man. How many times are you going to talk about the Philly mob and Lucky Luciano and Carlo Gambino? Only so many times. He's been doing that shit for a decade now. Now it's time for drama. Now that's what sells. That's how he keeps getting views. Puts asses in those seats. Thank you, Taton. Thank you, Chad.
Oh, okay, Cash, I got it.
Then he said, "Oh, if you're friends with Casperosa, that says a lot." I'm like, "Oh my god, shut up, little cunt boy."
Yeah, he is, man. Hey, listen, I'm gonna take it
Yeah,
in for the night, man. I'm tired, bro.
I
So
appreciate you, brother.
about to lay it down.
You're a trooper, man. So,
Yeah, appreciate
yeah.
it. We'll talk soon, though.
All right, brother. Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Have a good night, man. Everybody in the chat, have a good night, guys. Show.
Yeah. Shut up, Santini. You love it. You love it. That's why you're still around, boy. You love the drama, boy. Anyway, I want to thank Howie, Common Sense, Sal, Chad D for coming on the show tonight. Who else did we have? Oh, Tony Buick. Tony never came back. God damn it. Well, Tony's busy. Shouts to Tony Buick. Yeah, that was a good show, man. We did good numbers tonight. I think we had up to like 140, 135, something like that. Still got 100 people in here, basically. This is awesome. What a way to end the month. I also want to thank all the good people who supported the channel. Shout out to Stepchild. Shout out to Taton, JC Throwback Films, Bella, of course, Bella. SPK, thank you very much for those memberships. Look at that. Thank you, Benny, Falcor, Danny Green, DL Boy, Nino, and Joe Root. Thank yous all. Kept the channel alive. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to have Sunday service. That's right, Taton. See? Stay tuned. 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. In a few hours, we'll be live for Sunday service. It's already Sunday again. Holy Toledo. Esposito is going to be in church. Dwayne Boy. You better be in church, Dwayne. On my time. On my time, Dwayne. Eastern Standard Time, 12 noon. We're going to get right with the Lord, y'all. It's June 1st. May is gone. Summertime is upon us. Stay safe out there. Respect the ocean. Shut up, Dwayne. I'm sick in the head. Think I need this shit? I'm tired. All right? I got to take a nap and get up and do this shit all over again. All right, Dwayne? Are you sick? God damn it. You'll be sleeping? All right, fine. We'll give you one demerit. We'll give you one demerit. God damn it, Dwayne. If I don't see you guys in church, have a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, your Sunday. Praise the Lord. And yeah, we'll catch you in the next episode. Peace.